The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Favorites have rounded into form at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. With the standings closely knotted and so few opportunities remaining, every point is paramount. In a game where it took well over 3 hours for a single piece to be captured, Alireza Firouzja's tenacity eventually paid off, defeating the world champion to extend his lead. Young superstar Nodirbek Abdusattorov played the spoiler, taking down contender Wesley, so critically hindering his title chances. Firouzja continues to fend off his chasers. Can he hold on long enough to claim another title? Day 8 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 8 of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup, held at the beautiful St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in Lafayette Park as we are waiting for the players to arrive. We are entering the final stage of this event, the final stage of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour season. Who will come out on top? Let's go to the studio and find out.
Only 2 days left in the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. 2 more rounds to catch the leader. Fighting Chess begins right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan, and Svidler.
Pleasure to be with you both as always. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. We are in the penultimate round, as you have heard. What had been a very hard-fought and close event has suddenly morphed and become the Alireza show. Can he keep the success going? Nazi, do the honors. Tell our viewers the standings.
Let's have a look at the standings. Alireza Firouzja in sole lead with 5 points, full point ahead of Fabiano Caruana, who is in clear second. And then we have 5 players fighting for that third spot of the Grand Chess Tour for the next year.
Absolutely, yeah, hard-fought. Spot, I might add. Tell us about the format for the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament with time control of 2 hours and 30-second increment for the entire game. And there are no draw offers allowed.
Not much left, but tell us about the schedule.
Today is round 8. We'll have 1 more round tomorrow. But if players are tied on the top, we might see playoffs.
And just reminding everybody, we do have a 2-hour earlier starting time there, as we see on our show. And Peter, wow, what can I say? It's the Alireza show.
Absolutely, and it does seem like a bit of a repeat of the 2022 performance, where Alireza also came to St. Louis with everything to play for in both the Sinquefield Cup and the Grand Chess Tour in total, and won absolutely everything here. And this year, he is honestly one round away from repeating the performance yet again. As you see, 3 victories, by far the most in this tournament. I think nobody else won more than 1 game. Very interesting and hard-fought game yesterday against Ding Liren, somewhat spoiled by Ding's collapse in time trouble, but takes away nothing from Alireza's performance. He, I think, got all the points he could have gotten and more. He had some difficult positions in the middle phases of the tournament, but now is very comfortably in the first position on 5 out of 7. And let's take a look at some scenarios that could happen from here. If Alireza wins today and Fabi does not win the tournament, and of course the Grand Chess Tour in all is finished, Alireza wins both. If Alireza draws today and Fabi loses, the same applies. Nobody can catch Alireza. He finishes first with one round to spare. And as for the general GCT standings, We can take a look on our screen. He was already in a very comfortable position before the tournament started. He needed, for him not to win the Grand Chess Tour, Fabi needed to have a very good tournament, and Alireza, frankly, he needed to have a mediocre one. None of those two things currently appear to be very likely. In our stat package for the day, Ben Underwood put Alireza's chances of winning the Grand Chess Tour 24 at 99.9%, which is a high number. So, yeah, he came, he saw, and he appears to have conquered yet again.
So you're telling me Fabi's a slight underdog going in?
Just a touch. Just a touch.
Thank you, Peter. And it's my pleasure to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team, Christian, who's going to tell us about today's marquee matchups.
Thanks, guys, and good to see you once again for this championship rounds. And I have to say, the next two rounds, the importance of them and the weight of these few games cannot be overstated. And let's take a look at the marquee matchups of today in what I seem to see a clash of generations. This one, Praggnanandhaa, only 18 years of age, against Fabiano Caruana, 3.5 points against 4 points. But these two players, the last time they met each other, it was in this very similar scenario at the Candidates, with Fabiano with the black pieces needing to win to keep pace with Gukesh and some other players, and he managed to do so with the black pieces in that one, choosing a very aggressive opening. I'm expecting something very similar in today's round, because the scenario is very similar. Fabiano knows exactly what he needs to do in order to catch up with Alireza. He needs a victory, and Praggnanandhaa definitely will encourage that, because he wants to get some victories as well. And look at him, he's confident, he's poised, he knows what he has to do if he wants to win this event. The fate is not in his hands right now. Alireza needs to stumble as well. Nevertheless, he will definitely come prepared with a sharp opening. That's my expectation for that one. Nepomniachtchi versus Alireza. This is the second, and in my opinion, the marquee matchup of the day. The leader, Alireza Firouzja, with the black pieces, needs to defend. And take a look at the head-to-head. So many decisive results. 5 wins for Jan, 3 losses, and 4 draws. This is one of the very rare scenarios where we have in head-to-head more decisive results than draws. And look at him, Alireza, he has been dominant in this event. He's confident, he's poised, and he plays the best chess right now. He manages to put enough pressure on his opponents for them to crumble. And that's exactly what he will be looking to do in today's round, to win the event outright with 1 round to spare. Guys, these are my 2 marquee matchups for the day.
Thank you, Christian. And yeah, yesterday his strategy worked perfectly like a charm. But tell our viewers about all the pairings.
Let's have a look.
Round 8.
As Christian mentioned, Prag will be playing Fabiano Caruana, and Jan Nepomniachtchi will be playing the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. World champion Liren, hoping to bounce back, playing Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Wesley So against MVL, and Anish Giri against Gukesh.
I'm telling you, that Wesley So MVL matchup, so that fight for the 3rd place, that will be intense. And they're fighting for glory, honor, and lots
of money.
Lots of money.
Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner is going to get $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. Wonderful prizes for everyone.
And there you see the man of the moment, man of the hour, man of the tournament, Alireza.
While we're watching them go into the playing hall, we have to issue 2 corrections.
Yes.
Prague is already 19.
Wow.
And Fabi did win 2 games in this tournament, so I was also lying to our viewers.
But you were so close. I mean, nobody else won 1. Only one other person that won more than 1.
Yes.
And Alireza versus Jan. Peter, as you saw in their head-to-head matchup, more decisive games than draws. We're used to something like 5 wins, 5 losses, 50 draws.
Yeah.
These 2 guys.
Yeah, they do, and it's really not a surprise, because I think they're both very big personalities. There is definitely a bit of an ego clash going on, and they're also very, very exciting players. They both like to play attacking chess. They don't like cutting games short. So perhaps if any matchup gets the decisive percentage above 50, it's this one, but it's still surprising.
Right, uncompromising, these 2. Nice. We saw unbelievable preparation by Jan in his last 2 games. It paid off yesterday, not the day before. It paid off yesterday. What are you expecting from Jan today?
It is just so difficult to guess because, honestly, ever since that fateful loss to Wesley in round 4, he hasn't really been himself. He lost a couple of games. No, he lost that one and the game to Fabio where he could more or less resign with 1 hour and 58 minutes on the clock. He did continue for a bit, but to all intents and purposes, the game was finished by move 17 or thereabouts.
Shocking.
But, if he manages to motivate himself for any game at all, I think a game against Alireza, against an opponent he has a good score against, and also I think in general just enjoys playing against because of the likelihood of being allowed to express himself properly. If there's any game he might be interested in, I think it's this one.
Exactly. And there you see the handshake. And Nasi, for me, Jan is one of those players that he carries the baggage of the previous round, the round before that, the round before that. You know, as a competitor yourself, you've got to put all of that behind you.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. Yeah, that was what I wanted to ask. Do you have any insights that you could share with the viewers as to how you just prepare for this game? This is it. This is your focus.
I think it helps to have really bad short-term memory. So you could not forget. That helps.
Yeah,
what if genetically you have long-term memory?
What we're watching right now
is an invitation.
Is not promising
at all
as yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not always played with white with the intention of playing incredibly solidly, and in some cases just sort of not playing at all. But it is sometimes used for that purpose.
Yeah.
And for Alireza, obviously, Alireza is very happy with the draw today. It more or less entirely solidifies his...
It clinches everything.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic. Jumping over to Christian.
Well, I think just looking at the body language of Nepo right now and the way he's making his moves, I think this one might be over in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something along those lines. Mm-hmm. What do you guys think?
Yeah, as Peter was saying, it feels like it.
It looks like he's completely shut down and he just wants this tournament to be over, Nepo that is right now.
Right. These days, okay, oftentimes they throw in a d5. Castles in the old days, d5, e takes d5, c takes d5 was automatically answered. Now they include bishop g4.
Yeah, bishop g4 I think is kind of universally accepted to be more or less a forced draw if you know what you're doing.
Exactly.
So that is also a way to make sure. Yeah.
And more or less similar to where I was just about to head, which is in this direction that black can and does gambit pawns. You play the move d5 takes, castles, an invitation.
Yeah, d takes c6 is not particularly attractive here, I think, white. Castles here in the vast majority of games, and it did happen here as well.
Nepo did not hesitate, castles. And now, again, bishop g4, main move, become the all-around go-to move?
I think people switch between those two. I think c takes d5 is still perfectly playable. The way, if white decides to play for a win after c takes d5, they go for those modern lines where you start with h3, I think. You play queen f3, bishop g5 isn't... It used to be absolutely automatic to play bishop g5 here. But these days, you go h3, queen f3, sometimes the bishop will get developed to f4 straight away, bishop g5 just gets taken out of the equation altogether. And you just play a game of chess. I think, as with many other things in life, it has been sort of reintroduced into proper grandmaster practice by Vladimir Kramnik a few years back.
Jan in the players' room there.
Yeah, he's watching the monitor.
Looks like a nice place to play some blitz chess, Peter.
just a nice room altogether. Yeah,
Right.
I feel like I'm missing out.
Exactly.
Yeah, during American Cup when we had short breaks in between our matches, that's
Yeah.
where our players we would sit on opposite corners and take a little 5-minute nap.
Did you have your cell phones? Could you?
No, we're not allowed to have any
Right.
tech.
So you
We're
couldn't.
just sitting there quietly.
Right.
Your opponent sitting a little bit in front of you and just thinking what you're going to play next game.
That's it. Bishop G4 on the board. No H2.
Knight E2.
H3.
Knight E2 is actually a bit of an indication that he wants to play a game of chess. Because all of those long forcing variations which lead to draws, they pretty much all start with F2, F3.
Right.
Black plays bishop H5, and yes, you can take a second one on C6, but then black goes queen D4 check, takes on C3 twice, and you still have to be a little bit careful because obviously white has a bishop pair. But interestingly, bishop G4, bishop H5, apart from just provoking F3, it also gets the bishop very, very close to the G6 square, and on G6, it does challenge the bishop on D3 very, very efficiently. Mm-hmm. So as I said, yeah, this is supposed to be pretty much a draw. And Knight E2, while I do not for a moment believe this gives white any advantage, is at least far less forced. So if you want to play a game of chess, I think you would go here. I think I had this position with black against Luke McShane once. The only time I played bishop G4 in my entire life, and it paid off. I think I won that game eventually.
Nice.
Well, if you want to switch to a
Please.
little bit more interesting opening, we only have 3 moves in Ding's game, but I think it's going to be a sharp game.
H2, H4 against Nodirbek.
And Nodirbek looks surprised, was not expecting H4 from Ding.
Well, this is a very different approach to what Ding did a few days ago against Prague, where this group of openings was C6. This does surprise me a little bit, honestly, because this has become very, very unfashionable as a way to reply to H4. It's, of course, not a mistake to play C6, but the issue with C6 is that after, let's say, Knight C3, D5, and even Bishop C7 has been played yet, maybe we have to play CD5, CD5, and let's say Bishop F4. And we get, it's a very strange situation where we're playing basically an exchange Slav, in which black plays G6, which is kind of a normal move, and white, for some reason, has played H2, H4, which is a far less normal move in an exchange Slav.
Right.
But the thing about exchange Slav is that the bishop on G7, and okay, then maybe you can call it a Schlechter, where white went CD5, CD5.
Right.
It's a very passive piece. You can actually make an argument for it being better on its original diagonal. Mm-hmm. These positions, while I think it's possible to equalize them by force, if you just sleepwalk through the next, 5 moves, you will be at least slightly worse with black.
They're following your lines, Peter.
Sleepwalking.
No, they haven't.
Position.
Yeah, they've gotten here, and the way I think black sometimes attempt to equalize on the spot is by playing something like Knight E4 or Bishop G4 and then Knight E4, because otherwise, let's say if you castle and white goes Bishop E2, you have to. There's a lot of it's a very blended position because in some ways it reminds me of the Knight C3 Londons, the Jabava Londons, because if you don't do anything about it, I might be interested in the idea of playing Knight E5 and H5.
Right.
Even though we declared this as an exchange Slav, it doesn't really rule out completely the idea of opening up the H file and scaring black a little bit on the king side. H7, H5 is, of course, a way to deal with it, but then we do get a kind of a symmetrical structure where really this is not a very good piece. Of course, this should not be fatal to black's chances, but you absolutely do have to be careful, despite seemingly black making logical moves and white making logical moves with the inclusion of H2, H4 in an opening position where you normally don't.
Peter, this is quite rare, right? How many games have been?
H4, C6 is definitely a move, but yeah, it's not a very popular reply. There's a lot of transpositions, though.
In the current position?
C6 here is only 29 games on my screen, but here, let's say we add Knight C6 and Knight F3. And we go up to 28. So we actually gained games by progressing to move 8, which normally drops the number significantly down. But through the transpositions, because this is the difference between H4 on move 3 and H4 on move 5, because at first, what people, the evolution of playing H4 against the Grunfeld was, first they did this. This was, I think, introduced in the top Grandmaster practice by Alexander Grishuk in the 2013 candidates. He played this against Magnus. It existed before, of course, but strong players were not doing it very much. I think Simon Williams did it in pretty much every single position for years and years, but Grishuk did it seriously in 2013 in London. And here c6 is definitely one of the main moves and was considered to be maybe the main move for a while, until people realized that you have to defend unpleasant positions and there are much more fun options. First of all, of course, the absolute crazy line which starts with this and gets absolutely insane. h5, you actually castle into the attack here.
Wow.
It gets unbelievably crazy. So that would be one option. You can also play castles, cd5, knight takes d5, h5, c5, and try to make a forced draw here. This has also been played a bunch of times, including by myself. So people kind of moved on from playing c6 here. And then h4 was introduced. The big reason for that is if you just play bishop g7, knight c3, d5, nobody will play knight f3 here, because white already can play, let's say, h4, h5 immediately, and you don't get those options. And c6 is bringing us back to sort of the original territory, as I mentioned. This is after knight c6, knight f3. Knight f3 is not the only move. Liren is kind of hinting he might play h5.
Indeed.
But generally, we are bringing it back to the kinds of positions which I think were quite popular when people were still figuring out how to deal with h4 and move 5. So it's kind of a throwback to a decade ago theory.
Right. What do you think of h4? Isn't that just a weird move, Nazi?
I won my game in the last US Championships with that move.
Well, you think good.
I think good, yes.
Fun memories.
Yeah.
Bishop e2. And again, Peter, if you don't mind, knight c6, h5. Just
I think it's
let's
very
have some
playable.
fun.
I think it's very playable. Black probably does something like knight e4, and as usual,
Can't we
with the queen on d1, not really, transferring over to h2 very easily. The engine very often will just play h6 here and then say, I've achieved what I wanted, I will now just castle kingside, and I will claim that every single endgame now will be quite worrisome for black.
Nobody wants to play h6. Peter,
Okay.
let's have fun. Let's take.
Okay.
Okay, now, question, Peter.
Introduce fun to me. I have never met fun.
How do I get my queen to the h file?
It's your idea. You tell me.
And look, I mean,
I do not know.
I mean, I gave you the broad.
This is coming, so you still have
okay,
to.
knight f3.
You have to play knight f3. Let's say we go.
That's a
bishop
start.
f5,
Yeah.
It's just like it takes it so long to get anywhere near the. I can't paint a picture of how it gets there, let alone get it there with black actively opposing the idea. I really don't know how you achieve that.
Okay, just a second.
Found a way, but it's terrible.
There are no lifts via the fourth, which is something like if you in the English opening sometimes they do this.
Okay,
Do you
I
want to
found a
hear
way.
my terrible idea?
Please.
King f1, g3, king g2, queen g1, queen h2.
That is terrible. Let's go back.
Okay.
And then put that down again.
Okay.
Knight f3, bishop. Okay. Now you want to hear terrible.
Okay.
Now we get terrible. g4, let's go.
Okay.
Takes.
Take it on e4, let's go.
Okay.
Knight g5. I'm frightening you. I can
No.
see.
Yeah,
I can see the palpitation.
I'm absolutely quaking in my boots here.
Oh my gosh! He doesn't miss a trick. Queen g4.
I have a screen.
Queen g4.
I have a screen. I'm much stronger. I'm augmented here.
Okay.
Yeah, queen just doesn't make it to h5.
No, I don't think it does. And also, I don't think this is harmless.
Really?
Weirdly, in a lot of positions these days, you just spend 3 tempi to get it to h6. But then down the road, black recognizes that you can never trade this safely anymore. Endgames genuinely do become very unpleasant because h7 is just going to be a target for the rest of the game. This is not at all stupid.
You liked h4. Did you like h6?
Not so much.
Not so much. But h5.
Yeah.
But
everybody likes.
How do you get
Everybody
your
likes
pieces?
h4 and h5.
I just don't know how you're supposed to get your pieces to the king side. With your bad idea of g3, king f1, king g2, a lot of times I have seen, and people have played against me in the Perk defense, g2, g4, and chase my knight away so that they could play h5. But I must say, nobody really played h6 against me shutting down, and Alpha Zero notwithstanding.
I think I've had some King's Indian defenses where h6 was good because bishop never came out from h8.
You
In
just,
that case, yeah.
Yeah, but then there was a black pawn on e5.
Yeah,
and
it was
bishop
already all locked, yeah.
Yeah. Where would you like to take us? We'll keep an eye on the World Champions game.
Let's check with Fabi.
Okay, he comes into today's round hoping against hope that he can have things break his way. He needs, well, dare I say it, everybody needs a win, but Fabi especially. Okay, he's on the black side of an English. Very topical bishop c5 variation. Again, we've mentioned this in the past. Knight b6 at one time was like nobody even considered anything but. It was just like that was the best move, and you didn't even question it. Bishop c5, if you can get away with it, well, you've left your knight on a very decent square in the middle of the board. At a certain moment, knight e5 should be scaring you.
But not yet.
But not yet. h7, h6. Knight takes d5.
I don't know that much theory in English. Is it still?
It's still very much mainline theory, yeah.
Including knight takes d5?
All of this has been played before, yeah.
Well, I don't doubt it's been played before, but knight d5, normally speaking, you're supposed to be playing bishop d2, rook c1.
I think the point is if you play bishop d2 here, the knight actually goes to f6. And black is generally quite happy with those types of positions. Rook c1, you play bishop b6 or queen e7 for now. And yeah, ruling out bishop g5 is actually very important in that context. This is why h6 is being included.
Does black play a5 and puts the bishop on a7?
Yeah. So you want to play a5, bishop f5, rook fd, rook f8, rook a d8. It's all kind of very natural development. Pragg has played this with black a great deal himself, so he knows these ideas from both sides, so to speak. In the game, h7, h6 was played. Knight takes d5, not letting the knight escape, if I can put it that way. No knight f6 for you. Queen takes d5, bishop to d2.
Fabi just made a move, queen e6.
Queen e6,
Queen e6. At a certain moment,
He's going back to e7, right?
Yeah, you just have to get out of the way of the tempo. Not necessarily because I could be threatening knight d4 or knight takes e5, but just the knight g5, knight e6 relocation. The queen is going to have to retreat. Queen e6, voluntary retreat, I meant to say. Queen's coming back to e7. At the moment, I don't see any advantages here for white that I would like to take advantages. And how do these two players match up with one another?
Well,
oh, pardon me.
Where they are. I know that Fabi, we all know, he's in clear second.
Right.
And Pragg is one of the players who's fighting for that third place.
Yeah. Again, why is the third place so coveted? Sure, it comes with extra prize money. Yeah, I get that. But it's the automatic re-invitation to the next year's Grand Chess Tour. Yeah. Exactly. The top three players automatically get qualified. Then the criteria is very simple. Be one of the highest rated players in the world. They just go down the list and say you.
The ratings change all the time.
But so, that's the thing. Yeah. I mean, they do.
It's better to qualify from top three.
Right, they do fluctuate, and people falling in and out of the top 10 all the time. Peter, again, I don't want you to spoil anything about your prep with Pragg. Queen e6 on the board.
It's a very typical move in this position. He was not forced to do it yet. Sometimes they include something like a7, a5 as black, and only after, let's say, bishop c3, you can now do this quite comfortably. One thing to watch out for people maybe perhaps trying to pick this line up with black, an important tactic you do not want to be allowing is this when bishop d6 is not a move. The very big difference is you can still play this with white, I guess, even though, but both bishop b4 and bishop d6
are considered
with the queen on a much better square immediately neutralize any kind of an advantage for white. So a5 or perhaps some move like rook e8 or rook d8 was playable, but queen e6 is something that they generally do very much in this line. As I mentioned, it probably belongs on e7, but you also want to preserve some options of retreating with the bishop along those squares, which is why you choose e6 and not, let's say, d6. Queen d8 could maybe be made an argument for, but generally it does go to e6. For white, you probably play something like rook c1, queen e7, queen c2. You ask a question of this bishop, whether it wants to go here or here. If you play bishop b6, I guess in some positions you can make an argument for b2, b4. This is a kind of a strange structure where if white had the two bishops still, I think I would prefer white. As things stand, it doesn't look tremendously exciting, but still maybe we can play e3, put the pawn on d4, and pretend we have some pressure. Because generally, like just as an illustration, some position like this could be quite pleasant. We probably shift this one over to the b file, the other one goes to c, we start maybe pushing for a4, a5, and more importantly, the center block of e3 and d4 restricts the bishops a great deal. And we're even quite happy if this happens. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a position with equal material, opposite colored bishops, and only the major pieces on the board, but this one is going to be much stronger than this one, so you do get some pressure. Maybe you don't win every single one, but you absolutely are satisfied with the results of the opening.
As a Catalan player, I like this a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah, obviously, Black will have something to say about this. You probably play bishop f5, say, I don't particularly want to allow you to play d3, d4 without a fight, but maybe you have a bit of something. And if the bishop drops to d6, I guess you play maybe a3, provoke a5, you put the bishop on c3, and now all the usual English plans or reverse plans in the Sicilian. This is really a very, very Sicilian position.
Right.
Maybe e3, g4 is something you can try for. Knight d2, knight e4, knight d2, knight c4. This is not sensationally stunning for white.
Right.
But it's a playable Sicilian type position where, you just make moves and whoever makes better moves hopefully wins or makes a draw.
Yeah. Just listening to you, Peter, as you just described the outline of the plans, you make it seem so easy, so breezy, but those decisions,
they're not easy.
Yeah,
and honestly, in particular with white, let's say if we talk about these types of positions, it seems like you sort of understand what you're doing, but very often one slightly imprecise move will throw away any chance of an advantage. I think it's generally a bit easier to play with black. You play something like bishop e6, you play maybe queen d7 to have options of bishop h3 later in the game. You pretty much always are looking for a way to play knight d4 without losing material, and then play c7, c6, solving your queenside problems. If white does nothing for very, very long, maybe you start playing in the center, but I think this is unlikely. This is a Sicilian with a tempo up, and also you shuffled a lot with your queen. You probably are not launching any kind of an ambitious attack in the center here. You're trying to equalize for now. But for white, margins are very, very small here. In order for you to have pressure, black probably needs to play imprecisely, and you need to absolutely keep everything under control, allowing any of the aforementioned plans for black probably immediately extinguishes all hope you can have here for an edge.
All right.
I want to go back to Nepo and Firouzja, because a lot has happened since we last looked at it.
Okay, just a second.
There's an exchange sacrifice.
And what?
Yeah.
An exchange
and
sacrifice.
Both still seem to be in their prep, because Alireza only has spent 10 minutes, and Jan, as always, has extra time.
As always. Takes on d5. Castles. We left it after castles. Bishop g4. We were going down this gambit rabbit hole. Knight e2 takes, and this is where we left it. h3. Bishop h5. c4. Are we still in theory, Nasi?
I'm not sure.
I think we should be.
There's more than a dozen games, yes.
Okay. So at the end of the day, we can say black has pretty safe king, just split pawns. You put that pawn on b7, is absolutely nothing the position. You put the a7 pawn on b7, you start to like black. Yes. Just a better structure. So at the moment, it's a small static advantage for Jan. But he's got to catch up with development. Bishop e3, rook e1, rook e8, rook e1. This changed everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's logical here, because in particular, now that white played h2, h3, the dark squares on the king side are very, very vulnerable. So queen e7, with very simple ideas of queen e5, and then just attacking on this diagonal, seem to be very logical. Yeah. Although, the way the engines play these positions is...
I think Nepo's sitting there trying to remember this.
Yeah.
Is he trying to remember? First of all, has this been played before, Peter?
Nope.
No. Okay, so rook e3 was a novelty, but you sit there and Jan, for the first time, he seems like he got surprised in the opening.
Yeah, a little bit. And the moves you make with white here are all exactly the kinds of moves you would expect white makes. The e3 pawn cannot be allowed to fall, so you play queen d2, queen d3, or queen d4.
Right.
The knight is pinned, so queen c1 looks horrible. Right. So you choose one of those three.
Okay.
And it is specifically the answer to queen d2. It's not the only answer, but the answer is currently being suggested to the move Queen D2. He's played Queen D4. I just want to mention that one of the top 3 lines, and I gave it some time to think, and it still suggests this. Seriously, I think I can give you 15 tries here.
No, I wouldn't know. That would have been 18.
I really do. I do not know what this is. I understand F7 might be needed to be, like, maybe we sidestep some attacks with Queen D5. Maybe we want to play Knight E4 and no forks with no double attacks with Queen D. But why F8? Why not D8? Why not E8?
Of course.
Why not B8? You know,
right,
if you need to put it somewhere, why is it going to this square? Anyway, all completely immaterial because he played Queen D4. Now Bishop C5 seems completely logical. We probably play Queen H4. The engine says Bishop takes, probably King H1. And in this position, it gives
Bishop D2,
Queen C5, and also G5 as the only 2 moves that you can play. Bishop D2, you've lost to Knight F4, apparently.
I've lost.
Yeah, Bishop E1, Rook E1, and after Queen C5, your position apparently is just indefensible because something will land on E7. Knight H5, we just go Queen E7, actually, not even Rook E7. We go Queen E7, and it says, it doesn't even say better.
Pawn, actually.
Yeah, but all of this will collapse because you absolutely have to take, and then your entire 7th rank will disappear. So this just loses.
I have to get warmed up just a second here.
Yeah, but Queen C5 first, against which White supposedly needs to go before. Black, for some reason, goes Queen B6. I guess I can understand that. We need to keep control. We cannot take because of Bishop F7 and Queen takes before, of course. And we keep preserving the threat of Bishop F2. White goes Knight F4, and then Queen G4.
Wow.
And somehow the best move here is Rook takes E3, and then once again we offer this endgame. It's still better for White a little bit, despite being a pawn down in the endgame. But this should be a draw because we can actually prevent the Rook from landing on E7.
This is better for White.
It's a draw. It's not really better for White. But honestly, Yasser, this is not better for Black either. Like, you're not winning this position with
That
Black.
is true.
You're just not winning this position with Black.
No.
But you're also not winning it with White because we've stabilized, and yes, the weaknesses on C7 and A7 will be enough for counterplay, but how is White winning this is also unclear. So this is one line, and the other line is supposedly G7, G5, only square available. Queen C5 by far the best move. We still go before, they still go Queen B6. Now we go Knight C3, because G5 is hanging, Bishop F2 is not playable, they just go Rook E8. And somehow this is fine for Black. I guess because we control so many squares, like we control the D1 square, so Rook A1 cannot be played. We currently do not have a threat, but I guess once we get, I don't know, H6 and King G7 in, or maybe even just King G7, threats will start coming. So
appearing.
White starts simplifying here. The best move is either Knight B5 for some reason, or Knight D5. Knight D5 I can understand, Knight B5 less so, frankly. And here, yeah, they just go Rook E7 and say, we're just not worse. We have a pawn for the exchange. We have a much safer king because King G7, H6 will completely stabilize here. This is not a very safe king. And yeah, it starts returning material here with White.
Remarkable, just absolutely.
I wonder how much of this Alireza just knows.
Wow. How do these two match up with one another, Nasi?
I think, yeah, Christian showed us earlier, and I was
just
surprised
amazing.
how many decisive games they have. They've played 12 classical games, and 8 of them were decisive.
Yeah, normally it's 8 draws, 2-2 or 3-1, but 5 wins.
+2 score at the moment, yes.
And as we were coming on air, I think it was Peter was explaining that these two really are uncompromising. They're playing all out. The move Queen D4, okay, Jan was, let's say, checking his memory banks, Peter, but it's not the intuitive first move that you think of. You do say to yourself, well, gee, I'm in a pin. I'd like to get out of the pin. Gee, my pawn on, look at this, it happens to be hanging. Moves like Queen D3, as well as maybe even Queen B3, are the first moves to come to mind. Queen D4, inviting Bishop C5, losing a pawn.
Yeah.
It has to be practice.
It absolutely has to be.
And with anybody else, on 2 hours, 3 minutes, 47 seconds by move 17, and the move Queen D4, which, as you absolutely correctly pointed out, is playable but not obvious by any stretch. You would be sure it's prep.
Right.
With Jan in his current state, it might also just be him bluffing. We have absolutely seen him bluff stuff.
That would be absolutely
He is very capable of just...
I want to take a poll from our audience. Is it bluff or brilliance? Yeah. Queen D4.
Yeah.
Could you just tell me briefly why Queen D3 would have been wrong?
It was okay. The evaluation,
okay.
frankly, is...
I mean, I want to play Knight F4.
Yeah, Queen D3, they go Rook D8.
Uh-huh.
And now you actually have
Rook
to
D8.
you have to bail out.
Sorry, I don't like it suddenly. Queen B3. Queen B3.
Queen B3.
I get out of the pin. I avoid Rook D8.
Queen B3, they go G7, G5, and next move Queen E5. Just stopping Knight F4 this is actually very explicable.
Yes.
Stopping Knight F4 is important if we want to play Queen E5 next move. And White immediately starts going Rook D1 takes D6. You cannot allow Queen H2 check.
Right. Rook
So your next two moves are pretty much Rook D1, Rook takes D6.
Sorry, that was just a mouse. Queen
And
E5.
yeah, it ends with a somewhat balanced position after you've returned the exchange.
Okay.
Black did have to play G7, G5, but you still have a somewhat unsafe king, a kind of a
That
weakened
makes
pawn on
sense
E3.
to me. I feel like I'm in a dark room, but I saw some kind of shadows, and now because G5, I thought I was provoking G5. G5 actually turns out to be a good move in a number of ways. But okay, so this is going to be, some sharp homework by both players, because it looked like Alireza too. Did you see that as also kind of suffering or trying to remember the
To me,
variation?
it looks like he's just trying to recall ones. Yeah.
Did you ever have that at the board? The sudden feeling like, am I playing my prep properly?
Always questioning it, yes.
Right? And how do you get over that butterfly?
Sometimes when you are not sure if you remember the line, it's better to just forget about it and think at the board and come up with the best move.
If you can manage it.
If you can manage.
Because this is really one of the absolute worst feelings where you are torn between trying to work something out and between still trying to remember what the file says. And often you burn through a lot of time and then end up half remembering something which turns out to be wrong, and you're just dead in the water three moves after. So just forcing yourself to completely forget you have a file and trusting yourself as a chess player to work it out over the board is often absolutely the prescribed response. It's just that people generally don't manage. I can speak from experience. It's just so difficult to tell yourself, just forget you have a file on this. You clearly can't remember what it says, so just like ignore its existence altogether. But it's a difficult exercise.
Queen D4, Bishop C5,
Queen H4.
Queen
Bishop
H4,
E3 is not even the
E3.
only move, but I guess Queen takes E3 is less
and G5.
Less forcing. Yeah.
I kind of like what you did, Peter, in some
Queen G3?
warped way. That after the move Queen C5, it's just that black pieces cover a lot of squares. The desirable Rook C1.
Yeah, the bishops control an unbelievable amount of squares. With the Queen on C5 in particular, there is a bunch of threats right away. Knight E4 is obviously a massive threat here. Bishop F2 is a threat.
But here we looked at B4.
Yeah, B4 needs to be played.
Queen
You
goes
need
to B6.
Yeah, you need to shake
And
it.
it feels like G5 is not defended well enough,
Right.
but somehow it still is.
It is.
Yeah, we go Knight C3 here. Once again, I can't even name a second move. Knight C3 looks right.
Bishop
Rook
F4
E8.
or Rook E8.
Rook E8 and
Now this rook on A1 doesn't have a comfortable entry. We could shift.
What you seem like maybe you want to do is Rook F1, but it's not doing it for some reason. Yeah, looks very attractive, honestly. Hang on, let's try to work it out without the board.
King G7.
Yeah, my first instinct is King G7, but then we go Rook. No, you can't maybe go Rook F1.
Bishop F2.
Bishop F2, Queen G5 though. But I do have Bishop.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have Bishop
Bishop
F4.
F4?
I don't have Bishop F4. You will be kind of forced to go Queen D3.
Okay.
I guess I will take on E1. I will take on B4, and I will claim that
2 pawns, 2 bishops. Life is
with the bishop on G6. My king on G7 is very safe. F7 is never hanging. I have 2 pawns for the exchange. The king on h1 continues being a sore
dodgy.
spot. Yeah, a sore spot for white. Maybe it's just completely fine for black, honestly. Maybe I'm picking black here.
Well, for sure. I like the chess variant Crazy House, or what we might call one-man bug. And Crazy House, king safety is absolutely prominent. When you have a situation like that, you've got a bishop on g6, king on g7, everything.
It's very much cocoon.
Yeah.
Look at us.
Yeah.
choosing the same adjective.
Nice. And the leaderboard and why this game is so meaningful for these two players.
Well, Alireza is in the first place, and he could finish the tournament today.
Essentially, he clinches with a result. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nepo is at -1, so of course he wants to come back and finish the tournament with at least 50%.
It's crazy, it's crazy, it's crazy. If he could get his act together, win today, potentially win tomorrow, what were you saying about that third place position? He needs a win to get to 50%, pardon me, and then another win to get.
The way this tournament's been going, +1 might end up being like a tie for second.
Yeah.
And that's so many GCT points.
Wow.
It could catapult you directly into third. Whoever gets there, let's say, and shares with Fabiano.
Whether it be MVL, whether
any
it
of
be,
these people, Prague,
yeah.
all of them are still very much in the mix because people aren't running away with it. With only 7 decisive games so far in the turn. 8, yeah, it's probably 8.
Yeah. Should we check some other games that we haven't looked at today?
Please.
Let's
Where
check
would you
with
like
Gukesh.
to guide us? We'll go over to Challenger. Gukesh.
Anish
Gukesh
came
D,
well,
I think.
Came in well prepared because he also has, after 16 moves, more time than what he started with.
Okay, this was another one of
Lopez?
these anti-martial games with D3, and this one, no H3s, no rook E1s, none of that stuff. Just, you're not playing D5. Knight C3 on the board. D6, A3, an invitation to dance with bishop G4. Nope. H6, H3. Well, this is, Peter, this is, the play has been so cautious out of the opening. I mean, it doesn't suit my
I feel somewhat qualified to speak to this because this position, although you normally see it via a slightly different move order, you normally get it after black plays D6 on move 7, A3, because knight A5. Once the pawn appears on D6 and E5 is protected, knight A5 is a very serious positional threat. This bishop is very important. So A3 castles knight C3 is the main position of the 6D3 line in some ways. I recorded a video series on this entire thing some 10 years ago. Obviously,
I'm so happy I handed off
it's outdated. My knowledge on this is somewhat outdated, but there are some very forcing ideas here as to how to deal with this for black. Bishop G4, as you said, Bishop E3, and then, for instance, Knight G4. Yes. There have been players who defended this very, very successfully, both Knight G7 and even Knight takes D5. But it's not to everybody's taste because you do have to hold some passive-looking positions by creating a lot of counterplay on the queen side and hoping that F4, E5 doesn't kill you on the other side of the board somehow. But by far the main move here is, of course, Knight A5, Bishop A2. And here it seems logical to play C7, C5.
Right.
But the main move is Bishop A6.
After including Knight
You
A5.
include Knight A5, Bishop A2, and you play Bishop A6 here, and I'm sure you start to recognize this, right? You've seen this. You've seen this hundreds of, maybe not hundreds of times. But this is a very, very topical position, which has been analyzed kind of into dust and appears to be a draw. Not even equality, but in many cases just a forced draw, because it does get sharp if white starts asking concrete questions. Via the other move order, if you start with D6, I personally always preferred this move order for black. This is what I played a bunch of times. Preferring to include C5 over the castles.
Right.
But the way Gukesh did this after A3, E5 is still hanging, so you don't really have that option. But you absolutely still had the option of playing Knight A5, Bishop B6, or Knight A5, C5. What he's doing, I think I would call it a Magnus approach to this line. Because Magnus, and we spoke about this earlier when we were talking about, I think, Nodirbek in one of the games, going for a similar setup. This is how Magnus generally treats all the anti-martial. He has basically two very separate strains of approach. I don't know if approach can have strains, unclear. Either he just immediately gives up a pawn in the center for, let's say, 2 bishops and compensation, or he does this, where he will play h6, often rook b8, even unprovoked here. As you can see, a4 hasn't even been played. I think the idea of rook b8 is to be able eventually, after knight d5, bishop d5, to move the knight away from c6, because there is no pin anymore. And white will more or less always end up playing knight d5 in this structure. This is why you played knight c3. And then you play rook e8, bishop f8, and you just claim it will look a bit passive, but this is a very, very sound structure. We have no weaknesses. We will eventually get our pieces to better squares, and we get to play a game of chess. And this is what we're watching today. Bishop e3, rook e8, knight d5, bishop f8, c2, c4, a move which might look a bit unusual, but the move I actually quite like in this structure is because it makes it less comfortable for black to play to take on d5, because obviously this is a much better structure than taking with the bishop. It gives us the c file. It creates this weakness on c7, so black doesn't really do that anymore. Black played bishop d7, queen d2, bc4, bishop takes c4, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight e7, and bishop c4. And in this position, first of all, a6 is hanging. As we will see in a moment, black appears to not care about that one bit, which is interesting in itself. But if we speak in more schematic terms, it's a bit of a weakness. White probably wants to put this pawn on b4 to prevent black from, let's say, playing c5, knight c6, and assuming control in the center. White often also wants to continue pushing in the center. If you can get d3, d4 in, I think you're quite happy with white. And in more general terms, this bishop is currently more active than this bishop. The bishop on c4 is a beautiful, beautiful piece. Black has some weaknesses on the queen side. It's another one of those positions where it feels like if you just autopilot for another 5 moves, white probably has a pleasant advantage. And here comes computer analysis.
c6.
Top line on my screen, and honestly with the timings, Anish hasn't really started thinking yet, and even for Gukesh, I don't think this is a move you make if you don't know.
Right.
The point being, if white takes on a6,
D5?
you can even play d5. I'm kind of wondering why not, but yeah. And now we can just make this draw, apparently. It's just very, very straightforward. No white piece can come to the rescue of the bishop on a6, so we just do this forever. c6 is a massively important detail here, because obviously if black gets to play d6, d5, many of the things, the virtues I was extolling of white's position, the unopposed bishop on c4, the weakness on a6, they will no longer be relevant because it will probably have to go back. And it will also be staring into the c6, d5 structure.
Can I take the pawn on a6 and after d5, let's not take the second one and find a way to retreat the bishop?
Right.
Maybe
Well, the way to give some squares to this bishop is to do this.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But then
Yes.
black goes bishop a4, and this is just very good positional compensation. Let's say bishop e2, we go f6, knight, oops, not f5. f6, knight g4, for instance, knight g6. And the point is black wants to play something like bishop d6 followed by f6, f5. And this will start crashing down on white's head. Whereas this bishop on a4 makes sure that for now, yes, you can play b4, but this is as far as they go. If white could immediately get the a pawn to a6, probably your attack in the center wouldn't be fast enough, but it's still on a3, and it will stay on a3 for a while. And the counterplay in the center appears to be quite fast.
bishop a4 seems like such an unnatural move.
Well, I mean, you don't want to allow
something,
we're basically just avoiding the trade,
Right.
and it's the best square because if you put it
Bishop
here,
e6,
I will play a4
start-
bishop e5. Yes.
A4 bishop, okay,
Yeah.
makes sense.
So.
Wow, thank you for tremendous insight. Seriously, Peter, I think we're going to make a course out of the show. It is going to be, the St. Louis Chess Club presents a masterclass in the openings. How are these two players doing, Nasi, on the leaderboards?
As we know, Gukesh has drawn every single game.
It's been that tough, but it's for Anish, it's been worse.
-2
Yeah, he's lost 2 games. Maybe he should have won 1, maybe even
against
2
Nodirbek, right?
on his path. Here, but for Gukesh, again, you talk about the fight for third. He's very, very much in the mix. But this move,
Also just
c7,
for
c6.
Self-confidence before the World Championship match, right? You want to win some classical games.
Absolutely. And again, bishop takes a6. That was remarkable. A moment ago, you were capturing a pawn. You weren't worried about bishop a4 blockading the pawn. You were just so happy to have the pawn in your pocket, not worried about the blockade. There are other games that maybe we haven't seen.
Yes, let's check. Wesley against MVL.
Okay.
One more. And
Please.
yeah, this is very interesting because I felt a great deal of chagrin, in particular because it happened sort of against us when in Toronto, Prague played Hikaru in, I think, round of, what's wrong with me? Many things. The answer to that question is many things. We wanted to avoid something in QGA proper, so we began with knight f3, and were immediately met with knight f6, c4, c5.
Right.
And the reason I was so irked about this is that this is my preparation for one of the candidates of the previous decade. I know this is playable for black, and yet somehow we just completely failed to discuss it with Prague prior to the game. I would have at least told him something about this position. He still should not have lost it, and he lost it through just continuing to play for a win because tournament situation demanded that he plays as riskily as possible. But I'm absolutely well aware that this is playable, and now, you know, I only got to play it maybe once or twice in the period between 2013 and 2015. And this is now very, very mainstream. Hikaru keeps on doing it. Hikaru even did the thing which you're really not supposed to do, which is d4, d5, c4, c5, cd5, knight f6. This move order is not supposed to be playable, but I think he's already done it 2 or 3 times with perfect results. So yeah, there's no limit to what you can do these days. Anyway, c4, c5 on move 3, cd5, cd5, cd4, queen d4, queen d5. I also have very painful memories of this position because this is a position from game 4 from my match in Baku against Sergei Karyakin, where I needed to make 1 draw out of 2 games. And by that point, I already did not make a draw with white in game 3, and this is game 4. And somewhat ridiculously, our preparation was bishop d7, knight db5, king d8, which I still believe holds. But there's absolutely no reason to do that because you can play a6 instead, and then just play e7, e5 next move. And this is, I think, what happened in a game between Prague and Hikaru. Prague played, I think, g3, e5, knight b3, and Hikaru equalized quite comfortably. Today, Wesley produced what is, I guess, an attempt of an improvement, bishop g5, e5. Another move, bishop takes f6, which looks logical, but the engine does not like at all. Gf6, knight c2, we would like to play knight d5. Black says, not right now, thank you. G3, knight c6, bishop g2, and long castles. And, well, black is completely fine. The question is, can we already be a bit better? Despite the ruined structure, we have honestly overtaken white in terms of advantage.
Development?
Yeah, just development, sorry. Yeah, we probably want to play f5, maybe even bishop g7 and e4 if nothing happens in the center. We currently occupy the d file. I assume none of these things are really that critical, but honestly, some position like bishop b7, if you go knight d5, it will go to c5, then I will play king b8, start looking at some h5, h4 ideas. The same applies to bishop d5 and let's say, for now, h7, h5.
We do have
it's just
castles.
Easier to play, I think, than black.
We do have castles on the board, by the way. So
Yeah, castles. f5 seems logical. You can also include rook d2, but rook d2, rook ac1 does not appear to be doing very much. You can go bishop b7, rook fd1, rook hd8. Still totally fine for black, but the rook will get pushed out. King f1, king e1. Still, it's a very, very nice result out of the opening for black. You're not really struggling in any way, shape, or form. But if you want to play for a win, I guess you start with f5 and you try in those positions.
Thank you, Peter. I agree. Nazi, I mean, what are you trying to achieve out of the opening? Your fair share of the center. You want to control your fair share of the center. You want effective development, and you want a safe king. You take a look. Black has his fair share of the center. We define the center as c3 to f3 to f6, back to c6. Safe king. Black actually has the 2 bishops, damage pawn structure, but I mean, we're very, very happy out of the opening. Rook d2, like you say, the advantage may have already been transformed over to a black side. But before we get too deeply into the round, let's check in with Ben Underwood, our local statistician, who's going to tell us all about the probabilities for round 8, Nazi.
Nepo seems to be the favorite against Firouzja, probably because he's +2.
Probably in white
and
as
he
well.
has the white pieces.
Exactly.
Wesley also.
Wow, almost a
Huge
2-1 advantage over MBL. I didn't expect that at all.
Bobby's favorite against Prague, even though he's playing with black, probably because of the last candidate's win with the black pieces.
Right. Winning on demand with black is almost impossible, never easy.
Giri Gukesh, I think Giri won 2 games against Gukesh in white and say.
Yep.
So he's slight favorite. And then Ding Abdusattorov.
They haven't played each other
Most
very
balanced
much. Yeah,
of all of the
Yeah, I was trying
of all
to
the
think
matches.
if they have faced each other in classical game before.
They played, I think, maybe 5 games. I think they were all drawn.
All drawn. Let's jump to the world champion, Ding Liren, and he, as you mentioned at the top of the show, hoping to bounce back. When we left it in a position where basically
This
Peter
is going
had
to be very unpleasant.
warning us of the dangers that the bishop on g7 could end up being a spectator, just like you never play a role. Peter, jump in because I don't think you like what Nodirbek has done.
Not particularly, and also very good awareness here by Ding, because I, as a kind of a still in my heart of hearts, a kind of a romantic player, I was looking at some ideas to maybe I should find a way to give up on b2 here, play h5 and do something. Ding, though, returns us very much to what I was talking about earlier. This is a very good exchange slab, even to such a degree that you can afford to break up your own structure, just safe in the knowledge that you have far superior minor pieces. And the game continued knight c6, knight f3, bishop d7, knight e5, very nicely timed, because black, I think, badly wants to take on e5 here, but d5 followed by knight takes d5 just costs you material.
Discouraging.
e7, e6, and now I think an important point. If you allow knight takes e5 here, black could be close to equality, but this is a very strong move,
Yeah.
And this is a very, very attractive square for this piece. Ideas of b4, b5 could be quite painful, but also
g4, g5.
with pawns on e6 and g6, if we get the pawn to g5, we assume basically total control everywhere. We have a very good structure on the king side for the future. We have an advantage on the queen side. We have the better light pieces. This bishop is better than this bishop because, as we keep on describing, if you have this structure e3, d4 against e6, d5, this generally is stronger than this. And weirdly, somehow both of our bishops are better than their counterparts, which shouldn't really be the case. Like if this is a symmetrical structure, then light square bishops should be better for one side and dark square bishop should be better for the other. But no, both of ours are preferable.
Right.
This one is, very much banging its head against the e3, d4 wall, whereas ours is roaming free. It's for a symmetrical structure, equal material position. It's a massive advantage. It's close to +1 on my screen.
So since queens already came off, will white still attack with g4, h5, or?
No, I think you can go h5, h6 or g4, h5, but I think mainly you want to... What is being achieved by playing, let's say, g4, knight e8, g5 is not an attack, even though later you could definitely consider going h5, trading, doubling on the h file. What is being achieved is we have fixed these two guys for the endgames. We've completely removed any hope of, let's say, at any point in the game playing f6 and d5. Black will have no pawn breaks, and we have absolute freedom to play everywhere. It's not really an idea to launch an assault on the h file. It's just that structurally, it's very, very useful to have a pawn on g5, which contains the entire king side.
Yeah, the positional grip, if you will. I can't emphasize what Peter has said enough. In this exact position that you have, a knight trade would be very much appreciated. This capture would be very much appreciated from the sense that...
This instantly gives pretty much everything away.
Exactly. And conversely, what I really like about this move, and trust me when I say reminiscent of many of my games, I love not necessarily playing g4, g5, stopping f6, e5, so much as I loved playing b4, b5, and basically whomping on the a7 pawn. I just won without effort. you go b4, b5, the knight goes to
King d2, rook a2, rook h1, rook takes a7. And it seems like we're only making moves for white, but black will not have a lot to say about it.
Exactly. I just signed my score sheets. Usually my opponent obliged as well by throwing in b6 because the fear of knight c5 was so great that it induced b6, which helped me post my rook up to a6. So knight d3 and
already played. And rook f8 is the response from
Nodirbek. And Nodirbek has to be aware that something could easily it could just be gone. Now b4. Let's just take a look at this. Bishop f8, b5,
knight b4. Yeah, I think we probably want to avoid this.
Is this king d2? Is this
knight d4 maybe?
Knight e4?
But just even in more general terms, we would like to make it harder for black to get pieces off the board. And it looks like we spend 2 tempi just inviting black to get the knight on c6 traded for something.
So do we like g4, g5? How would you go about increasing your
What's
grip?
the response to knight c5 is my first question. It's probably knight d8, right?
Okay.
Maybe we include this and go from there. I do like g4, g5, but we've already discussed g4, g5, so I'm looking at other possibilities.
It likes knight c5?
I'm worried I'm blundering some tactics in the center.
b4?
It goes knight b4, king d2, bishop c6, and says this is now an annoying knight because we can't really... The fact that rook a4 is not available allows black a certain degree of freedom. So maybe if we want to do this, we postpone it for a bit. The engine is also kind of fond of the idea of playing knight b5, which, forces maybe is strong, but very much provokes knight e8, and now we can play b3, b4. Because if bishop f8, we do have knight c5 here, and this starts looking... Well, if e5, g5, bishop f5, which is what the engine suggests, works out, maybe black makes a draw. But if this didn't exist, this could be...
curtains.
Very, very bad for black, yeah.
The strategic.
But I think the variations we're showing, they do give a bit of a hint as to how black is supposed to approach this. Your one plan here is bishop f8, knight b4. You don't really have anything else.
Right.
So you're laser focused at trying to achieve that and trying to at least get some pieces off the board, which will help you breathe a little.
Exactly. All right, thank you.
G4 played, by the way. Ding is
G4.
in agreement on that topic.
He's playing really fast today.
Well, yesterday I think it was just scorched by the time trouble that he got in against Alireza, and he really didn't play well in those moments that he was being tested in time trouble. G2, G4 on the board. What were you about to say, Messi?
I was going to say, let's go back to the tournament leaders game.
Let's go back to the tournament. I've got a great idea. How is Alireza and Nepo doing? Because that was an exchange sacrifice and a very exciting game when we left it. Sadly, a lot of it is preparation. Queen d4, rook d8, not even bishop c5. Look at that.
Knight f4. Now it's important not to play bishop b4 in one move because queen takes a7 is pretty strong. But you can play it in 2 moves, which is what he does.
Queen takes a bishop c.
And then he takes the exchange back.
And now the material balance has been restored.
But there's a pawn on e3.
Yeah. If it was on f2, this would have been a bit, maybe not even a bit, maybe massively better for white even.
Right.
Because the bishop on h5 is also going to get traded for a knight.
Yes.
If white wants. Which white probably does want, because you don't want it landing on e4. That would be a massive improvement for black if it went to g6 and wasn't taken.
Exactly.
The pawn on e3 isn't black slightly better?
I don't know. My first impression is that this is a much
I think it's probably fairly balanced.
But isn't the pawn on e3 a much greater weakness than the pawn on c7? Like, for example, suppose I just play a stupid move, c6, intending things like bishop g6, knight d5.
Let's go b3 for
b3.
Same random reasons.
For same random reasons.
I think if we could keep our bishop, move it from h5 to f5, then we're good.
Then you would prefer black, but
right.
That's just not happening.
Just not happening.
And also we have to remark that bishop g6 is a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The engine suggests it's playable even in the current position. You can go bishop g6, white takes twice using the pin on the f7 pawn. Black goes rook d2 and says, I have enough compensation for the one meager pawn I just gave up.
No queen before
F7 is
tactics for
hanging,
you.
yeah.
F7 is hanging.
But after rook d2, black is very active. In fact, saving the pawn on b2 might be... I really, really don't want to play queen b1. So,
feels like something is going to go wrong.
Yeah.
But Peter started our show with a couple of what ifs. If Alireza did the following, he clinches.
If Alireza wins today and Fabi doesn't win, he wins the tournament today. If Firouzja draws and Fabi loses, he also wins the tournament today.
Two very good variations. Which one should we prefer? I'll go with A. I'd like to win. As he is in this position, I think, what always I say there holds true about the opening phase is over. Black has his fair share of the center. His king is safe. He has effective square first pieces. Let's say I'm a pawn grubber and I don't like losing pawns. Imagine I go king
But
f8.
you actually gave me the other one.
You're giving h7, right?
No, no.
That one actually might matter.
That one, that could actually hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but that could hurt a whoa.
You still have queen e5.
I do have queen.
You still have queen e5. You might not even be in a lot of trouble.
I stopped myself because I saw queen b4 as well. And that's an ironic thing. I mean, I didn't intend
Rook
to do
f1,
F1,
though. Yeah,
yeah.
Rook f1, queen takes h5.
Rook f1, queen takes c4, and queen takes h5, and that's fine.
Probably check first.
No, yeah, I didn't mean to blunder the pawn.
Go the other way, maybe.
Guess what? I've seen the top players playing king h8 for no reason. Just like we saw Alireza play king h1
yesterday.
for no reason. Let's try king h8.
Take. No, there's no rush to take.
No rush to take.
I want to play e4 at the right moment. I can't yet. There's always queen c5. That's unpleasant.
Queen c5 is a check. That's a little
Yeah, if we could get it over to e5, we'd be much happier. But I'm also struggling to get it done comfortably.
I love it. I stumped you both. I think that's a first. After eight rounds of tournament competition, I finally stumped the panel. It took me a while, but that was a tough one. King h8
It
was so bad it caused you to think about it. We've reached that stage in our show where we like to check in on our friends at Q Boutique and ask them for specials. We're looking for a 5% discount for friends and family. Well, here it is, commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all of your work needs. All of your chess shopping needs are available at qboutiquestl.com.
And as we go on break, we have an interview with Alireza Firouzja. So take a listen and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to Sinquefield Cup, Alireza. It's the third one already. How do you feel about the previous ones and the results there you showed?
Yeah, the Sinquefield Cup is a very special event because last two times we played 8 players, I think. Yeah, hopefully this year everything goes smoothly and we don't get very special event. But yeah, I think it's a very good tournament to challenge yourself because all the best chess players in the world are here. And they are trying their best to win it, so it's always the most prestigious event to my eyes.
You managed to win the first one. Do you remember about something special, what was happening in the first event, second event?
Yeah, the first event was evolved around the controversy, of course, but yeah, still the chess, we had to focus the other players, so it was very important. And I played very good in that tournament. I managed to win. And second event was I had a decent start, but I couldn't focus so much because there was this candidates race and we had to be careful about our ratings and everything. So now I think it's the second time I could really focus on just winning this tournament.
Yeah, that's very important. So what, let's say, your goals in this event What are you looking forward?
Yeah, I think I have to try my best. I'm looking forward to win it, of course. It's my motivation, but yeah, it's not hard. It's not easy to achieve.
Absolutely, but still, you came so close in Romania. You were tied for the first place. You could win the tournament by yourself. What did happen, let's say, in Romania? Can you tell a little bit about it, and which kind of lessons did you learn at this moment?
Yeah, it's a big difference, the time control, I think, because some players really could struggle because of after 40 moves, you have to still finish the game. And that was maybe the problem I had against Prague, because I didn't get extra time and I had to finish the winning position, but he managed to defend very well. So it was not easy, but yeah, I mean, mostly this time control is to my advantage because it's faster, of course, but yeah, it sometimes could backfire also.
Just to change a little bit the focus, I know that you live in France and the Olympic Games were happening there. Today I think is the last day, and I was just wondering if you took the advantage. Did you visit some events? Were you following Olympic Games closely?
Yeah, I managed to catch up some of the events. It was very cool atmosphere. I managed to catch a volleyball game and it was a very interesting atmosphere, and I think it was brilliantly managed by the city and everybody was very happy.
Oh, that's great, but didn't you feel a little bit sorry that chess is not a part of Olympic Games?
Yeah.
Do you feel that one day maybe it will be changed?
Yeah, it felt very pity because there was a big chance we had one extra medal for France, me and Maxime. It was very unfortunate, but yeah, hopefully one day it could go in the Olympics because there are many other sports that are, maybe chess is more well deserving. I don't know, but it could compete at least against them. So I don't know what is exactly the qualifying measures, but yeah, hopefully one day it could go there.
Yeah, we all hope so. And I also wanted to ask you, your girlfriend, she's a professional volleyball player and often she accompanies you during the tournament. And how does having someone with such a similar competitive, let's say, mindset, sportive mindset helps you during the tournament? Like, does she help you to share, to help in some difficult situations, to cope with stress and in this kind of situations?
Yeah, of course, she's playing in a very high level like me, so there are many similar things that could be beneficial for both of us to talk about after a loss and these kind of things. So yeah, I think I learned a lot from her, and hopefully she learned some things from me, but this you have to ask her. But yeah, it's a very good competitive mood also. And
I was also thinking, would you ever try your hand on the chess boxing? Or what do you think, which kind of sport could be combined with chess in a similar way? Have you ever thought about it?
No, chess boxing, I'm not a big fan of getting punched in the face, so this no, but maybe some chess with tennis was interesting. Maybe this could be better try, but yeah, not biggest fan of getting punched.
Yeah, maybe one day. Thank you so much. Now we're looking forward to the start of Sinquefield Cup. All the best of luck for Alireza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 8, but we already have one result. So let's take a look at our standings. It was a draw between Gukesh and Anish Giri.
And that exact variation, Nasi, that Peter was showing us, the bishop on a6, got its hand caught in the cookie jar, and it was a repetition.
The rest of the players are still fighting hard in their own games.
Yes, they are.
And we have a special guest with us in the studio, curator from the World Chess Hall of Fame, Shannon Bailey.
Hi,
welcome
thank
to
you
the
for
show.
having me.
Shannon, you're a favorite guest of ours because we just love learning about the World Chess Hall of Fame. You guys do the coolest things.
I love talking about the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Well, glad you're here to do precisely that.
Yeah.
Tell us about the current exhibition at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I curated a show, Donna Dodson, Match of the Matriarchs, and that is actually closing on September 15th. So if you haven't seen it,
come in now.
Come in now. It is a fantastic exhibition. What you're looking at now are these giant chess pieces. They're all female pieces, and they are kind of like different kinds of marine life battling underwater. Donna is from the Massachusetts area. That's where she currently is, and she was inspired by the ship carvings on the prows of the ships, like the big like mermaids, and usually sometimes like the captain's wives. So she kind of envisioned what would it look like if you took those off. And you know, chess being a game of war, she needed something fighting each other, and she was really inspired by like the giant squids fighting the whales underwater. So that's that representation. Plus she added 8 of these other sculptures that represent strong female leaders or women, fictional and real. And that's part of her Amazon series. We have a really cool 3D printed chess set. And I also pulled out some really cool marine inspired chess sets from our permanent collection and some on loan from Chess Collectors International to kind of show the the breadth of chess sets.
Absolutely. I kind of saw that in the sailing boats and the
We had some scrimshaw, learning all about that.
Wow. And you've got another exhibition coming up in October.
October 4th is called Crown Jewels, and that's
Yeah.
going to be curated by Nicole Tesmer, who's our registrar. And that is looking at some really significant chess sets from our permanent collection. We have over 1,200 chess sets in our permanent collection.
Wow.
And sometimes you just don't know how to fit some of them into different exhibits. So sometimes it's just really fun to go in there and say, let's just look at some of the beautiful ones.
Exactly.
So we're excited to have that opening up in October.
Crown Jewels.
Crown Jewels.
Sounds like royalty. I've actually seen chess sets from the czars in Tsarina. So when you talk about crown jewels, are you talking about precious metals, precious stones?
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Really kind of, well, we love having our chess pun titles.
Right.
So, kind of linking it to royalty, the kings and the queens.
Of course.
But we're really excited about that.
What has been your personal favorite exhibition that you've curated?
There's so many. I love the Keith Haring show that we did a couple of years ago. I loved the Not Particularly Beautiful. No, that was Jen's piece in our show about chess and beauty, a beautiful game. And that we kind of looked at like how the Brilliancy Prize, but we also looked at like how chess was in, makeup and different kinds of clothing and fashion, and how it was used in print ads to show beautiful ideas and beautiful companies.
Come on, not the makeup. Come on, it's absolutely clear. Burning candles was the
Burning
best.
Boards. I know that really.
That was just so good.
Glenn Kino. We really do need to redo that.
Oh, I mean, everybody who was there that night, including Magnus, who was sitting next to me.
You played my husband.
Yes, I did. It was
We
a
need
blast.
to do
It
that
was
again for another big
wonderful.
anniversary, which we were actually talking about today, getting ready for the Chess Club's 20th anniversary, which is only in 3.5 years, but we want to do another big exhibition for
Wow,
that.
20th anniversary.
That's very
I was there
exciting.
the opening.
So was I.
I mean, like, what? Really? 20th? Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
I know, crazy.
I have to say, a recent experience I had, well, not just me, everybody who was there, was World Chess Hall of Fame hosted its musical night.
Yes.
And Annie Levon's wife, Annie Aronian, sang.
She's
and her
incredible.
performance was just, I was there in the room. You can see it. In fact, it's great on YouTube. When you miss anything, you can go onto
Yes,
YouTube
we
and
have
see.
a wonderful presence
Those-
on social media.
Yes,
and
you
YouTube.
do. But that
So
link,
thank you for providing that link.
no, it was great.
I watched it. It was amazing.
But it was,
So good.
but it was. I mean, a digital recording compared to being there in person, it was two different experiences. She has a really powerful voice, and
She was so great.
talk to the musical series for a moment,
Well-
because that has really developed.
Well, the one thing that we love about the World Chess Hall of Fame is you don't have to be a great chess player to go there and learn or be inspired. And so it's really kind of like a cultural salon. We do our shows, we're like the FIDE shows up right now, celebrating 100 years of the World Chess Federation. That exhibition actually kind of focuses on the world champions, both male and female, because there's so much to talk about, the 100 years of that organization. So you can get something like that, and you can look at something like Donna's show, which is very artistic.
Right.
But we also celebrate music in every kind of way. We did a music show last year about music history, and then we always have our music series. So we've got at least 2 concerts a month, sometimes 3, because this summer we did them in pop-up parks where we have chess tables in and around St. Louis, and that was really great. A lot of regional artists celebrating the rich history and diverse musical history in St. Louis, and it's really great to work with these great local artists and musicians. And so we always have almost standing room only for these concerts, and it's great because we have now gotten people playing chess or coming to our art shows or our chess shows who just came because they liked the music series. So we're kind of growing our audience that way too.
It's amazing.
By coincidence today, Fabi was coming into the building, and we were showing him, and he has to walk through the march, and you can see the scale.
Yes, they are quite big. Yeah. And that chess set is meant to be played with. So the pieces are, they're screwed onto those pedestals, and then there's felt tips on them.
So it's not very heavy?
They're a little cumbersome. I don't know if I want like a toddler going in there kind of pushing them around, but they are meant to be played with. You know, Donna really liked that idea of kind of taking it out of that bird's eye view and becoming part of the game.
Right. When you know, everything you just said there about the cultural salon was so on point. One of the exhibits that was so cool, and I watched it unfold, is you invited some street graffiti artists to come in. You said, here's your canvas.
Yeah, we've done that
Go
twice.
for it.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely brilliant what they came up with. And they were very street artists. The one I'm thinking of came from Chicago.
Oh, great. Yes, yes. And that was for a couple years ago, we looked at the intersection of chess and hip hop.
Yeah.
And so we did a lot of
hip hop.
A graffiti and looking at, we had different artists come in and do their own representation of each of the pieces. And then we kept those. We put plywood on the wall, and we've actually donated a couple of those to local schools.
Oh, cool. Shannon, thank you for coming on and
for
sharing
having me
everything. Yes,
Great.
absolutely. Oh my gosh. And tomorrow, everybody, we wanted to give you a warning. We're starting early. Round 9 is 2 hours early. So set your alarm clocks. I don't know where you're living.
Indeed, and the reason for it is because we may have playoffs.
We may indeed have
And
playoffs.
if playoffs happen, that would be on the same day, and that's why the early start.
And why? How could we have a playoff?
Well, it's very unlikely, but if Alireza loses and Fabi wins, and then tomorrow they finish with the same points, we could have playoffs.
Is there any chance that it could be like a 3-way playoff or something of that?
So.
No,
That would be...
you worked out all the maths.
I think Ben has to work it out.
Probabilities. I heard a 99.9% on the GCT tour, but not necessarily a playoff for tomorrow. As we're picking up the action, and we're going to turn it over to you, Peter. We were busy, enchanted.
Where would you like?
I want you to take us where the action is. Where's the action? It's on you.
So hard to pick. Somewhat surprised with where MVL went with the position we were discussing, because he appears to have decided he needs to equalize on the spot in a position in which he is maybe slightly better. Which is honestly not an unheard of thing to do when you're playing a very strong player with the black pieces. Because your brain kind of refuses to tell you you're better by move 13. You normally aren't.
Exactly.
So you're very used to this idea of, you know, seeing a forced way to more or less get stuff off the board and being happy with it. But now black clearly is not going to be better anymore.
No.
There is no play for a win. You will have to allow this trade. He's played bishop g7. Eventually, white, I guess, takes on a6 because d4, d3. Like you can't avoid this forever. If you could immediately park it on d3, you would, but it takes 3 moves, and in the meantime, black will play d4, d3, take on b2, and you will regret it. So the assumption is something like this will happen, that white eventually will have to take on a6, and the position does become very, very level. I expect this to be a peaceful game. So the streak continues. We really need to check with MVL at how high it is. I think you keep on saying like 23, but I think it's around
25, 26.
I think it's around 27 now. Yeah,
Actually,
high.
I saw the interview yesterday. Anastasiya interviewed MVL, and he said, "I finally broke one record that Magnus hasn't broken." The draw streak record.
Yeah. Elsewhere, this is still being played out. Alireza, I think, took some time and played queen e7, e5 here, which is a perfectly serviceable move. The only move seemingly that asks any questions at all is this move queen c2, b3, trying to get the queen, I guess, away from e5 by creating the idea of knight h5 and putting pressure on f7. Still feels like this is as close to equality as they get, but maybe queen e5 wasn't the most precise move. The engine did like rook d7, I guess, once again reinforcing the idea of protecting f7 for the future, and also the move c7, c5, just I think on general grounds, just gaining some space, moving it down the board. It also actually quite likes this sacrifice that we were mentioning earlier, just giving white this pawn and playing rook d2 and saying we're now completely fine. But queen e5 is not a crime, of course. It's a perfectly reasonable move.
Speaking of not a crime, was king h8 a crime according to the engine? That was the one that stumped you both. I mean, Nazi just...
takes queen f2. And now, I guess the point being that if you go knight f6, e3, e4 is kind of annoying because a7 is hanging and f7 is hanging if you take.
Queen take on e4?
Yeah, it goes queen f5. it becomes very concrete. It seems like this is still a draw after rook d4, bishop d5, and g6. Rook takes e4, gf5, rook takes e7, rook takes d5, rook takes e7, and you're just in time to play rook a5. And you probably hold. But it starts getting into this territory where you will have to make a bunch of potentially only moves. So king h8 was maybe not the most precise, but still, this looks like we haven't really left the margins. We should be holding this with black. Briefly into our Grunfeld / exchange Slav.
Whoa.
G4, G5 was played. Knight H5 is by far the best move, by the way. If you play Knight E8, H5, the engine absolutely hates this. If you continue with the plan, I checked this briefly. This is now kind of borderline lost.
Losing.
Yeah, because
Bishop
HG.
E5.
Yeah, the bishop comes to E5. You start getting mated in the H file. This is very, very bad. Knight H5 at least stops that, and also gives you the two bishops, which aren't really playing very much, but you do have them.
But it looks so ugly.
It looks very ugly, but the rest is maybe worse. And this is the current position. Black can continue trying to chase this knight around, but the engine suggests you can even do this, basing it on the fact that there is bishop d6 there in the end, very importantly. I would be a bit reluctant with white to do this to my structure because, you know, I would be maybe worried that black can play knight c6 and push e6, e5. But I guess with, you know, just how much the king side has been broken up, it's just not going to be an easy position to hold for black.
So in the current position, if Dink just manages to reroute the knight to attack h5, he just wins that pawn, right?
Yeah, this is a massive threat, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Currently, this is sort of what the position revolves around, a6, knight e2, black plays something like bishop e7, I guess with the intention of meeting knight g3 with f6, which doesn't solve all your problems, but at least you haven't lost this one for free. It's still quite unpleasant.
It does open up g5.
But instead of knight g3, you can start by playing, let's say, rook c3. This is a very useful move because we want to fight for the c file, and we also want to invite black to improve our structure quite dramatically, and this is once again very, very poor. There is a lot of very unpleasant struggling, I think, for Nodirbek ahead in this game. And in the game between Pragg and Fabi, Fabi just instantly played knight d4 here. We were talking about this position. I kind of automatically played a7, a5 here with black. I don't know why I didn't consider the move knight d4, because you generally pretty much always want to make it as soon as possible. The structure changes quite nice for black. e2 is currently hanging, so rook f1 is logical. You would like to play both a5 and c6 here, but I guess a5, queen a4 might become a bit awkward because your pawns start to hang, and also after queen f6 we're just in time with b2, b4, and this is a typical way to lose some material on the queen side for black. So I played c6, Pragg played b4, bishop b6, queen b2. And now you can play bishop b5, but you can also play rook a d8, which is maybe a useful little move here for black, using the fact, of course, that queen takes d4, bishop takes g3 is... Yes, you're losing the ace.
Peter, any other audience, he would not mention the queen takes
No, I mean, it's relevant. It's relevant, and we're not really getting mated just yet. But still, this is not a very comfortable pawn to win, because black will also now switch to, creating issues for white on the queen side. I don't expect Pragg to actually go for this.
No.
You could consider playing e3. It breaks apart your structure, but it at least makes some of your pieces play. But this, once again, looks very, very safe for black. You do have the move bishop d4. And if queen g5 didn't exist, this would actually maybe do something. But queen g5 absolutely does exist, covering the pawn on g7 very, very sufficiently. So yeah, just as it seems is habitual these days, if black chooses this line against the four knights English, it does not seem to lead to any advantage for white.
Thank you, Peter. Feels like a must-win game by Fabi, a must-win game for Pragg. Kind of a bit of a fizzle there. Wesley, so we're seeing a little fizzle. We never really finished the thought, but in fact, what happened between Anish and Gukesh, we were a bit on a break, but Peter did mention that in this position, after the move c7, c6, a very important inclusion, if you do take time out to defend this pawn on a6, is a backward pawn on c7. White would like to play d3, d4. If you go on some kind of autopilot, advantage white, but c7, c6 says,
Prepping d5.
I'm going to prep, and your bishop is no longer fantastic. And so we did see bishop takes, and then knight takes e5, and this is what Peter mentioned.
Draw.
Oops.
3-move repetition.
There's no way to get the bishop. No piece can defend the bishop, and that was how the players played.
Anish probably correctly decided not to go for that risky-ish position with e5, c5, d4 instead of knight takes e5.
Which was, still, I wanted to say a 3-result game.
Absolutely.
I didn't
Absolutely.
d4, e4, knight
I mean, we
e5.
are up a pawn, and our
Bishop A4.
pawns are two connected passers on the queen side. If we manage to contain the initiative that is about to come in the center and on the king side, we will be very happy long term.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is a question that many people ask themselves when you're having a very
confidence.
Anish is not having a nice tournament. Let's.
Full stop.
Yeah, he's on -2. He's not really having a good tournament at all. And you can approach this in two ways. You can welcome any chance to play a fighting position where you might win a game, or you can say, honestly, 2 rounds to go, let's just get through them somehow, go home, recuperate, prepare for the next event. Yeah. And this seems to be a decision very much in the second mold, right?
Right.
Because obviously knight takes e5. If we go to that, e5, c5, d4. This is a very, very interesting, messy position. Which I think, if he was doing well in the tournament, I think he would welcome the opportunity to play this, because he is a very strong player who I think enjoys sharp positions as well. But guess not in this event.
Exactly, and that was how they made the draw. And where would you like to guide us, Nazi?
Let's go back to Nepo Firouzja's game.
All right, that was a marquee matchup, as Nepo needs a win, obviously, for the big fight for third place, get himself back in the tournament. Alireza, I mean, he's just having, once again, the time of his life. +3, undefeated, leader of the tournament, almost a certainty to win the Grand Chess Tour and pick up $100,000 in bonus money as the Grand Chess Tour champ. A balanced position in the move Queen e5 was
It's an active move, but after Queen b3, he has to solve the problem of pawn on f7.
The chess engine suggests that c7, c5, just gaining some space, and maybe saying that if you ever land on the 7th rank, yes, you'll be attacking a pawn, but maybe not the c5 pawn. Maybe on a really terrific day, White would like to play a3, b4. So c7, c5 would have been a preventive measure. Nonetheless, Queen e5, posting up and just saying, what are you going to do? Well,
and Jan quickly plays the absolute best move in the position, Queen b3. It seems like we were honestly maligning him a little bit when we suggested that his choice of 4 knights today played with the intention of not playing a game of chess. I think he does want to play a game of chess today, and so far he's been playing quickly but not too quickly, and making very solid decisions on every moment.
We have some probability about.
Oh, Ben's got a graphic about GCT.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Let's have a look.
So this was pre-tournament.
I see a small sliver.
For Wesley and NBL.
And that's rest of field. It's
That's
not even
rest
those
of
two
the
names.
week.
After
It's
round
rest
one.
of field.
Right, because Firouzja beat Fabi in round 1. That was why his winning chance went really high, up.
Yeah.
And it stayed at
want to
80%
see-
for the next few rounds, right?
After round 7, what it's going to be.
Oh, it dropped.
Round 3 dropped a little bit because Fabio won his game.
Gotcha.
Got higher chances, but you can see MVL's at 0.1. After round 5, Firouzja's huge favorite.
Wesley is the last.
After round 6, almost 90%. And 0 for Wesley and NBL. And after round 7, there it is, 99.8.
Boy, that looks like my birthday cake and what I get to keep. That small amount. There you have it, and there he is.
Humble brag there by Yasser.
Yeah.
Yasser is saying, I have many friends.
What Viktor Korchnoi would say, the comrades will assist. There you have it. He's Alireza Firouzja once again, 2022. He was a young man. We didn't know what kind of a talent he was. We always thought he was a big talent. We didn't expect him to come in here and blow away the field in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and then follow up in the Sinquefield Cup, which is exactly what he did 2 years ago, and he's on a repeat performance. He was very impressive in the Rapid and Blitz.
It's one thing to do it once, but to repeat it again 2 years later?
It's very, very hard. Now, it's not to say that his +3 score was fully deserved, because in truth, he'll be the first to tell you that he was in trouble in at least 2 games.
I want to kind of quibble with this.
Yeah?
I think it is one thing to say that he's had bad position, and slightly different to use the word deserved. I always, it makes me a bit squeamish when we talk about deserving anything other than your score in chess. Because there's still no luck involved. You fought, your opponents faltered, and if you faltered earlier in the game, whoever makes the last mistake pays for it. So I think his score is deserved. It definitely could have been a lesser score if people used all of their opportunities, but this is the nature of this field. It's very difficult to win games against these people.
Absolutely.
And Alireza, in both of the games, he was in a lot of trouble. In first against, second one was against Gukesh, and the first one was against Fabi. Fabi was round 3 and 4. He had 2 really.
MVL.
Yeah, MVL and Gukesh. He continued fighting, he continued asking questions, and it's just that I sort of agree with your point, but it's specifically the word deserved that I find kind of questionable.
Squeamish.
Yeah.
By the way, you did a great job talking over all of that B-roll that was going on as the young man. By the way, he's a tall guy too, like yourself, Peter. Even when he was young.
Still needs to acquire my girth.
Hey, look, I mean, you're protecting your territory, be proud, be proud. By the way, we didn't get to the point, Nasi. The point is, Queen B3, Jan's asking a question. How is Firouzja going to answer the question? Because there is an idea, let's say we're going to play a bad move. I'm not saying it's a terrible move, but just
I think the idea is just to take and play e4.
Yeah.
Take and play e4, and we are probably getting e4, e5 in, which is something we badly want. Yeah.
We've got a weakness.
Check here, Queen C5.
King h1.
King h1. And to somehow get in knight h5 at the right moment.
So if you just, I'm not saying it's a great idea, if you kind of allowed this, remember we were talking about a weak pawn on e3? I'm not sure we're talking about a weak pawn anymore.
Or even I could maybe make an argument for something like rook f1 here, and just because we currently cover the g3 square, we could attempt to maybe win the game on the spot by calculating some variations. Queen e5 currently does seem to work, so maybe we're not winning it. But yeah, it's getting close. It's getting very, very nervous.
So there is a question that Jan is asking Alireza. Should he play a move like rook f8, which may not be
Queen e7 maybe,
choice?
but it's very awkward. You hate so much to just kind of admit you made a mistake on the previous move.
I think that's one of the hardest things in chess to do.
Yeah.
It's just say, gosh darn it, that was a really bad idea. Shame on me. And take your move back. We've all had to do it.
Yes, of course.
How do you reconcile yourself to
Well, during the game, you don't have time to worry about it.
You just play the best move.
Think, what was I thinking?
Yeah. Okay, but before we leave this game, I want to go to MVL. But before we leave this game, Peter, do you take your move back? Do you play Queen e7?
I'm struggling to find something that I like better. It's an uncomfortable thought, but f7 is hanging. Rook f8 I hate more, I think, than I hate Queen e7. I really don't like to remove my rook from an open file.
I say he plays Queen e7 as well. Where would you like to take us? I wanted to go...
Let's check Wesley's game against MVL. I think it's more or less...
Well, but that was... Okay, I thought they were going to go to bishops of opposite...
They did.
They did.
But MVL allowed something he absolutely should not have allowed. It's honestly a bit of a mystifying choice there by the Frenchman. Yeah, in this position, just start with rook c8.
doesn't everybody play rook c8 here and go rook c7?
I guess he thought he will put the other one on c8 and it doesn't really matter. But he did allow Wesley to play e2, e4, which is obviously was gleefully seized on by
Actually,
by
that's
Wesley.
very useful.
Yeah.
I
should
saw
still be a draw, but you should not allow
C-
this.
Yeah, a rook c2 sighting. Now, if you do allow me to create a weakness, as you said, gleefully, I will jump at that opportunity.
You played
E2,
rook
e4.
c8. How do you stop black's rook from getting to the second?
I don't think I do. I think I just,
let it.
you know, you got your business, I got my business. My business is here, and if you drop on c2, bishop takes.
Probably
it becomes
rook.
very concrete.
and it could be a could
Becomes
be a
very
raise.
concrete. Interestingly, the engine doesn't appear to be doing that. I think
Rook f7.
what I see on Nazi's screen is rook d2, d3, rook a d1.
Rook a2,
No,
No,
rook
rook
d2,
d2.
rook David 2. Sorry.
d3, rook a d1.
I think this game is about to be over, but we're thinking Ding was better.
I
Is he
thought
repeating?
Ding was.
Yeah, I was
serious
worried
about
about this because
Oh, he
it's
repeated
just
twice. I
the
don't-
way his tournament's been going, and he's done this more than once already in this tournament. If he does it here,
He clocks out. After
yeah, it
half the game.
really is kind of.
Whoa.
You start thinking about the match and his.
But has it happened already
approach.
3 times?
I will need to check. Hang on a second.
I
It
think
feels
yours
like it
just
has.
poisoned.
King d2, knight b4. That's one.
But then
Ah,
other moves
bishop
happened,
e8.
yes.
Then the rook. Okay, so knight c6, knight b4,
That's
knight
one.
c6, knight
Yeah, not
b4.
three
It's only
times
two.
yet, yes.
It's only two.
So if Nodirbek goes knight before
Wait.
back,
Wait.
Ding has a chance to do something else. He can play knight c5.
Yeah, he could play knight c5 there. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
The
not
other-
3 yet.
The other thing I just did want to ask.
Mm-hmm.
So you go knight b4. Let's say I know nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I just put my bishop on a good square. You of course
Yeah,
take
we snap
before
on d3.
before I establish my knight on a good square. King takes. Aren't I happy here, Peter?
Well, you are,
F3,
but I think it's less than it
E4.
used to be. Is the only argument here is that you've given some of it away, because that knight on c6 was not great, and the knight on d3 was doing, I think, a lot of good. But this still needs to be very carefully.
But wait, Nazi's an influencer. She told me that if I could get that knight on c3 to f4,
but you constantly need to watch out.
I could do.
Let's say I play
the
bishop
shimmy.
bishop b4.
Bishop b4.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause you have to watch out for bishop b5 checks everywhere. You can't
F3.
really free up the
F3.
rook
I would-
c6 for now.
Rook c6 for now. e4. Let's go.
And b4 played.
We'll see if Ding chooses to repeat. it
I'm
or not.
dreaming that you will take on e4 and allow.
He's writing
knight
down.
Wow,
that
he
is really not great.
to- He is saying, "I want the
That
draw."
really is not great, guys.
And for Nodirbek, what a gift. He's definitely on the back foot. There's no question. I mean, even in this position, you're still trying to equalize,
Yeah.
Peter. It's not
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
you've
Yeah,
achieved it.
Yeah, 93. Yeah, you can definitely play something like bishop b5. Yeah. No, this is
Shocking that the world
this
champion
is not great.
is not pursuing.
He must
Any
just not
advantages?
be feeling well, because in that position he doesn't even have much risk.
Much risk.
Black's the only
Nazi's being polite there.
the
But
only
there's
piece that crossed the equator was the knight on b4.
no,
It
this
wasn't
is-
even a threat.
Yeah, this is honestly this is a sign of somebody who is still struggling a little bit with confidence issues and just wants to perhaps wrap things up. Maybe yesterday's loss kind of hit him harder than we suspected, but
Right.
we don't really want to speculate on his frame
Sure.
of mind. But we do know that he just accepted a threefold in a position where he was significantly better with precisely zero risk.
Right. By the way, whoa! Bishop g6.
Yeah, a
by
very striking
Alireza.
decision by Alireza, just saying
Just giving up a pawn?
take a pawn with check. It does kind of solve the problem of the f7 pawn by just giving it away. King h7, and now I guess maybe he underestimated this move, because everything else he is fine. you play, let's say, queen c2 and allow knight e4, you're instantly fine with black because rook d2 is a massive threat. The king is still very unsafe. This one is actually kind of okay on h7 now. Evaluation just drops to basically zeros instantly. But queen c3 is quite an annoying thing here for black because this endgame, with the king slightly more active, I think it would be a salvageable endgame.
Yeah,
but here, like, you can very easily imagine the pawn being on e5 2 moves later.
Hello.
And then you start looking kind of
Well, in fact, I'm
sickly
afraid
with
of
black.
e4, e5. Maybe I have
Yes.
to play knight e4?
Yeah, I guess what you do is you plan this here, but then after, let's say, rook f1, knight takes c3, and rook f8, the engine goes. This is not very nice because the bishop against knight on a completely open board is often quite dangerous. White isn't threatening much, but I guess I want to just simply play king f2, king f3 and start once again hinting at pushing the e-pawn down the board. And for a position with equal material, the advantage here that the engine gives is quite significant. I assume it's still a draw with very precise play, but you do have to play precisely. And if you play something like queen g5, now I can play queen c2 because I've denied you the move knight f6, e4. And it becomes much harder to hold because now let's say I can play for some queen f2, queen f4 ideas. The bishop might get rerouted to f3 or somewhere.
Forgive me, why aren't I playing? Oh, e4, rook d2.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
not yet. We still need to prepare
right,
it a little bit.
right,
So I
But I
guess-
think more importantly, it's just very unclear. This is a very useful setup because knight isn't coming here. The queen is also kind of tied to the protection of the g6 pawn. If queen g3, we are very happily playing queen f2. So black is a bit stuck. You can play something like c5 once again, but I will just start returning my pieces to good squares. This is,
Extra pawn.
yeah, you still imagine this being held with good play for black because you have a very decent dark squared control. For white, the only trump is this extra pawn, and as long as black keeps the queens on the board, there will be compensation. This is not a very safe king. Queen and knight is a famously dangerous attacking pair. I don't think he is anywhere near lost, but
I guess
considering we thought this was more or less completely equal.
Dry.
Yeah, 3 moves later, we are going to be a healthy
I think
pawn
he
up for white.
prefers to have active pieces and be down a pawn that then allow e4, e5 and more passive position.
Well, that's what I said about Peter. Peter is very, very happy
Yeah,
when he's a
I'm
pawn
very
down
much-
and a dynamic position.
I'm very much on the same team there.
But here it's so weird because maybe it's my defensive orientation, my positional play. I would sit there and I would say, okay, as black, what could potentially be the target? Well, it's very clear to me that this bishop is annoyingly placed, and I would love to clear that diagonal. I would love to. What's crazy for me is this concept that Alireza has chosen was like, oh, my weakness is the f7 pawn. Please take it away from me, and it will no longer be weak. It will be gone.
That's one solution, right?
Right? It will be dead. It will,
No, I really like it. I probably would do the same because the control of the black squares, active queen and knight,
Yeah.
I'd rather be down a pawn and defend that.
I'm laughing because I'm forcefully remembering a story that Dr. John Nunn told me. At one time he was playing the Tarrasch defense as black. You get this isolated queen pawn. Well, he came up against Ulf Andersson. Ulf Andersson tortured him for 80 moves with his isolated queen pawn. So John defended for 80 moves, got ground down, and lost. Ugh. The next time they played, he played his Tarrasch defense. He blundered his d5 pawn. He blundered the pawn away. He had nothing to defend. He had an easy draw. Ulf had nothing to focus upon his attack. With the f7 pawn gone. Where Peter?
What is
Fabi's game?
What is Praggnanandhaa?
Let's go to Prague, Fabi.
Prague and Fabi. All right. When we left it, it was pretty balanced. Hey, this looks fun. A reminiscence. Notice that Fabi didn't allow queen takes a7.
Right.
Yes, very cleverly Fabi chose to put the f rook on d8.
Guess Prague wanted to mix it up. You mentioned bishop to d6, and since queen h4 looks...
Yeah, we play queen h5 here. I guess in more general terms, if white is in time to play, I don't know, bishop c3, maybe bishop e4, king h1, you can imagine the open g file being a factor. But After bishop d6, queen h5. Oops, sorry. Bishop d6, queen h5. Black will probably immediately start doing something on the queen side, and this honestly is a bit reminiscent of that game they played in Toronto, where Pragg also, the tournament wasn't really going his way, and he kept on pushing the position past the limits where it needed to be pushed. I sort of applaud the spirit, but don't really think this is the right way to play this position, to be honest.
Okay, having said that, here's a question just for ourselves. You look at this position and say, are you willing to trade the d4 pawn for the g3 pawn? Like the d4 pawn's this big central pawn that's kind of like in... but if you get your queen to h5, now, if black falls asleep, and you said it very well, Peter, if black falls asleep, you get to play bishop c3, bishop e4, king h1, and suddenly you're happy that there's no g3 pawn, rook g1, and you're taking over the game.
But yeah, black is not going to pass for 3 moves here.
He's created an imbalance that, you know, on the one hand is a little bit chaotic, but on the other hand, maybe it could work out really well for him. Again, give me the moves bishop e4, king h1. Why not?
Yeah, the engine goes rook d4 here, I noticed.
Rook, David 4.
With the idea of just moving the queen away from h5 and actually attacking the pawn on h2 as well, because the bishop will return to d6.
Okay.
It's very easy to imagine this being turned around completely.
Okay, so I stop your idea.
I don't know.
Bishop to e4.
Maybe bishop d5, but that probably is connected with an exchange sacrifice. I'm not that unhappy about the exchange sacrifice, but it needs to be calculated, right?
Bishop
d5, because I think I will have to take on e4 after bishop c3.
Yes. I'm maybe a little reluctant to allow you the exchange.
Yeah, rook e4, queen e4.
Yeah, right. But again, sorry, at the risk of repeating myself, king h1, bishop c3.
Yeah, I don't think he will have time.
That's the whole problem. It's just a timing.
I don't think
we do have queen h5 on the board, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. This was clearly the idea. Nothing else makes any sense as an attempt to justify what Pragg chose.
Now,
this has to be the idea.
Nazi, would you sacrifice the pawn on b4? I know you like attacking.
After a5?
Yeah, queen h5. Would you
the problem is, if you do, you probably also trade away the AB.
AB.
I don't want to trade black square bishop.
Yeah.
So
no, of course not.
It's not just the bishop, right? Yeah, but
you want
bishop e1.
Girls just want to have fun.
Not like this, though.
we're not on the same page. Bishop e1.
But even she takes h6,
maybe
honestly.
A bishop maybe rook sacrifice.
Yeah, it's too much.
No, it's too much. I'm asking.
Even g8 and then queen h6, queen f8, for instance, even if the rook wasn't hanging.
That was why I was playing b takes a.
I think this probably is a gamble which you would term as incorrect against best play. I don't know if white is in a lot of trouble yet, but you definitely... And also a5 is just such a natural move to make, because you instantly start asking white questions on the flank where Pragg is not intending to play. Pragg has kind of telegraphed his intentions of playing on the king side here.
Truly.
Well, a5 is natural, but I think rook d4 is
rook
not
d4
that
might
easy.
not be the most obvious move in the position,
Rook
that
to
is
d4.
fair.
Which is a very strong move.
Wow, and this is the type of imbalance where Fabi's hopes and dreams of still staying relevant, at least as far as the Sinquefield Cup is concerned, can take shape. Rook d4. Okay, I really think that at the risk of weakening our king side, our queen needs to stay on h5. I really don't like allowing rook h4, which is why I was suggesting this. I don't like going for the exchange sacrifice as much as I like being up material. But f2, f3?
If bishop c5, you go bishop e3?
I don't know. I think I'm playing king h1 in like nine times out of 10. I just want to go king h1 and rook g1. Again, if I can...
Yeah, the idea is not even bishop d5.
Excited about bishop
d5 is playable, but not that great. The idea is
bishop b4.
Yeah, you can even be more straightforward here. You go rook d4, bishop b4. You start trading.
Oh man!
Trading your attacking pieces. Although it seems like white is holding there. Good news for Prague is it doesn't appear to be fatal.
How can I attack if you keep trading off all my attacking
But
pieces?
now, the good thing for white is we can take on before, rook takes before, and we can occupy a very, very beautiful square with our queen. I think it immediately goes queen e5 here.
Okay.
Takes and queen e5. And this is a very, very good square. And this should probably hold together, although you still prefer black because, as you said, your crazy
compromise.
Yeah, your crazy house pedigree is still correct here.
But
Let me interrupt you, Peter.
we have Christian with the world champion, Liren.
Ding, first of all, welcome back to the studio. An unexpected draw, at least for us. But when you came to the studio, you were quite surprised by what the engine was showing. How did you assess this one?
I might be slightly worse.
You thought you were slightly worse in this one. Any reasons why?
So maybe he can continue with b6, with the idea, knight a5. But here I have my own attack, but if bishop h3, and f6, bishop d6, and this become wild.
Okay, so a pawn sacrifice, but try to make use of the two bishops and the light square bishop.
Yeah.
Cool. What was the strategy coming in today's round? Because it did feel like from the beginning, from the get-go, you were trying to be aggressive, nevertheless.
He played this Grunfeld pawn structure. He must be playing for a win. I also want to fight for a win.
You wanted to bounce back after yesterday?
Yeah. Queen b6, I will auto prepare after that. I think it's in nature.
Do you feel you surprised him as well with this h4?
Yes. He must be expect the other things.
And now that you see the evaluation,
how to continue?
What do you feel you, let's say, misassessed?
If I play knight e6, he can play knight a5.
Okay.
The pawn is very dangerous.
Yes. Knight e3 seems to be a good one. And then, okay, bishop to e5 is the main. Did you consider this move at all?
No. You just take, and I have a lot to play.
Mm-hmm.
But if I play knight e2, I can exchange my knight and
with bishop e5.
Bishop e7.
So then perhaps f4, and then play for e4. It seems to be what the engine recommends.
I have space advantage.
Yes, space advantage, and perhaps if you do force this, then obviously it becomes easier to play for you.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ding, one more to go so far. How are you feeling about your play? Surely the result is not what you wanted, but how are you feeling about your play, your form? Because that's the most important thing right now.
Yeah. The game shows I played good moves, but I didn't evaluate well. I'm too... I don't think I was much better at many positions, but actually I'm much better.
Definitely some hints that you have some things still to work on for the World Championship match. We'll let you go, get ready for tomorrow's round, and we'll see you tomorrow, Ding. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Ding Liren, for joining us. It's kind of awkward for us to see the world champion struggling so much, but here we go. We have some results.
We have two draws. One was between Gukesh and Giri, and the other between Ding and Nodirbek.
Interesting there, just reflecting on Ding's perspective, that he was pessimistic about his position. He didn't...
he did see some interesting ideas, though, that we
with
sort
knight
of ignored.
a5 and knight b3.
In particular, that idea of playing b6, knight a5 here, which we kind of ignored. And it's only really well met by this idea of bishop e5, knight a5, king c2, and if you play f6, it's maybe the best option available to black. It's just that the engine says, you've achieved all that, you will play king f7. Yes, this pin looks kind of threatening, but we can safely ignore it, at least for now. You don't particularly want to cash it in this way, obviously. You also don't particularly want to cash it in this way, specifically because e3, e4 here is very strong with the idea of rook ag1 coming next move. I don't know why we have to throw in e3, e4. I guess to prevent bishop c4
No, I thought
check.
it was to stop bishop g6 from happening, so you have to take on e4 first, right?
Yeah, I'm losing my mind, of course, yeah.
And that's very cool. Just block the bishop.
Yeah, and then we actually give up this exchange on g7. So
reminiscent of MVL. Remember the rook and the bishop at the f-pawn and what that did.
But he did correctly spot arguably the best way to create counterplay for black for Nodirbek. He just did not believe his position was as good as it was, and the where was it? No. The knight a2, knight a5 is also a very cute tactic, which does equalize on the spot, by the way. This is absolutely correct.
Right.
This should not be allowed. So, yeah, it's a weird case of him seeing a lot. First of all, actually playing very, very strong moves. I think he hasn't made a single inaccuracy even in this game, apart from accepting a threefold, as we know, according to the engine. So he played a very, very good game of chess, but just sort of didn't believe he was playing as well as he was playing.
Right.
Which, once again, we'll leave it at that, because we don't really want to do too much conjecture as to what that means.
We think a missed opportunity, and Liren was maybe seeing too many ghosts. Where would you like us to go, Nasi?
Well, Nepo did go in that line. He's up a pawn, and we'll see what happens. No moves yet. Wesley and MVL are headed towards a draw.
I'm not so sure. I mean,
are we?
Possibly, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle for MVL, because I think he has to give up material here.
Right.
He went bishop takes b2. Let's take it from there. So Wesley did play rook a d1, bishop h3 that Yasser was advocating for did not happen. Rook c1, rook d2. This rook, not the other one. And now takes d3 happened. White could have played bishop h3 first, but I don't know if it makes much difference. Bishop f1 was chosen. I thought maybe f5, f4 was the way to go here, but the engine suggests specifically after king g2, it's not as equal as I originally suspected. My plan was to, if white takes with the rook, I wanted to take. I want to take on g3 and play h6. And now that I've gotten rid of the f5 weakness, yes, I'm one down, but this will be a pretty straightforward draw. White never really pushes too far. But the engine goes king g2 takes, and then takes on d3 with the bishop. And then bishop takes b2. It was kind of curious to me that these types of positions were, okay, here we lose to rook c2 check, but if we make some kind of a move here that doesn't allow the king to be checked, let's say we play
a7,
b7, b5.
Okay.
But yeah, the interesting thing is that we still have improvements. We can play, let's say, a 4 king of 3. And for black, the point that we cannot really put the king on a light square because bishop e4 check will happen after bishop takes d3. We cannot put the king on the c file because rook c2 will exist. Means that we can really strengthen our position in a lot of ways with white. And then eventually probably take the pawn on d3 for nothing. Mm-hmm. So what MVL does instead is he plays bishop takes b2. And now, of course, rook takes b2, g2 is an immediate draw offer, pretty much. But after rook takes d3, black cannot really safely take on d3 because once again there's two of them on this diagonal. So you lose you're not in time to play f4 fg3, and this might be a draw. You can play king c7, which is a much better move.
That bishop d3 reminds me of your game against Fabiano.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about bringing this up because Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield won a game against Fabi during one of the dinners a few days ago. She played a very, very good game against Fabio on that chess set that she patented.
Yeah, but 6 grandmasters were helping her too.
Why would you? Irrelevant. Irrelevant. It was a game between Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield and Fabio, which Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield won.
Correct.
And at some point there was this exact motif where Fabio was happily liquidating into what he thought was a very easily drawn opposite color bishop ending, and then he realized that if he continues simplifying, the attack on this diagonal will win one additional pawn. And here, the point I think is you can play rook d2, rook f5, bishop d4, and this holds. But you are down a pawn, and if you imagine white somehow freeing themselves from this bind,
I can imagine.
You could be completely lost. The engine suggests it's fine. The engine, okay, this is interesting. Because I just realized that what it does, and it actually is one of the lines on my screen, is it does this. It waits for you to play a4 and then actually generates a passer on the other side and says, now you're so tied up, you aren't going to win this. But this is not obvious.
Wow.
And this is why This is why I said Nazi sort of confidently predicted a draw. Might still be a draw. I'm not saying MVL will lose, but MVL will have to work for it. This is not obvious.
Yeah, I would trumpet that too and say it's a 2-result game. I mean,
that's for sure.
Maybe the percentages favor a draw, but any wins are on white side.
And honestly,
of the table.
once again, if we return to this position, you can play 6e5 first of all. Just try to kill this bishop off immediately. Like, why not this?
Right. I liked your rook c8.
Yeah, but also, rook c8. I'm sure he probably didn't like e4 anyway. But now we get to trade like this. We get to play, I don't know, bishop d4, rook c2. This really looks like we have no problems.
Different.
We're going to have a lot of activity. We're taking on b2 in a much more safe environment. Rook f1 we can take immediately. We can include rook hc8 first. This just looks like it's not going to progress very far down the road.
Agreed.
Very odd decision to play rook d7 here.
And again, the current position after bishop takes b2, rook takes d3. I'm thinking a rook trade, white wins.
I am not good with opposite color. I mean, I'm famously bad at them.
I don't know.
I was told by the production team that we are headed to a draw in 5 minutes.
No.
They was wrong. Rook takes d3.
Think so.
King c7 maybe?
Which one? King c7?
This is where we go. Yeah, rook f3.
Rook f3. This is where we go rook d2.
And you have lost the f5 pawn.
I
I will play bishop d3 next move. So.
Tell me what you would like.
There's no way to save the pawn?
Well, again, according to Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield, the buttons are on the diagonal.
Exactly, yeah. What you maybe can do is, in the position after rook takes d3, maybe you can play rook f7 immediately and hope to play f5, f4. But now with the rook position, we can play f4 ourselves. Try to fix it on f5 and go after it with everything.
My spidey sense was tingling. I should have thought about rook b3 and bishop takes a6.
That actually is also very strong. Yeah.
But you were saying, can you get in f5, f4?
Well, here I think I can, but if you start with f2, f4, the big question, like, if my plan is just to play f4, rook d5, bishop d3,
and here
are you in time to play king c7, king c6 and stop it physically? Because that's the only way I can see you stopping it, honestly.
Right. But f2, f4, stop. I mean, it fixes the pawn.
Yeah,
and as
king
you're
c7.
Saying, rook d.
Maybe it still sort of holds, because d5 is really the only square I can attack it from, and now after king c6, I don't have time to... bishop g2, bishop h3.
Yes.
Yasser is absolutely correct.
Yes.
We've lost the f5 pawn. And if we've lost the f5 pawn and no counterplay has been developed on the other side of the board, we're in desperate trouble, no?
As my friend Arnie Garcia likes to say, no me gusta. I don't like it. Maybe MVL streak could be coming to an end, and rook takes d3 is on the board.
Yeah, let's see what MVL does, yeah.
King c7.
King c7 instantly. We assume rook f3 because, I mean, you can play something like king g4 or maybe king g2 or maybe f2, f4 because black is not threatening to take on d3 yet. But
by the way, king g2 is very, very attractive. I mean, just this idea of a development.
Once again, it kind of allows f5, f4, right?
It does.
I still think you guys are being too optimistic for white here.
Really? I mean,
I would say 99% it's a draw.
Whoa!
That is high.
I'll put down a Benji.
That is higher than I expected.
You should be able to answer this question because in Las Vegas they have the Benny Billions. The horseshoe has the $1 million with the $10,000 notes. Which president is on this $10,000 note?
Putting me on the spot here. I do not know.
I don't know. Maybe I'll put the audience. They like putting us on the spot. I'll put our viewers on the spot. What president's on a $10,000 note? So I'll put up a Benji. You'll put up a...
I do not know.
Peter, come on.
I am not even from here.
I still like the position. If I had to use that excuse all the time, I'd be in trouble. Rook f3, I still like... no, seriously, it's not a joke. I do like this.
Yeah.
How would you just Just give me a clue. Give me an insight. What do you think the defense might be to rook f3?
I think I can lose the f5 pawn and create a pass pawn on the queen side.
So you want to go b5, a5, b4 on a good day. So would you immediately start with b5?
Maybe.
They don't run very far with the bishop on f1, though.
Because yes, that's precisely it. How do you
It's probably the setup
push
Peter talked
them?
about with rook d2 and bishop
Yeah, rook d2,
d4.
bishop d4.
then-
Yeah, rook f3 played, yeah,
Yeah, rook d2.
I think.
Bishop d4, and you have issues defending a2.
And also, it's a kind of a strange thing to bring up. But
Yes.
Wesley, having lost that game to Nodirbek, is very much back in the pack and not really secured in his third spot for the
That
Grand
is
Chess
for
Tour next
sure.
year. So he is very incentivized to try to push it for all it's worth.
But Wesley,
Yeah. By the way, I
has
think the
hopes
1,000.
today.
Yeah, the $1,000 bills they started taking out of circulation, and the $10,000 bills I think they took out of circulation by the 50s. But at one time, it was very, very difficult to buy a house in cash or something like that. So you have these very, very big notes for that. Rook f3 on the board. And what's going on in our marquee matchup of our tournament
well,
leader?
Nepo found the best move, the queen c3 move. That was the key for white to have some advantage.
Okay, let's jump on that. So queens. So when we left it, Alireza just simply blew the f7 pawn away. Said you can have it. Bishop takes f7, king h7, queen c3.
Now the question is he going to trade the queens and try to defend the endgame, or keep the active pieces, go queen g3 and...
Yeah,
Queen g3 or queen g5, those are different versions of the same idea. Yeah.
I'm sure he wasn't saying, "Oh, please let me defend an endgame upon down."
Nobody
That is-
dreams of that.
That is absolutely what I woke up to do. I'm saying queen g3. Okay.
Rook f1,
Rook f1.
maybe. Knight d5. This does look like a draw, though. Knight d5, knight d5, rook d5, and if the queen wasn't on g3, if white could immediately safeguard the king somehow, this would be a very difficult endgame, I guess. But the engine currently is suggesting queen e1.
Okay.
And my suspicion is after takes, rook d2, this has to be a draw.
And my
It's
king
just
is
so
in-
difficult for me to imagine this not being a draw.
I can quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
over-
we get it over in front of the e-pawn. If the e-pawn runs, we're not as far away as all that, so we get the king in front.
So once again, queen
By the way,
g3.
on the screen we have Wesley's game, but we're analyzing Nepo Firouzja's game.
And by the way, b5, as you prescribed, Nasi, that was the choice for MVL. Queen g3.
Queen g3
though.
actually forces rook f1, but then you can't even make any other move. So it's not that shocking. That's by far the best move in the position, because you really
Exactly.
can't.
95.
Well, I'm being told it wasn't a president. That was
Yeah.
where we were
So
coming.
your question was wrong.
Yes.
I misdirected you.
How is a raven like a
Samuel-
writing desk, eh?
Salmon P. Chase.
Secretary of Treasury.
Is that 1918? I didn't know. Wow, boy, I tell you, I always had it in my mind that the U.S. currency exclusively had presidents on, not the Secretary of the Treasury, but okay. See, you come on a chess show, look what you learn. It's just amazing.
So much, yes.
Queen G3, and we think, well, even though he sacrificed a pawn, Alireza probably still comfortably in the drawing zone, which is what he needs, as we know, to win the tournament. As we go on break, what do you got for us? You got anything special?
I think we have an interview. Anastasiya asked the players, what is your greatest comeback? So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Do you have a memorable comeback victory? And if so, what happened?
Half of my games is, half of my games are like this, yeah, so I don't think I can choose.
I remember I think in 2019, in the HD Bank Vietnam tournament, I played against Demchenko. I don't remember the round, and I was losing throughout the game. And then there was like a crazy position at the end where we both had like 2 queens, and I had to sacrifice 1 queen for a mating attack. So yeah, and then in time trouble he missed this idea and won the game. So when you have 2 queens, you don't usually sacrifice 1 queen. So that is quite memorable.
Yes, I can remember a few. I think one of the most recent ones was 3 years ago in the US Championship playoffs against Fabiano. So I was completely losing the first game, but it wasn't so easy. So then I managed to turn around. It's on YouTube actually. We each only had a few seconds left on the clock. And that game was really important because the playoffs was only 2 games. I think another one was online against Jeffrey Chong for the Global Chess Championship, and we were playing Armageddon, and if I lost that, I would have been kicked out of the tournament. But I managed to win, and then I won 200 grand, so that's very nice.
Okay, I had this win against Arjun in World Cup. Yeah, I had to win with black pieces in quarterfinal in a must-win game, and yeah, I managed to win that and make it to semis. Yeah, after a marathon tie-break, I managed to make it. Yeah, I didn't really expect to go into the tie-break before my second game.
I guess it would happen in the online tournament 2 years ago when I lost to Espinko in the first white game, and then I come back with 2 wins and I eliminated him. It was a sweet memory.
I have a memorable one, which was a comeback, but I didn't win. I was playing in the candidates, I think it was 6th round, but I could be mistaken. Maybe it was 7th round. Anish Giri in the 2016 candidates. So it was my first time playing candidates. It was also Anish's first time. And I'd made all draws. And then I prepared something very dubious for Anish, which didn't work out. So it was like a double pawn sacrifice, but then I went a bit too far during the game and it became a quadruple pawn sacrifice. So I was down 4 pawns, and then potentially I was also going to sacrifice a rook, which wasn't correct, of course. But he didn't go for it. He went for like a safer path. But I remember this game like very distinctly, remember it lasting a very long time, and I was basically losing the entire game. And only after a huge amount of suffering and defense, I finally managed to draw. Yet the position was so bad that even after I regained 3 pawns that I had sacrificed, I was still losing. So you can imagine how bad it was. But eventually I made a draw, and then after that I started to win a few games and almost came close to qualifying for the World Championship in 2016, but didn't manage exactly. But yeah, that game I remember very closely. It's still like etched in my memory. 4 pawns down, but somehow still managed to hold the game.
What springs to mind is my game with Morozevich in Build 2009. The opening went wildly wrong. Alexander was very well prepared and put me under tremendous pressure. And then I found one resource after another, but basically because I had no other choice. And somehow I think the turning point was when I already had secured the draw a bit by miracle, but then suddenly I thought maybe I want more, and with a few turnarounds and twists, especially some geometric matters, because I was a rook up in an endgame, but his pawn was handling toward promotion and only my rook could control it, so it went back and forth, but it was a great victory for me.
Yeah, I do have some couple of, comeback victories in championships or matches in online tournaments. Yeah, I can recall one of my matches against Wesley. I think I was down a point and I was playing black with black pieces in the decisive game, and I managed to beat him. And we went to Armageddon, which, I convincingly beat him with white pieces, and yeah, that was it. But it's very tough to find those matches in classical because you don't have many chances to play in a knockout classical tournaments. It only happens in the World Cup. But yeah, it sometimes happens.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 8, but let's take a look at our current standings, as we do have some results. 2 games ended in a draw between Liren and Nodirbek, and Gukesh and Giri.
Exactly, and the 2 players that are still, that are 2 leaders, are still at fight. As we get ready for tomorrow's final round, we want to advise everybody once more.
Remind everyone that tomorrow the round starts 2 hours early, and our coverage will begin at 12:20 a.m. Central Time.
And in case, of course, we do have a playoff for the Sinquefield Cup, there will be a playoff and it will be played tomorrow. We don't know the playoff rules yet. We'll investigate that as
if and when.
If and when.
If and when.
I want to turn to our marquee matchup between Jan and Alireza, as we've been on a break. We reached a position where Alireza just tossed the pawn for good play.
The play isn't that great, though.
I'm glad you said it.
Yeah, that's the issue. The play is maybe still fine for a draw, but you do have to start kind of refocusing yourself solely to just defending what will be an unpleasant pawn down position in many versions. I keep on leaning towards this Queen G3 move because it's the most forcing. The good thing about Queen G3, we've created a massive threat of basically winning with Knight E4 and Rook D2.
Right.
The white pieces are completely tied up. The only move you can even make really is Rook F1, then Knight D5. And, no, this might be an issue there. Because I think in practical terms, the most annoying thing what you can do here with white is to go for this position. And we've simplified into an endgame, which I suspect is a draw, but it's just such an unfun draw to make.
Right.
With the king completely out of action, with weaknesses on the queen side. If you make a move like knight f5, allow rook e6, I really am beginning to wonder if it is a draw.
No.
If you hold it, you probably hold by playing rook d3, and now the engine goes king f2, king f1, allows you to take on b2, and plays, let's say, rook e7.
Wow.
This is still very, very annoying to hold, because g7 is hanging. If you play rook c3, I can play rook e6. The king is not really very comfortable there. Although the further we continue here, the lower the evaluation gets. So maybe this is not panic stations, frankly. And the other choice is this position, where once again we're kind of restricted. We would like to play rook f7, but this immediately allows rook d1 check, and after rook f1, the rook simply can return to d5. Rook g5 with queen takes h3 to come is a bit of a threat, so you might end up having to play this, but as I mentioned, with the rook as active as it is on d2, I don't think this is even a difficult draw, frankly. I think it's a pretty straightforward draw. The best white can hope for, I guess, is our old friend, an endgame with an extra pawn on one side.
And it has to be the fast e-pawn too.
But honestly, I think in order to avoid it, we might even prefer this one. We might even prefer this one, and then, oops, sorry, not rook c7. Rook b7, we go g5, we go king g6, and this is reasonably well known to be okay for black. You don't lose these very often.
Future historians are going to write endgame books, and they're going to put this endgame in, and it's going to be called Nepo's ending. He's going to become famous.
He's playing a kind of a weird thematic tournament. Yeah, he even mentioned it himself in an interview he gave after he drew against Ding, right? Yeah. He had this on the stronger side against Ding, and he didn't really get very far. And in his interview after the game, he said, maybe I should go and study this endgame some more, because I'm clearly going to get it again, and maybe I can find some new ideas to show. But yeah, it's a slightly different version if you because the one we're referring to is this one, and he got it twice with 3 against 2 and the d-pawn. This is 2 against 1 and the e-pawn. Also a draw, but also losable, I think, if you sleep through the next 10 moves.
All right, thank you, Peter. And we have been talking about this bishops of opposite color ending, the MVL, pardon me, the Wesley So MVL game. When we left it, we were here.
Wesley found a very, very good move just now.
Check. Rook f3.
That's the only way to continue the game. And this is kind of impressive by Wesley.
So Wesley really wants to trade rooks. He desperately wants to play rook d3. And I'm assuming that's his answer to bishop d4 as well.
Okay. Well, I can play king c5 first.
But then rook e3, rook e2.
Oh,
and you don't actually get to establish the kind of a bind that...
Do you include that? Or immediately rook e3?
Maybe you do actually include that. I don't know if it makes a great deal of difference, but I think you include that, force bishop d2, bishop d4, rook e2, and after rook c1, it's still probably within the margins for black to hold, but this is not what you wanted.
It's getting
this is not
scary,
what you wanted. Yeah, because
pawn is getting scary. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, the clean, safe draw that NVL had hoped for, that's not there. Rook to d3 on the board, and again, whether we include rook to d3 or rook to e3, I think it's the same point that we're making.
More or less,
we want to hold the a2 pawn. We want to play rook e2. So I wanted to ask, it didn't happen, but when Wesley did play this, should I introduce the concept of 3 results? No. Because basically what I have now is an ending where you have 2 passed pawns, I have 3 passed pawns, and
it's just a race.
Yeah,
but I could lose this.
Yes, absolutely. You can imagine losing this with white.
Exactly.
And that, I think, is just completely unnecessary. You should not be...
It's an impractical decision.
It's an impractical decision. Also, according to the engines, I think it's just the wrong decision.
Right.
About the endgame currently on your analysis screen, it says equals and starts kind of equalizing it with white. The one Wesley opted for is still the
better
expected evaluation of white has more pawns, which is what you want here.
Yeah, you want to be told or reassured that after a move like rook e3 followed by rook e2 followed by king g2, you're the one pushing.
Something I wanted to bring up is, let's say you play bishop d4 here, and after rook e2, I snap on e2 and I go king b4. But my guess is, the problem with this plan is, for instance, white just goes bishop g4, bishop e6, and then you've committed yourself to going a5, a4, b5, b4, b3, to which white will give up the bishop. But by that point, white will have the king somewhere on the h5 square, and you will feel very, very unhappy, I suspect.
So you can go down this pathway where, you will win a bishop. Maybe not immediately, by the way. I may be
probably including bishop f5 as well.
Yeah, and
if this is a draw, it's not an easy one. Let's put it like this: it might be a draw for all we know, but if it's a draw, it is not an easy one.
You could be on the precipice here easily, and I might have been better advised to go the h3 direction as opposed to the f3 direction. But this is certainly, again, a 2-result game for Wesley. He'll be very pleased to play rook e3 and rook e2. Prague took a very he took a considerable strategic risk. Nazi, has it paid off?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, but the game is very interesting.
Okay, what are we talking about? Way back here, Prague decided that he was willing to trade off his g3 pawn for the d4 pawn, exposing his own king, messing up his own pawn structure, but with the hope of...
to attack black's king.
Yeah. Rook to king h1, rook to g1, bishop to e4, and let's get going. f7, f5.
f7, f5. And this is where, on the break, we were discussing this among ourselves. And the engine says, you just aren't better here at all. Your attack on the king side is not going to materialize. And f5, as opposed to the move a5, which the engine much prefers here, does give you an immediate out of playing e2, e4, to which the engine does suggest you have to start offering queen trades. And it accepts this queen trade, plays d3, d4. This looks kind of ugly. Like this structure is not the beautiful structure you normally want. But we are probably going to be able to play d4, d5 somewhere. And we have enough piece activity here with the breaks of b4, b5, d4, d5, some ideas of rook lifts, that the evaluation is more or less complete equality.
But this isn't why we play.
Precisely, and this was the argument I was making, as to why I felt this is not going to happen. If you choose to play queen takes d4, you don't do it so as 2 moves later you would trade queens.
Exactly.
And it doesn't even force a draw. You still have to work for it a little bit.
Right.
But the choice Prague made here of the sort of 3 moves you want to make, because our ideal scenario is king h1, rook g1.
Yep.
Bishop c3, bishop f3.
Yep.
So the 3 moves we have are bishop c3, bishop f3, and king h1. Bishop f3 is the one he chose.
Okay.
And I think it's not great, but it's not great for a very specific reason. If you started with king h1, the plan black sort of has in this position is, we were doing it with a5, bishop takes a3, but it's always the plan. It's this. But now, among other things, you can play rook g1, and if black plays rook d4, you have this very concrete tactical solution using the pin. Now we're actually attacking some of the pieces on the king side and pawns that we want to be attacking.
Right.
It gets very, very sharp, but it appears to be, at first glance, maybe working out in that white is not worse. We're still not going to give mate if black plays precisely, but we're not worse anymore. And the move Prague chose, which is bishop f3, now after bishop e5, the same play, like if you play king h1 here and you run into rook d4, you still have to play bishop e4 or e2, e4, but without the rook on g1. This is much, much slower, and you're in a lot of trouble. So after bishop e5, you'll have to change tack and do something else. You probably have to play maybe a move like bishop e3, but then you might have to sacrifice stuff on the other side of the board.
Answer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm not even that unhappy. If you actually spend 3 tempi collecting my queen side, I will maybe have time enough to play king h1, rook g1. This is not nothing, in particular when there is no bishop on the long diagonal. But yeah, the engine doesn't play bishop takes a3. It goes queen f6, next move bishop f7. It kind of preserves all the options. a3 is still hanging, but maybe we will solve our problems on the king side first and then go from there. Like king h1, bishop f7, we have to play bishop h3, let's say bishop c3, rook g1. Rook g1 just lost to f5, f4 apparently for some reason.
Wow. And almost right up to this moment when I'm playing rook g1, I'm playing it enthusiastically. I'm thinking, you know, like when I sacrificed the g3 pawn, this was the dream.
I guess the point is we kind of run out of squares for our pieces. This is the problem. And this is actually a full rook. It's not even an exchange, it's a full rook because we cannot actually get anything in the way of bishop h7.
We can't even move the bishop.
Yeah. So against best play, bishop f3 appears to be bishop f3 appears to be inviting trouble. But Fabi also needs to assess this very correctly because he still has the quote-unquote bailout with queen f7, after which I suspect best play is to trade. Queen h4 is not great. Queen h4 once again, and this is something I learned while I was clicking. If you allow some kind of a setup like this, you're just not giving any kind of mate on the king side. The engine is pretty...
Peter, forgive me, from the current position and one move earlier, what I'm hearing you're saying is Pragg should have started with bishop c3.
Yeah, for some reason this is not the option that the engine likes, but it likes it better than bishop f3. I think it kind of dislikes bishop f4 with maybe queen g5 to come. I don't know why king h1 is preferred to this, but I suspect it's just that your attack on the king side, now that queen g5 is constantly an option for black, which is going to be a lot slower. But I think it's still preferable to bishop f3, because I think allowing bishop e5 is just not great.
And then last not least, king h1 as the starter move?
Yeah, king h1 was decent, yeah. Where were we? King h1 was pretty good, yeah. And the line I showed, I think this is what it hinges on. You need to predict that bishop e5, rook d4 is a plan you need to be worried about the most.
Right.
And you need to see the move bishop e4, which interrupts the idea of rook h4. And then it becomes incredibly messy, because after queen f7, you have to play rook g6, and you have to continue keeping these pieces on pre's, and rook cg1 is maybe often as the next move. So this is a mess. We'll see. Fabi still needs to reply to bishop f3. The question, just how much Fabi feels worried about the attack along the g-file is still very open. f5 suggests he is maybe more worried than the engine is.
Right.
But still, this is obviously, yeah, there we go, bishop e5,
bishop e5
on our screens.
As you said, covering the long diagonal. And we love it when our audience joins us and tries to stump the masters. Before we ask anything from the social media, let me correct myself and say Ben Franklin was on he was not president of the United States, but he was on the currencies. Ben Franklin, our production team gleefully jumped on me as I exited the studio.
We have a question.
Let's do it. Okay, here we go.
Question from Sean. Did Yasser and Peter ever play each other in their professional careers?
Not really. I was going out and he was rising, but we did play in one game in the 2015 Berlin.
Yeah,
it was the Blitz and Rapid, which are coming to New York later this year. You beat me nicely in a Caracan.
I'm not sure about nicely, but I did beat you, yeah. Yeah, I was fresh off that match against Karyakin in Baku. I was in mourning and came there. You know, I was using work as therapy, basically. People were honestly, I think more than one person came up to me during the tournament and said, "What are you doing here? You should be home, convalescing." But yeah, I just felt, let's play more chess. Let's injure yourself some more. And
what Peter, of course, is talking about is in the finals of the World Cup. He started 2-0.
Yes. Was famously congratulated by Lawrence Trent for winning the match. Because even though he was still Fabi's manager at the time, and Fabi played in that tournament, he was not aware that the final is not 2 games, it's 4 games. The moment I saw that tweet from Lawrence, I knew I was in trouble.
Right, it was the curse of the commentators. Bishop e5 on the board, but yeah, Peter, I have a story you may not remember about Peter and I. Basically, it was the Goodwill Games. Seattle hosted the Goodwill Games 1990. And we had these cultural exchange programs that were going on between the United States and the Soviet Union at the time. And we had a bunch of kids in Washington State that said, oh, we would love to play against the Soviets. Well, the Soviets sent their all-star team, which included you, Vladimir Kramnik, Sergei
Tivikov was there, and some slightly lesser lights, yeah.
And each one of the members of the Soviet team could give a simultaneous against the Washington State kids.
Before coming to Seattle, we were in New York for a week, and in New York we played, I think they were the Brooklyn Knights? The
Brooklyn.
They were definitely called the Knights, but yes. I will probably be wrong about the borough. And we played a match on 15 boards. But it was the team,
the Scholastics team, that did really good.
We played a 15-board match, and we scored 14 and a half.
Oh my God.
And I played a kid who you could barely see because he was barely rising above the board level. And I was obviously the one to make a draw, and that was Josh Waitzkin.
That was Josh.
Yeah,
small world.
Yeah, he was incredibly. I wasn't very big myself. I think I was 12, but he was really little.
Yeah, really.
Played well though. He was much better against me. I basically barely escaped by offering a draw at a crucial moment.
Also, I thought it was very. You've heard me mention him, Arnie Garcia. Arnie, a very close personal friend going back ages, while the Soviet teams, because it was a match that Anatoly Karpov was playing against Johan Yartisen, the candidates in Seattle, Arnie hosted a party. And the Soviets came over, and they brought the juniors, but they also brought a group of girls. Mm-hmm. So help me out here. It was Taya Lancheva, Alisa Galimova. Who were the girls? The Soviet girls squad that came to Seattle.
I will not. Yeah, I don't remember that.
It was like six.
Played against Alisa Galimova.
Yeah, they come over, and they have a babushka, a woman there, their chaperone, who is hawking the girls and making sure that the evil Americans don't corrupt the nice Soviet girls. And it's a very big home that Arnie and his wife Joyce have. And you were playing pool, if you remember. There was chess all over, grandmasters playing blitz and so forth and so on. And at a certain moment, the babushka comes to me and said, girls. All the girls had gone. All the girls had gone. It was like, where were they? We were going from room to room. We couldn't find them. I went to Joyce. I said, Joyce, the girls have disappeared. She goes, what? Well, Arnie had a special room that was filled with stuffed animals.
Okay.
Filled with stuffed animals. And Joyce said, follow me. The girls had found the room full of stuffed animals. And here was the creme de la creme of the chess world of the Soviet girls. And they were playing dolls with these stuffed animals. So I said, and we all looked in on the door, and we went like this, and we retreated and let the girls play. So I told this to Arnie. Arnie said, okay, tell the girls they can choose one stuffed animal and one stuffed animal only. And when the bus came to take them home, they all proudly marched out with gorillas and giraffes. It was really great fun story. But it goes back. You were 12.
Maybe 13, but I think 12.
Wow.
I think it was 89, not 90. And
89.
I think I was 12 at the time.
Yeah,
12
nice.
As the old Soviet saying goes, difficult childhood, wooden toys. So stuffed animals were obviously a huge hit.
Very much so. But thank you for the question, Sean. A lot of the top players, including all of these junior players, if you will. I never, not even close, never played them in tournament games or anything like that. Just kind of missed one another.
I think I've played some of the players in this tournament.
Have you?
Yes, in classical I've definitely played Anish.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it.
Well, you started with some of the players.
Nepo, but in blitz, not in classical.
In blitz. Okay, Bishop E5, and where would you like us to go? Wesley, so?
Let's go to Jan's game against Alireza. We do have a couple of moves.
Of course, and again, this is huge. This is the marquee matchup game. Alireza needing just a result, and he is our champion.
Alireza defending correctly so far, burning time and clearly not enjoying himself, but defending correctly.
Right. I just wanted to ask you a quick question about the variation you gave. It started with Queen E1.
Queen takes E3.
Queen takes
I'm wondering
E3.
about King H2 here, by the way.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it's good. I can see my screen not suggesting it, but I wonder why.
Right. The thing that I was wondering was, you got to this position, you said maybe white is enjoying matters because of rook e6. Very, very specifically to this move.
Okay, takes.
And b2 is hanging.
Well, I'll play b4 maybe even. I need to calculate, but if b4 is playable, I would maybe like to play b4.
Okay.
With the king on h6, I would be very worried here with black, because if you misjudge this, you could be completely lost. The king could just like run towards a7.
Yeah. And
king f1, king e2, king d3, king c4.
I was kind of hoping that king f1 was going to allow me some beautiful knight checks, and you know what I mean.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if this is a draw, but if it is a draw, it's kind of study-like, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
King f1.
Here, I must say, it's a huge difference. Earlier, we could have had our pawn on c5.
Yeah, you would have preferred that.
Much more so. But knight d5 on the board. Queen e1, you just asked a very salient question.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking about king h2 is if we assume black takes on e1, which I don't know if that's a safe assumption, maybe I get a better version because you don't get to play knight e3.
Right.
So you will have to choose different squares. But maybe knight f4 is not a worse square. Maybe it's just as good. Maybe it's even better.
Knight f4, rook d2 threat.
Yeah, g6, g5 if it gets attacked with the king. Maybe it's nothing.
And we're just safe and in time.
Safe-ish, yeah.
Safe-ish.
Yeah. I don't know, complicated. The one thing I really wouldn't want us to see is the move bishop takes d5 here. I think bishop takes d5 is a kind of a draw for, if you want to continue playing for a win, you need to start with queen e1 and sort of pass the onus on to Alireza.
Nazi, truth be told, I'm so surprised to see Jan having used 45 minutes on his clock. I'm used to him having like more than 2 hours at this point in the game, but he's actually hard at work.
Unsurprisingly, he has almost a full extra hour compared to Alireza.
Exactly.
So it's still Nepo.
It's still Nepo. Knight d5 on the board, and Nepo, considering bishop takes d5 and the major piece ending, looking at queen e1, trying to get maybe a much superior minor piece ending. In any case, we like white. How much does the engine like white in this?
In Nepo's position, it's about 0.70 currently. But once again, this is not a very strong engine, so it could be.
I thought it'd be less.
Doesn't anybody appreciate the value of an extra pawn anymore? I mean,
after queen e1, it's not really an extra pawn in bishop d5.
But it's the good bishop versus the lesser minor piece. Double G pawns?
Still, our best shot here involves giving away our extra pawn, and then 0.70 is quite a bit considering it's equal material and very, very reduced material as well.
But isn't like the king even a little bit a hostage on the H file?
What do you want me to say? Tell me what you want me to say, and I will say it.
Imagine the beautiful, glorious victory we would have in our pocket if only we were threatening rook takes h3. Then you would be regretting that your king's on the H file. I mean, wow. I thought it was more. I genuinely thought that Nepo's advantage would be 1 pawn, possibly higher, but 0.7. You thought it was less. Jeez.
Let's go to Prag's game against Fabi.
Yeah, this is not
Bishop e5 is where we left it.
This is not going great for Pragg. He's played bishop e3. There was a suggestion by the engine which I started liking, but then Fabi was not obliged to allow it. You could play rook c5 here.
in this moment.
Instead of bishop b3.
Pragg clearly was concerned about rook to d4
Yeah,
to
bishop
h4.
b3 is a very clear indication. He doesn't want
But
to...
he
Rook
had
c5, and if bishop d4, we want to snap on f5.
Okay.
And the more I looked at this, the more I thought this is probably playable. But the issue is, after rook c5, black does not have to allow it. You can play queen f6 on the previous move, keeping sort of all of the advantages of your position alive, preparing bishop d4 next move. I think this is just stronger. Because that positional exchange sacrifice, it does give us at least some hope for the future. If we can land the bishop on e4, we have very nice light squares, we have safer king by that point. But yeah, queen f6 is strong.
Looks misplaced, doesn't it?
Yeah, but again,
we were trying to give it away.
Probably I'm way too optimistic about the attack along
just
the
king
g-file.
h7, I guess. Well, bishop g5 has a threat, though, yeah?
I don't know if you're worried about rook g6. I don't know if you want to take on c5. I don't know what you want here, actually, as black. What do you want to do?
Maybe we're throwing bishop f7 on the previous... yeah, while the bishop is still...
So I go king h1.
No, but then the f5 will be hanging, so I will not be able... After queen h3, I cannot play bishop d4 anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then I'm closer and closer to getting what I want, which is a rook on g1. So once again, bishop to d4, rook to g1. Would you?
Yeah, as a kind of a gamble. I mean, I'm definitely playing this in a blitz game. I very much enjoy this gamble as an attempt in a blitz game. In a classical game, you get the feeling that black probably manages to stabilize. Maybe bishop d5 here. Just give you the h6 pawn, play rook d7, and claim that bishop f3, ef. Rook d7 and claim that you actually are not attacking any of the squares you want to be
Completely
attacking.
lost for white.
Yeah, if my pawn was on e2...
well, you could have taken on d5.
I think I should have taken
you should have taken
on
on d5. It would have looked a bit better. Maybe not more than a bit, actually. Yeah, bishop d5, rook d5, bishop h6, rook d7. And then just a move of some description, bishop f4, I don't know.
Yeah, here the dream is e3, d4, bishop f4, bishop e5. And maybe I'm only slightly worse.
But anyway, we have a very different position now after bishop e3.
And after bishop e3,
rook d4.
The engine likes a number of things here for black.
Didn't we talk about bishop e2, queen f6?
Bishop e2, queen f6, the immediate queen f6 is also fine. Those are the best two moves. The third best is trying to initiate some trades with bishop d4, perhaps king h7, and those the engine suggests are manageable. It really dislikes the positions with the queen on f6. Although the evaluation seems to be dropping, like it's not as bad as I was worried it might be for white.
So the current position, if I'm looking at the thermometer, the chess-ometer... Half a pawn is favoring
Queen f6,
black.
king h1, and also the way the engine plays it very often is kind of striking because it just goes like, you want to attack on the g-file, be my guest. Swings it over to g7 and says, there will be...
Nothing.
There's no champagne in the champagne room, yeah.
I think queen on h5 is just misplaced now.
Also, yeah.
Well, that's awkward. Where did you want me to put it?
That was a mangled quote. Anyway.
You know, it's strange that the engine is giving such a nice valuation for black because almost certainly when Pragg went in for this risky strategic concept of trading the g3 pawn for this d4 pawn, he had these contours in mind, and I'm sure he didn't think, oh, I've achieved this, I'm worse.
Of course, his plan was to attack on the king side.
Absolutely.
Just
and
he missed maybe he missed rook d4, rook h4 idea. Right?
Well, I certainly miss after queen f6, king h1, g5. That wasn't on my...
yeah, that's a very radical way of dealing with the threat of rook g1, g6. just like saying,
oh
you think you're playing on the king side? No.
Maybe you're
wrong.
wrong.
It is I who is playing on the king side.
Can I play h4 here, or?
I'm afraid my king might get trapped.
Trapped?
My queen might get trapped. I was looking.
Well, if bishop f7, I have h takes g.
Yeah, but g4 for now, I guess.
Okay, then h6 is hanging, so maybe rook g1 here.
And then I'm afraid
rook d7 once again for now.
Take on h6.
Okay, yeah, actually, why am I not playing king h7?
King h7, and again, I'm just
g5 does nothing.
a little bit worried.
It does something actually. Why?
Queen g6.
Well, takes on d8. We did win an exchange.
Well, that is a good point. Sorry. Apologies.
Well, I thought my bishop was trapped on f3. It's not trapped.
Yeah, there will be compensation for the exchange, but it is an exchange. Yeah, rook g7 appears to be pretty strong against all of these types of plans.
Yeah, just bringing the rook to d. Wow. Great stuff, remarkable stuff. I wanted to go to the game of MVL for a moment, because MVL is on a bit of a tear. We're uncertain whether it's 27 draws in a row or 25 draws in a row, but he's on a drawing streak. No moves have been played.
Yeah, king c5 is quite precise here.
The last move.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the difference is between rook d3 and then rook e3 and the immediate rook e3. And the difference is, here black goes king b4, and you can no longer trade because my plan actually collects the a-pawn, and that would be different. If the a-pawn immediately falls, that makes a great deal of difference. So if you want to do that, you need to do this, and then if black plays king b4, we are very happily developing the bishop with tempo here, and we are getting some progress.
So rook d3 is an
So rook d3 really is the only way to push. The engine suggests that this is really not very much at all because of this is very clever.
Wow.
This is very clever. Just
here I would be scared because I think I'm losing the a-pawn.
No, I mean we can play a3.
We're not
the
losing
pin
the
is not immediately, but we're also kind of stuck. It goes rook b2 and then starts, I think, reintroducing the ideas of bishop c3, because what it did is it provoked a3. So our plan of holding on to the pawn on a2 when the rooks come off by bringing the bishop over to e6, which was very simple, is no longer in place because it will be hanging on a3 immediately. So this appears to be quite safe, even though you can still sort of play on. It goes rook e5, rook e8. I guess rook e8 is because after rook h5 you don't want to allow bishop e1, and also it doesn't actually win the pawn. It's connected to the bishop on d2.
Wow.
It's still quite a tricky endgame. Obviously the engine holds it. The engine generally, whenever the margins are so small, the engine will hold it without really even being worried all that much. But for MVL, if rook d3 happens, he will still have to play precisely. Everything else appears to be very, very manageable.
Thank you, Peter. And again, this game is so crucial to our Grand Chess Tour standings. These two players are right in the thick of fighting for that coveted third spot. Then they can assure themselves the tour participation in 2025. Having a look, you see, there's only a point between them on the GCT
I think both
Tour.
of these players have played at least 8 or 9 Sinquefield Cups, so to not qualify for the next year is kind of unthinkable.
Exactly, and I'm missing Levon Aronian, I'm missing Lanier Dominguez, two of our great players here in St. Louis who are not full tour players but have been for so long. You kind of
it's the youths coming in.
Yeah, the youths are knocking on the door as Wesley and MBL still, you were saying 99% draw, and I was sitting there saying, my gosh, I thought Wesley was a clear favorite, but that variation that Peter just showed us with rook d3, I'm mesmerized. How did we get a situation where you're in a pin? I've got a pass pawn on the
Black has all the active pieces, and
again,
our extra pawn hasn't moved yet.
Right.
Yeah, this is not.
This is crazy. So we
This is not how you win this endgame.
Right. We start with the obvious move. Let's trade rooks. No, I can't do that. Okay. Let's trade rooks again. No, I refuse to trade rooks. Give me your pawn. I don't want to lose my pawn. I want to play a3.
By the way, we've been sort of ignoring a different option. In the current position, white can, if Wesley wants, play bishop h3, bishop e6 immediately, keeping the rooks on. But then after, let's say bishop d4, bishop e6, a5, it's just so difficult to imagine how we're going to disentangle.
So we can't free our rook.
Yeah, the rook is stuck on the f file. It's very difficult to make progress.
Okay, but here's a race that I might embrace. Okay, I want to go g4, g5, and bishop g8, obviously.
Let's go
h6?
Maybe h6 for now, yeah.
Okay, so let's just have a look-see.
a4.
a4, very good. g5, very good. Takes. Very good.
Let's go b4 for now.
Yeah, very good. Let's go. I mean, you can go b3 and
I think I will include king d6, and then maybe I have to cash that in, but it should probably hold, right? Bishop h3 played, by the way, I think, by Wesley.
Okay, he's going, crazily enough, you mentioned it as an option, and wouldn't it be amazing if he goes right down this rabbit hole? Okay, but your b3 is not scaring me.
Well, it probably wins a piece, right? And then I should be able to hold a ba3.
Yeah, black king is well placed.
Before a2. With the king on d6, I'm not that worried about this.
Okay.
I don't think. I think that's maybe even a comfortable draw for black, frankly.
Okay, so I could also have this position with maybe my king on g3, but
you could improve it a little bit, but not by a great deal, I don't think. I think we are always getting some kind of an outline like this. And with the king on e6, I'm just not worried about this. Even if you, let's say, I let you play king g1, king g2, king g3 here, and then go king e6, I'm still not losing this, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Do we have updates in Nepo's game?
Yeah, Nepo did take on d5. I guess he did not believe that queen e1 gives enough, so he went for this position, played king h1. I guess to sidestep rook g1, queen takes h3. And the way Andrew holds this is it very much likes just immediately creating a battery on the d file, like it's not rook d3. d3 is also fine, but it sort of plonks it on d2, plays c5. Alireza began with immediate c5, but that doesn't really change anything a great deal. Queen e1, we can take, we can also play queen d6. I'm curious as to why it plays queen d6 here, actually, but queen e1 is also, I think, a very safe draw. And the fact that queen d6 appears to be the best move, I think, is like a condemnation of the entire concept. If you can even refer this move to a clearly drawn rook ending, this is absolutely nothing, then you're just too passive here with white. It's just not going to be possible to safeguard your king properly. With the queen on this diagonal and staying on this diagonal probably for the rest of the game, the king on h1 is just not safe enough, and therefore you will not be able to push the e-pawn past maybe the e4 square. This should be holdable. Alireza is, by his standards, kind of low on the clock. He's down to 26. But this is a simple enough position to play from.
B2, here. B3, as you were talking, Peter, as played by Jan.
Yeah, queen d6, by far the best move, with the intention, once again, of putting the rook on d2 and saying, okay, show me how you progress from here. And we're never worried about queen h4 check, because it's just, those are just checks. There's never a way to lift the rook to
and again, for our tournament leader, Alireza, he comes in at +3, a draw today, clinches him at worst, a playoff, at best, a clear first. So as we prepare for a break here on set, what can we tell our viewers? What can they expect during the break?
Anastasiya asked the players, how do they continue to improve at this level? So take a listen and we'll be right back.
How do you continue to improve and grow as a chess player, even at such a high level?
Yeah, it's a challenge, especially because I think at the early ages, then it's very easy to absorb information and to improve. And when I say early ages, of course, I mean like the early teenage years, but also early 20s, I think players are still improving a lot and getting a lot of information. That's why you see this like rapid growth from like early teenage years to maybe mid-20s. That's probably where most of the growth is. And now I'm 32 and it's a little bit more difficult. On the other hand, I do have a lot of kind of knowledge to fall back on, so I have some advantage over the younger guys. But to actually improve, I'm always trying to learn new things. But it's a little bit more difficult to keep the information in my mind and to let's say, absorb it. But still, there's a lot to learn, and I think I'm doing a decent job. I managed to keep my level for a long time, and I think also I'm adapting decently to the new circumstances that are always happening in chess, new opening trends and new ways of analyzing chess, especially because we always have different tools. So I think I'm doing a decent job, but it's a challenge.
I mean, I have to try every day to stay motivated and also to try to work on the openings with computers and to try to train with coaches. That's the most important things to, at least for me, to be in the high level, I think.
Just constantly working, preparing, doing my physical workout, just improving my mental psychology and trying to analyze my games after every tournament, where I just looking at these tournaments and trying to improve something every tournament, and I think that helps a lot.
Oh, well, you need to have motivation. I read many interviews and they said that, you don't necessarily get weaker as you age, but it's about having other priorities in life. Like Sergei Karyakin told me he used to work 10 hours a day when he was a teenager. But now as he gets older, he probably spends 1 minute per day in chess nowadays. So you need to have a lot of motivation and desire to improve.
Well, a couple of last years suggested I'm not quite improving. Maybe, quite the opposite. Yeah, somehow you just do what you normally do, the job, and hard work, it sometimes pays off. Sometimes not, but that's the sport, so that's a bit disappointing part in sports, but such is life.
So there's always new things to learn, and of course we see engines nowadays and ideas from other players. You always find something new, something exciting. Otherwise, if there was nothing left to discover, of course, we would have stopped playing chess a long time ago, I think. Then, of course, I know that it's gonna be hard to play as well as consistently, especially as I used to, but I'm trying to regain my form, and I kind of managed that lately, so hopefully I can keep that track ongoing and for a few months and a few years, and then we'll see how it goes. But I know I can still play one of the top 5 players in the world, and even better on a great day. But on a bad day, of course, it's like maybe a few years back when I was having a bad day, I was playing maybe top 10, top 15. Now I would say I play maybe top 50, top 100 on a bad day. So this is a big difference. And this is what, of course, you want to work on as a chess player to mitigate your bad days.
Just working hard and trying to see what's going wrong with my game, and trying to improve on that. You just have to keep working hard. If you stop working hard, and things can go badly in tournaments, and I think chess is one of the sports where you just need to work harder and harder every day.
I think there is a lot to learn every day. If you're working on chess, for sure you'll learn something new every day. You can try out different things, like different openings. You can always improve your, every part of your game, like middle game, end game, tactics, everything. So I think there is no limitations for chess improvement.
Of course, very hard to still improve when you are at over 2,700 points, but I keep learning and keep working. I try to improve at every stage of the game.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings as we have 2 results in round 8. We had 2 draws. One was between Gukesh and Giri, and the other between Nodirbek and Ding.
Our 2 leaders are still hard at work, and they're...
Although
Alireza's...
No, that's not what I wanted to say. There's a bit of a draw for on the table in the game between Prague.
Right, but we have to warn our viewers.
Yes, tomorrow the round will start 2 hours early, so our coverage will begin at 11:20 Central Time.
I wonder how the players feel about that early start.
They're so happy about
Beyond thrilled.
Beyond thrilled.
Yes,
Peter.
the news here is not news just yet, but in the position after King H1, Fabi has played Bishop F7, Bishop E6, and Prague, I think, very understandably. If you don't play Queen H5 here, you play a move like Queen G2, and Queen G2 is just not a move you ever want to make. It kind of blows your entire previous strategy out of the water. So Queen H5, and it is a bit of a draw for on the table, as we mentioned, a plan including pushing pawns in front of your king and then swinging the rook over to G7 is on the table, either with the immediate G5, or you can also do it in the other order. Once again, you have to actually be able to consider the move G7, G5 in this position.
Right.
Nothing else gives black anything. If you play King H7, I start doubling on the G file. Black is still sort of fine, but you are not going to be playing G5 anymore. Right. That's for sure. And I don't know if you can sort of process the idea of actively pushing your army towards seemingly the attacking pieces of in the white camp. But sacrifices just don't do anything. The king on F8 is supremely safe. You can play rook G6, but it just runs. Mm-hmm. Even if you give it a check, it just runs. We can play bishop F6 next move. Mm-hmm. We've made a couple of moves, and black is already completely winning. So, and if those sacrifices don't work, then black gets to play rook G7, and it's just pretty safe. And the way the engine actually treats this is it throws in C5, B5, CB5, just to soften the situation on the queen side a little bit, and then starts sacrificing. Currently on my screen, the best line for white is something like this.
Makes sense.
Which, after bishop d5, you still have to prove this is enough for a draw. It might not be, honestly, because it's just such an important rook in front of the king.
If white keeps both bishops, that'd be great.
But you don't.
This,
you don't. And here, the best line appears to be this. Bishop takes g5. Let's say rook f8, or queen g7 first. And we had to play before b5, which means that we are absolutely losing on the queen side. In practical terms, I think these positions turn out to be very difficult to win because of just how unsafe the king on g8 is. We play h4, bishop b5, and we start creating threats. And often it ends up being a draw because you just lose control somewhere, allow a perpetual, or white just has a lot of counterplay. But the engine might win this. Mm-hmm. The advantage is big enough. So Fabi absolutely can continue from here, but he is down on the clock. He is on 27 against 46 on the clock. And he is doing... I mean, yes, he would obviously very much like to win this game, but as he mentioned in one of the interviews that we've had with him during the tournament, apart from the Sinquefield Cup and the GCT Tour, and frankly the GCT Tour, he absolutely needs not only to win probably both, but also for Anish to do poorly. So I suspect the GCT Tour he kind of wrote off. Sinquefield Cup is still a bit in play, and in that respect, of course, he would like to win today.
Right.
But there's also the circuit. And he is currently in clear second, which is a lot of points. Mm-hmm. It's a very, very nice score in terms of the circuit points. And even if he wins, he is not really in clear first. Alireza probably doesn't lose today, which means that he will still likely end up being in second. But if he loses today, he drops down into the pack, and his circuit score becomes significantly worse.
Right.
So it's a kind of a strange risk-reward calculation for Fabi, coupled with the fact that seemingly really to play for a win you need to play g7, g5 here. I keep on coming back to that point. It's not something your mind immediately suggests, because it's not where you're supposed to be playing here. Very, very interesting to see how Fabi approaches it, because he is one of the players who could find g5 in this position. Absolutely. He has played moves like this before and very, very capable of it, but it's still not even for him. It's just not easy.
Yeah, the risk reward.
For you,
yes,
Yasser,
please.
if we go to Wesley and VL's game.
I brought it up on my board because I was a little bit shocked by the decision that Wesley made.
Do you agree it's a draw now?
Yeah.
Closer?
Yeah, much closer.
Yeah.
Rook takes b5. Okay. I mean, Wesley more or less is convincing himself that yes, b4, followed by b3, followed by after a takes b3, a3, it's likely he's going to have to give up his bishop for the pawn. He therefore made a decision that, well, okay, on the one hand, I'm no longer losing my bishop. But on the other hand, having given up the f2 pawn, I think my chances of winning just went really, really down. Now, maybe the engine doesn't agree.
No.
Peter?
This is now very, very level.
Very level.
Yeah, we put the pawn on a3. If need be, we go h7, h6, I guess. But the bishop cannot take on h7 ever. Wesley just went to great, length to avoid giving black a passer. He is clearly not trading h7 for a2 if the a pawn is alive. So, no, I think this is now very comfortably held by MBL. If white already had, let's say, h4, king h3 here, you could maybe have a bit of a conversation.
The king is on h1.
But also the king is completely cut off. Yeah, I'm just not a believer.
Not a believer. We have been talking for quite some time about the whole fight for GCT tour and placement. But let's break it down even more simplified for the audience. This is the points that are up for grabs in these classical events.
So first place gets 12 points unless you win it without sharing. Then
if you win
bonus,
clear first, you get that bonus point of 13 points. If you share or first place, as you say, it's 12.
Then second place is 10, third 8, and after that it's just 1 point less for every place.
Now you imagine the tie for third being between 2 players and 2 players only, 8 and 7. Then you take a look at this with Wesley So and Maxime. They're separated by 1 point.
Exactly,
right?
1 point, yeah.
And then that if I was clear third and you were clear fourth, and that kind of thing. What it means.
Could they share the third place with just 2 points? Then what would happen?
I think we might have a playoff.
For the third place?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they would have a playoff because that is an automatic qualification in the 2025 GCT standings. So, and this game between MVL and Wesley does appear to be heading straight for a draw now.
So let's take a look elsewhere. I guess we will return to this if something happens, but I don't really see how we shift this. Obviously, any rook trade now is a very, very simple draw for MVL.
Right.
This pawn will be on a3.
Always.
And this one probably will be on h6. And as I said, even let's say if we go h4, rook d1 check, king g2, rook d2 check, king h3, and play a3. I suspect we're not losing this one either, but the evaluation really bottomed out for black. This is now a full point in white's favor. Unsurprisingly, white is a pawn up, and now you can maybe imagine playing rook a5, getting the king over here, playing g4, g5. You can imagine some scenarios where this becomes dangerous.
Yeah.
But the king is just going to stay on h1. There's no way, short of trading rooks, how are you going to get it off the bottom rank?
That I don't get. Yeah.
And I think this has to be a very easily holdable position. Bishop f7 played. We probably should switch to the game between Pragg and Fabi because that does seem like maybe a handshake in the progress.
How many times have they made this repetition?
They repeated twice.
And it does appear as if somebody's calling an arbiter.
Yeah, queen h5 here is a claim, so.
No, Fabi left the board, so it's up to Pragg to claim if he wants.
Ah. I thought Fabi had gotten up to grab an arbiter. You'd think that the arbiters would be Johnny on the spot and know what's coming.
No, I think that's also sort of the arbiter shouldn't hover here because it's also a bit of a hint. You know, people might not be aware it's already 3. Right. And like you shouldn't interject yourself into the natural progression of the game. You only appear when you're being called to appear, I think. Yeah.
Exactly. Do you have any arbiter stories where the arbiter
I have some.
overpressed
I
their
have
role?
some,
but to protect the guilty, you're not going to tell us?
I think, and this does not apply to the arbiters that the Grand Chess Tour employs. The people working here would never, ever do that. But I think, in particular, when the rules of zero tolerance came in, which was, I think, maybe Dresden Olympiad.
What's zero tolerance?
Or maybe the Milan Olympiad earlier, either 06 or 08. That suddenly gave arbiters a lot of decisive power.
Just to be clear for the audience, zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance means
you had to be at the board. They forfeited you instantly.
Bomb on the seat.
Right.
Which actually is relevant because I think during the Dresden Olympiad, a woman in women's section was forfeited for being on time and then discovering her pen wasn't working, getting up from the seat, going to the arbiter's table to ask for a spare pen, and therefore not being on the seat when the bell was rung, and she got a 0.
Wow.
Which really should not happen. This is not a thing. But arbiters in general sometimes feel like they are.
The rules are there for.
They aren't relevant enough, and they would like to add more relevance to what they're doing. And then you run into situations where it gets a bit absurd. But this obviously does not apply to Chris Bird or to anyone working here. Those are very, very professional people who know what they're doing.
How about you, Nasi? Any run-ins with the arbiters where?
No, I never had any issues, but it sounds like you did, maybe?
No. I'm innocent. But I do remember something about that. It was a World Cup event where I think 2 Chinese players had gone into the smoking area. And they were waiting for the round to start. I think they were joined by an arbiter who actually smoked.
I think only one of them was forfeited. I think he was playing Etienne Bacro. That was the 2013 Khanty-Mansiysk Cup. Maybe.
I just remember reading.
Yeah, this absolutely happened because the communication about the starting time for the next round wasn't done cleanly enough, and they thought they had time. And they also had the habit, so the player in question absolutely needed to
go to the smoking room
to go for a smoke. So he went, and then he came back to the board and was told to shake hands because the game is over. The zero tolerance stories are separate, and then there's also other arbiter stories. But generally speaking, it's maybe not a very glamorous job, but most people do it competently.
Yeah, and for Firouzja, if Fabi does make a draw, and we're waiting, Nelson, we're waiting for Prague to make the claim with Queen H5.
Yeah.
But
with a draw, but actually, the Firouzja is the whole story then. I mean, he needs to draw. Still, he's still a pawn down.
Yeah, he's still a pawn down, but I think he's progressing quite smoothly towards the position he should not lose. And then if both games are drawn, there is still a possibility of him losing tomorrow, Fabi winning, and there being a tie for first in the Sinquefield Cup. But I think the GCT will actually show a full pie.
Right, now.
That's going to be 100%.
That's right, that's right. Because he needed, that is to say, Fabi needed to not only finish ahead of Alireza, but he needed Alireza to actually come in third, fourth, or fifth, or something of that nature.
Yeah, then finishing 1 and 2 would still not be enough for Fabi. Fabi would be one point short in the GCT standings.
Queen H5, there's something about the clocks. Who's ahead on this one?
Prague's up. He has 41 minutes against 23.
So with Queen H5, he can claim the draw.
Yeah.
If he's trying to play, he would play Queen G2. But
or Bishop somewhere, maybe Bishop C5 to sidestep. The threat currently, of course, is F5, F4, attacking both the Queen and the Bishop.
But
the Bishop C5, I suspect we just lose to B7, B6, right? Because there are no more squares, like you will actually run out of road.
Exactly.
And Bishop D2 just looks horrible.
Like what?
So you really need to lose objectivity a great deal here not to play Queen H5, I think, which works in favor of him repeating. He badly needs a score because he's one of those people in the group chasing the third place in the tour. And also, of course, doing well in the Sinquefield Cup is also all important. But,
of course.
But if he gets to +1 and nobody else does, he might actually overtake all those people who are currently ahead of him in the standings in the Grand Chess Tour. He is, I think, 3 points behind Wesley and 2 points behind MVL. And +1 might actually be enough to cover that gap.
You've convinced me. I'm playing for a win. Queen G2, Peter.
Are you playing for a win with this move, though?
Let's give it a shot. Tell me
King
one.
H7, I guess.
King H7. Rook G1. Let's go.
I don't like it.
I know.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't appear to be instantly losing or anything. It's just we've removed all of our threats and are now claiming we're somehow playing for a win. G5, even, honestly. Here I can imagine playing G5, maybe just to play G5, G4, and put the bishop on D5. You will play maybe H3, but if you're playing H3, I don't know.
I know what I'm doing. King H7, let's go. B5.
Okay.
I got to lengthen the diagonal. I get it now. Suddenly, the gates of heaven opened.
Queen G2, actually, the engine says we now have enough time to even maybe start with A7, A6. This is
no more B5. Gosh,
no more B5 for you.
Preempting me
and then
even
we go
before
King
I get
H7
started.
and we improve quietly.
I think A6 is actually a really good move because that does take away. And Rook G1, it takes away...
King H7.
It takes away my desired queen.
It does play G5 quite often here, so we come back to the same topic of how easy it is to convince yourself you're supposed to be playing G5. But honestly, with the queen on G2, I think it's a much easier sell.
Exactly.
It's a much easier sell to do this.
Exactly. No, here I can easily convince myself I'm not better and I'm actually worse.
By the way, if we go to Alireza's game, I think he's getting the pawn back, so he's not going to be down a pawn.
If A4,
it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, always.
E4, Rook D2. Give me the variation you had in mind, Nasi, after Rook D2.
Are you going to play A4?
Of course. Bless you.
Maybe Queen D3 is a draw, frankly.
I want
Queen
to
D3?
play Rook D3, but Queen D3 also looks good.
Queen D3?
Let's try Rook D3.
I like that one.
And when you drop back, maybe Queen D4.
Queen C4, Rook D4. I mean, you can just continue chasing, I guess.
You're chasing me and I don't have any... What? I mean, I can't redirect myself? What's going on here? I'm still a pawn up. Why aren't I winning?
Rook D2?
Because life is unfair.
Life is not fair? Rook D2. Okay. Oh dear. I'm running out of ideas here. Queen G4?
D3 maybe.
Just go back.
It's always only one check, right? So I can just do this.
Oh dear. Rook D3.
Do you want to play rook b1 and claim you're playing for a win?
No, I don't want to do that. I want to play e5 for a win. How am I going to get an e5? Well, the only thing I can do is play for e5. What else do I have? Rook takes?
Yes, rook takes, e5.
Yeah, go baby, go.
Queen e6, you have a couple checks, right?
Well, it's funny that you should mention that. I do have a massive idea.
Yeah, you do, yes. Can I go, if rook before you have queen d8, right?
Yeah, that was
yeah.
In the immortal words of Larry Christensen, trying to get my opponent from behind. Queen d8 is a big threat, as is queen h. So you just have to control that activity. I do believe that Alireza is well on his way to a draw, but
and he's playing quickly enough as well, which is a relevant part of the equation here.
Because the clock times, right?
Yeah, I think he's being very careful not to go too far down on the clock. He still has 18 minutes here.
It happened to him during this event that he was very dangerously close to losing on time.
He did great with little time against Fabi.
Oh, Fabi was amazing.
Yeah, he managed to outplay him with 1 minute. That he played for 90 minutes, he had 1 minute.
Yeah, and that king e7, and he ran to the king's side. By the way, Darush, during the break, he mentioned to me that Wesley had played a rook and opposite color bishop ending against Prague early in the tournament. He was seriously
Not only that, but
yeah.
Had the pawn on f2 survived, we would have had a very similar structure even to what Prague was playing on the other side of it.
And no, now I feel that 99%. I think you're what did we call it? The currency. It's a $10,000 bill, but the guy on the cover.
I forgot.
Was Salmon Casey or something? The Secretary of Treasurer.
I remember that.
Dang, 19.
Middle name P, I think. But everything else is very hazy by this point. It's been an hour, so we no longer remember names.
Right. Talk to us about Wesley and MVL. It's totally...
Not much to say. I'm a bit surprised MVL chose to put it on h5 and not on h6. Right. But I guess the rook just never really swings over. And also, this fixes the pawn on g3. This was only done in response to h4.
Right.
I don't know if he would have done it with the pawn still on h2, but as a response to h4, there's now this potential target for counterplay anyway. I don't think this is even dangerous. You make pretty much any move. Rook b2, rook e2, king c6 is fine.
And with the king on h1, how could white possibly play?
Yeah, you kind of want to swing the rook over and take on h5, but then maybe you blunder rook takes b3 and you
start crying.
And this is a queen suddenly. So, no, I don't expect this to progress very far.
Just on that note, let me just show the audience how you easily lose this position with the white pieces. You go check, and of course you want to grab this pawn, so you go happily over there, taking the pawn. King comes to e4, you grab the pawn.
There is rook takes c5 here. We actually did not manage to lose somehow. We were trying really, really hard to lose.
I was trying to lose, and this is how we could end up losing. But as Peter was saying, unfortunately, rook takes c5, and despite best efforts, you still haven't managed to lose the game.
Is that even lost? Rook and g and h pawn against the queen?
I was also wondering, exactly. No, let's not.
And my point was...
Your point was entirely valid, yes.
Thank you very much. Yes. So rook, we do have rook check on the board. And are clock times a factor in this one?
I mean, MVL has a lot more time, but...
A lot more time.
55 minutes against 15, but 15 minutes is plenty of time for this position.
Exactly. So this one we expect to be a draw. I'm going to turn our attention...
all of our games to be drawn.
Back to 20%, baby. Yeah. We had 2 yesterday, so it's time for a zero decisive games round.
Oh, no. To even things out.
20 sharp.
Okay, just a second. I'm going to bring up the Alireza game. Again, a marquee matchup. Alireza,
He's not even at the board. He's just quickly making this move because he knows it's equal.
Rook to d3. How did I got in a cheapo somehow, didn't I? I was trying to push my e-pawn. How did you do that?
On g5 somehow.
Yeah, I think you chased me.
Yeah. Queen e2, rook d2, queen g4.
And you chased me
What was
again.
the cheapo?
Well, I was getting in a shot. I was getting in
Took on b3,
Yeah.
and he played e5.
Right, and I was getting my rook down to f8. I think I achieved this, and
I would have played queen d5 on the previous move, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. Queen to d5.
Remind you that rook takes h3 is also a thing that can happen to you. King h2 solves it, though. And rook b2 no longer attacks the pawn on g2, so I still have to make a move in this position. But
Rook b8.
yeah, but rook b8, e8, I guess. If all else fails, I can go
I have a
fully
pass pawn
defensive
as
for a
well
couple
now.
of moves.
The
Yeah.
c-pawn.
Yeah, I'm not getting in. Again, I was trying to get the e-pawn to become a factor. When you blockaded it, you allowed rook f8. But it's this rook h3 it's a pity because queen h4 check, you get to play king g8. I'm not in time. Darn.
Maybe in the current position you could play queen c2.
Current position.
And if I go queen d4, can you play
Rook
e5?
d2, though. What's
I think the same. I think the same.
Forgot about rook d2.
You're chasing me every time I put my queen on a vulnerable
And if I
square.
go e5,
Okay.
you win my d6 pawn. Can I win your a7?
e5 queen d5, right?
Oops.
That was
Oh,
a
yeah,
bit.
that's much better.
That was a bit stronger. Yeah.
And I resign.
That was a bit stronger.
Yeah.
You're an influencer. You're using that Jedi mind trick on me again. You got yourself into a rook and pawn endgame.
Oh, we have queen c4.
Alireza
e3.
decides not to repeat, goes rook e3.
Rook
Also
E3.
quite understandable. He just wants to round up the pawn on e4 and collect it.
So, idea, you're thinking simply queen e5?
Queen e5, yeah. Queen e5 and take on e4 next move.
Was this? No, this was not the pawn ending. Oh, maybe it was.
Yeah.
Weren't you
I was
trying
trying
to play
to get
queen?
I think
yes.
the other one, Prague finally decided
But I
that he
can
does
take-
not have anything, and yeah, the game is drawn. I think we missed the handshake.
Oh,
This
really?
is the
It's
one
already
that you
over?
want to. Let's
No?
go to the Fabi game then. Hold on. We've got an
They
alert.
repeated 3 times, but
The arbiter is.
arbiter's coming.
If you don't mind me asking, Peter, following his game with Nepo, where Prague unfortunately had to make a draw after 15 moves with the white pieces, how did he feel after that game? Did he feel like...
These things happen.
Right.
In a field like this, if you miss an important new opening idea, often you just end up leaving completely empty-handed. You never enjoy it. He wasn't happy about it, but he was sanguine about it. Like it's happened before, it will happen again.
Sure.
You would prefer it not to, but it's absolutely part and parcel of...
And now that he was victimized by this, I want to say, very important opening novelty by Nepo, has Nepo once again rewritten Russian defense history?
I'm not sure if it's a sort of a one-game idea or a two-game idea or a completely new thing that will now inspire generations of Petrov players to not defend the knight on d4 altogether. I haven't really done proper studying of that question. It's definitely playable for one game, as we've seen, but hard to say further.
Okay, more analysis needed as this game between Fabiano and Prague has been drawn. Prague took a strategic risk. He wasn't punished or anything like that, but it just felt that good play by both players.
Yeah. I think Prague did give Fabi some chances to play. I think if Fabi realized how strong a5 was, he would have played a5. But the way Fabi approached that position after the g3 pawn was traded for the d4 pawn, where it does feel like White is, bought a sky banner saying, "I am playing for mate here," and the response of playing f5 and making sure that the king side is protected is a very normal human reaction. And from there, I think maybe Fabi didn't have that much.
And there we have it.
Updated standings. We have 3 draws. So nothing has changed in the standings. Alireza remains in the clear lead.
Alireza will be in the clear first even if he loses this game, which appears unlikely. Frankly, appears unlikely as things stand right now.
Did you like the decision to play rook e3, Peter?
I don't hate it at
as opposed to
all.
rook
I
d4?
don't think it matters. I think rook d4 was also completely fine, but I think rook e3 is good, yeah. How do you stop queen e5, queen takes e4 here?
Put me on the spot there. I kind of fell back to an idea that Nazi had, which was to go into a rook ending.
But then I think I can actually take on b3, no?
As opposed to focusing on the d pawn. I think so. Originally, in a different version, Nazi was playing after rook d3, rook, and taking a pawn.
Yeah.
And then
which I think is also a draw, but I want to make a draw without even sort of begging for it. I think rook takes b3.
Rook d1?
Rook d1, just rook b7. And I think I will be able to trade d4c.
My king on h1 is too far.
Yeah, the one on h7 is also not an oil painting, but I think those pawns do get traded
But you
off.
have, you're going to play c4 and trade.
Yeah, rook d7. I think I'm in time to play c4, c3, c2 and just trade. And I shouldn't really be suffering all that much in this endgame.
Probably not at all.
Well, I mean, the king on h7 is going to be a bit annoying. Let's say, if in this position, if we continue, rook c1, rook d6, rook takes c2, if I could play rook c2, a5 next move, white definitely continues forever. White probably doesn't win, but you are justifiably continuing for the next 30 moves because of how passive everything is.
Well, indeed.
But it just doesn't get there. Black has a move here. Black starts with rook a6 himself, or starts giving checks. Rook c4, g5, king g6. You're not losing that one.
Right. I mean, on a very, very good day, I'm trying to get my king over. No, it's just not working, unfortunately. Okay, rook e3, current position. Clock times, if you don't mind. I've heard
37 for Nepo.
37?
19 for Alireza.
2-1 time advantage in the favor of.
I think Alireza would be fine even if he had 1 minute here.
He knows very well what he has to do to draw the game.
And if we can quickly switch to Wesley's game.
Yep.
There's a funny moment right now. If White wanted to lose, they could.
Oh, is this
maybe.
Is this the moment for rook takes b3?
Yes.
There is a potential.
But White rook has to find the worst square possible for that to work.
How do we do it? I mean... I
guess king d7, rook g5, and then we don't know even if that's lost. Probably.
So let me just go... Oops, excuse me. I just wanted to see where we're coming from, who's playing, how's it going. I guess king e7.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I'm perfectly
with the bishop
happy.
on e5, it's just how do you generate a threat? You can trade h5 for g3, I guess, but that remains extremely drawn.
Well, this is also where you've got to keep a watchful eye over rook takes b3, right?
Yeah.
There's rook h6, a6, but that also is a draw, of course.
Of course.
Everything is.
Exactly.
Is a draw.
But more to the point that you have made is trading h5 to g3 really is not what we'd call a sterling success.
King d7. MVL is being very subtle. I don't quite know why. Why we put something on the light square here, but I don't think it matters.
No, that's not the trap.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want rook takes e5 to be a check, right? But I don't know. Yeah, rook e5, rook g3, rook h5, rook any square on the third, and then I should.
But we do have an interview. Christian is with Prague.
Prague, welcome back to the studio. Quite an interesting game, full of content. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, I was just wanted to keep the game going, and I didn't want to make any short draws like last 2 days. So, yeah.
How did you choose the opening? Because obviously the last encounter between you two at the candidates, you played e4. Now you decided to start with c4. How did you choose the opening?
Yeah, between those two games, I also played Catalan against him in Norway. So, pretty much tried everything. And c4 was, I think, the last one left to try. So,
why not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, you can play anything literally against d4 and d4, and kind of depends on his mode. And if he wants to stay stolid or wants to fight, he has the Berlin and also other options, so I was not sure what he will choose. And I just wanted to play a game with c4 and see how it goes.
Keep it more flexible.
Yeah, this I had with black in round 4, I think, against Anish.
Anish, yes.
Yeah, I remember queen e6 is little inaccurate because I get this rook c1, now he has to go bishop d6 because bishop b6 there's b4. It's not a big advantage or something. It's just.
But you're getting some initiative on this side.
Something very small. And here, I was expecting a5. Then I was thinking between bishop c3 or bishop e3. I wanted to go bishop e3 at the end and like knight d2, and it's a normal position. Normal English structure. I thought this knight d4 takes rook e1. I thought should be better for me, at least slightly. And here, apparently b4 is inaccurate.
Seems queen to a4, but b4 is a very natural move also, right? Just want to attack with b5, also queen b2. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it does. But what I'm surprised is, Comp also says this is also playable. Which I don't believe. Like, black's position looks very solid.
Probably not for long.
Yeah, sort of underestimated this way of defending d4, and
but still you took.
Yeah, I still decided to go for it.
This was a huge moment in the game, and in fact, Peter was a bit puzzled about this decision. And what was your calculation behind it? Why did you choose this one?
Yeah, I could play something else and probably make a draw without any fights. So I wanted to keep more game in the position, and I thought this is like the only ways, and I couldn't see. Yeah, it's just there are so many ways that black is better, which maybe I overestimated my position. I thought white is the only one who's playing here, and we were discussing about a5.
Exactly, you chatted with him after the round. How did he assess this position?
Yeah, we both thought this is actually dangerous for black. So this. Yeah, I was seeing all these lines and I thought, okay, if it works, it works, or if it doesn't, okay, at least it's more fun.
This is some crazy stuff indeed.
Yeah, I missed queen f6.
Very difficult to calculate from far, right?
Yeah, also there are other options here for both sides, so I wasn't sure. But I did, it looked fun. And yeah, f5, I underestimated when I went for this queen d4, queen c5. And yeah, it's just fine for black. If king h1, just go queen f7, and even says black is slightly better, but we both thought it's just fine. And I tried to be smart with bishop f3 because now queen f7, at least it's a better version for me.
The queen is protected, yes.
Yeah, but bishop e5 is strong here, and he gets rook d4, and that's the drawback of bishop f3. Now I don't have f4, so I have to do this. And yeah, I was still hoping that he would play for a win because I had more time and that I can. Yeah, we were calculating this.
Just for a second, I do believe we're getting a result. Wesley and MVL have repeated the position and have agreed to a draw. Let's continue.
Yeah, and we were discussing this, and yeah, we both thought it's fine for white. Like there's nothing direct for him, and I can always, like bishop f7, I can go queen h3, and then I can always sack on g4, and it can also get dangerous for black.
Oh yes, for sure. No, this looks double-edged, and especially given his time, he was dropping quite low on time. And you spent some time trying to find a way to keep the game going. What were you?
Yeah, I really wanted to play something else. And I can see that it's bad, but
it's still plenty of playing for both, right? For both sides.
Apparently a6 is -1, which we both didn't realize. I thought this is some kind of fun line. g4 takes king h7.
No, that's a nice one. Bishop d5 or?
Yeah, rook g8.
Rook g8 first.
And I thought this is fine for black. Like I saw queen b7, rook g7, queen b4, rook g4 is a draw.
And if queen f3?
Queen f3, there is queen h4, and I think this is...
queen h4 is just killing.
h3, bishop d5 is there.
That's nice. That's nice. Long lines.
Yeah, but okay, you can also do something else, and it's just bad for me.
Well, still a very correct, I would say, very interesting game played. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow for the final round.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Pragg, for that variation where somehow there's a queen on G2. the pawn went to A8 queen, and the queen came back to
this is
G2.
actually not the original queen on G2 in that final position. Yeah.
That was a
very
promoted
fun line,
queen. So we have seen 2 further draws in this penultimate round.
One game running, yeah.
And there's one game, and wouldn't you know it, but it's a marquee matchup game because so much is hinging on the outcome of this game. One thing that is hinging, if Alireza makes a draw, and we think he's in a good position to do precisely that, he will have clinched the GCT Tour.
Yes, no one can catch him anymore. I mean, technically, he also clinches Sinquefield Cup, at least playoffs.
At least playoffs, yes. But the GCT Tour, and our congratulations to him, he came into this event, he had some great successes. He tied for first, I want to say, in Bucharest, but he lost the tiebreaker to Fabi. Then, when Fabi went on a tear in Croatia, it was returned by Alireza as Alireza came to St. Louis and won clear first in the Rapid and Blitz. And now you see them coming to the GCT, from the GCT to this event, and Alireza had taken the lead.
25 played, I think.
25 played, yeah. I'm sure they both have been calculating this and this only, really, for most of the time they spend here. The engine once again suggests that yes, you can take and it's a draw, but pretty much any other move is a draw as well. Queen G3 is a draw. Queen C7 is a draw.
Queen G3 is a draw.
Yeah, Queen G3 is completely fine as well. Queen takes C5, Rook E2 for now. We put something, one of your pieces will be on G1, and then I start collecting the stragglers.
Right.
Just a very comfortable. I mean, Queen takes A7. It goes, let's say, Queen B4 takes on E4 with the Queen, and then yeah, you're not really playing for a win with those pieces.
Not with the defensive.
Not with those pieces. Yeah. So options kind of abound here for Alireza. Queen takes D5. I'm very convinced is a draw, but maybe he does not want to defend a slightly passive rook ending, and he plays something else.
Well, I liked your version of the rook ending, which was Queen D5 and Rook takes B3.
Rook B3. You can sort of ask some questions after Rook C1, Rook B4, A5, perhaps. The way it makes a draw here, it goes Rook B5, White plays D6, it goes C5, C4, only move, but it's enough. Rook takes C4, and very importantly, we include Rook D5 here to prevent the rook from coming to G4. And now after both Rook C6 and even Rook C7, now we go back to taking on A5. And then we swing the rook back to G5. And this position, we are in time with G5, King G3, King G6. And
okay, but this needs to be calculated.
yeah, this needs to be calculated, which is why I suspect Alireza might just decide not to. Because I think the biggest issue for White is that if you play Queen C7 here, there's just no way forward. You can't ever lift the rook off the back rank because of Rook E1 ideas. You're not pushing E5, you're not really pushing anything. You can play King G1, but then once again, Queen G3 becomes even stronger. Queen G3 just makes an immediate draw.
Rook F2 and repeat.
Yeah, not Rook F3, of course. Rook F2, Rook E1, Rook F1, Rook E2. So if you don't want to even think about some maybe slightly problematic rook endgames, you can absolutely keep the queens on the board. You're fine here with play.
Queen C7.
Queen C7 or Queen G3 or even Queen B8. Queen C5 rook takes B3 is also 0-0-0, not even 0-10.
Wow.
So we know what the engine thinks about this. Now let's see what Alireza thinks about this.
So as a human being, what would you do, Peter?
I don't know. I don't trust myself with rook endings, frankly.
Really?
So maybe we keep the queens on. I wonder, this is a way to run into trouble. Allowing Rook F4, leaving this diagonal, is the way to actually put yourself in a position where you can lose. So one thing you shouldn't do is Queen E7, but pretty much anything else.
You want to maintain King H2.
You need to continue denying the White King the H2 square.
Exactly. Right. So anything like Queen A6 is a disaster. Rook F4 and...
Well, pretty much any square on the B8 H2 diagonal
What would you do, Yasser?
I take the queen because I actually do think that rook ending is such a clean draw. You say it's a little bit of calculation, but once you see that, hey, look, my king is actually close to the d pawn.
In practical terms, though, I want to point out one thing.
Yes.
What would be unfortunate is for Alireza here to burn, let's say, he began with, I think, 17 minutes.
Okay.
He is now down to 15.
Okay.
You burn, I don't know, an additional 8 and decide the rook ending is dangerous.
Okay.
And then don't go for it. That would be kind of not the way to do it.
Yeah, that would be impractical.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Obviously, the evaluation of the position doesn't change, but you get down to single figures on the clock, and you haven't made a forced draw.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you kind of either have to bite the bullet and just take on d5, take on b3, believing that a rook ending with kings on h1 and h7 and equal material should be a draw,
Right.
and it is.
Right.
You will be correctly, thinking it is.
Right.
Or you should just choose a square and put the queen on a square somewhere and continue playing. The kinds of half and half decisions is what is dangerous here.
You asked me the question, but now it's back on you. What would you do, Nasi? Would you be trading queens?
I think it depends who I'm playing.
What?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Explain yourself.
Well, some players are a lot more dangerous with queens on the board, so then I will trade.
So if you're playing Michael Tal, you take the queens off the board just because you know he doesn't like it.
Yes, obviously that only applies if I believe both ways a draw.
Right.
Then I think about which my opponent would like least.
Okay, but don't you also think of what you would like most?
I think for me,
slightly worse, slightly worse rook ending,
It's slightly worse either way. So.
or having very, very active queen and rook, putting a position where
I can get mated,
Well, you can give mate. You can. You tie your opponents up, right? You get some position. I thought that was a really cute move, by the way, queen b4.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's not an obvious move to make, queen b4.
Right. So, but you do reach a position like this, and you say, "Oh, this is so nice because the rook is on g1. I have absolutely 0, 0, 0
Actually, just
chances."
pick the a-pawn up, attack it, and eat it.
Right. So here, your queen is.
You're convincing me now that I should keep the queens on the board.
No. I'm saying do what makes you more comfortable. Some players like attacking. I mean, you heard Peter.
Kind of a weird takeaway from this is maybe we shouldn't have played rook e3. Maybe we should have played rook d4. None of this would have been on the table.
Right, because then the queens and rooks would have stayed on the board. Alireza, he is struggling, as Peter mentioned. He started with the 17 minutes. He's burned 5.
I don't think he's struggling.
Yeah,
he's just deciding how to draw.
Yeah, I think struggling is strong, yeah.
He's just making sure he's not missing anything.
Yeah, well, it's such an important moment.
And we have a graph to see all of Alireza's results in different GCT tournaments this year.
Yeah.
So first one was in Romania, and he tied for first. Lost the playoffs to Fabi.
Scored 9.25 GCT points for the effort.
In Croatia, one that Fabi won, he shared second.
How dare he?
And that is his worst result.
Exactly.
That's going to be his worst result in the tour.
Right.
That's true. And then about a week ago, he won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Convincingly so.
Convincingly. Just looking at that in that shared second, I'm reminded of an interview where Garry Kasparov came on and went da-da-da-da-da-da. And he said, it was the first time in 10 years I wasn't clear first. It was like, what? You just let that sink in for a moment.
To say that.
Yeah. It was the first time in 10 years I didn't win clear first in the tournament. Wow. How dare you?
I guess
take
Magnus
second?
could say that maybe. No, even Magnus can't say
that.
No.
No. He was a dominant world champion, our Garry Kasparov was. Queen d5. I'm not sure, I didn't convince myself. Queen c7, queen g3. Those were very compelling arguments. On the other hand, I'm a pawn grabber, and going into that rook ending, I just thought was such an easy one. Maybe it's not as easy as I thought.
Alireza has some history with rook endings. I don't think he's an enjoyer. Generally, I think he prefers keeping life in the position.
Okay,
but this is a very, very direct line.
Tricky move, but not terribly so.
No.
Especially
everything
when
else
you
loses, so you find it just by exclusion. You can't really play anything else.
Especially when you see this, this, d7, rook here, rook here. Your king is very.
And I think the way we hold
close.
it is we play g5 and then king. Let's just put something on the board. King h2, king g6, king g3, king f6, or maybe rook d4. King g3, rook d4, king f3, king f6, king e3, rook d1.
Yeah.
And the issue is the white king cannot cross the d file and it cannot get to e5. If it got to e5, I suspect we lose. We'll lose, but it cannot get to e5. We just stay on the d1, d2 squares. We never go king g6 now. If you give me a check from e6, I go king f7.
We're not interested in allowing king e6, g8, rook takes g7 either. Even that might be a draw, but why? We just leave our king on f6, and as you say, the king is actually just cut off. So yes, you can calculate that to.
I think it's manageable, but it's not necessary.
Not necessary.
Also, more time he burns. Okay,
Yeah,
no more questions.
Okay.
We know the answer.
Good.
Queen d5.
And also, I think e5, rook d3 is a draw as well. It's just maybe a slightly more difficult draw. Rook d3, rook
just
f7.
be a longer endgame.
Yeah,
maybe.
just going to take a bit longer. I don't know, rook d5, rook a7, c4.
Yeah, I was about to say, is this really that
Rook
hard?
c5, yeah. Very similar. It's just instead of the d pawn, it's the a pawn, which I don't know which one I prefer.
I think a pawn is easier to draw.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm just influenced by the two endgames we had earlier in this tournament.
No, but he's gone for the other one. He took on b3, rook c1, and now
we're expecting rook b4.
Rook b4, rook b5, d6, c4 is the line we think is the cleanest. You can also, in the current position, play rook a3, allow rook c4, and start bringing the king up.
I was about to say, rook a3, just a second. A little scary?
Oof, that was missed, and it is more than a little scary. Might be still a draw after rook b3, but I don't
can understand why you suddenly said I'm not so interested in rook a3 anymore. Okay. Well, very unlikely. We do expect Alireza to play rook b4, keeping a careful, watchful eye over this d pawn as well as the a pawn.
King g8, king f7 doesn't work, right? Because I lose too many pawns.
Right.
I lose a7 with a check, which is unpleasant.
Yeah.
Rook a3.
Rook a3.
It still holds after rook d1, rook b3, but
why did we essentially, this is the situation. Rook takes b3. And against rook d1,
the only way to even try rook c4, king g8 is a very, very comfortable draw for
against rook d1, rook b7. Yeah. So I go rook c1, and I was expecting rook b4. But after rook a3, I can now play rook d1.
Okay.
And force you to play rook b3. So yes. So you've given me.
Yeah, we want a full tempo.
Yes. Aren't I? Isn't that like a moral victory? And don't I like get extra ELO rating points?
You get a cookie. Yeah. You absolutely get a cookie for this. Yes.
Can we make it a chocolate chip cookie?
Absolutely.
Can we be more precise?
d6 I think is unnecessary because you are going to be trading d4c, and bringing the king over is probably more advantageous. So you start with king g1.
In this exact moment.
Yeah, king g1, c4, king f2, c3. Oh, hang on.
A little bit
How
scary.
does this work? It does work. c3, king e2, c2, rook c1, rook c3. And then I will attack it from the side, and I will pick up the d pawn.
So d6?
Rook c6.
d7?
Rook d6. We are getting the position I was talking about earlier with the rook on a6 for white. Rook c2, rook takes d7, rook c6. Which I guess Jan will play, because why not?
Right, but are you happy?
With black? How am I losing this?
I don't know.
Question.
I have no idea. My king has to get to e4, and I do have to trade rooks, and I don't know how.
I don't know how you.
I don't know how am I doing it. By the way,
rook
force d1 by Jan, and
But rook b3 has to be played, right?
Yeah.
Is rook e3 bad? It's probably same.
It's weaker. It's
king G1, king F2
it's
with a
still
tempo.
kind of okay, but why
give me the
side?
tempo?
Yeah.
why I chose that side.
By the way, one person who was maniacal in his desire to understand rook endings was Viktor Korchnoi.
Mm-hmm.
And he really poured his heart and soul into understanding these endings. And his magnus opus on the rook ending, I mean, what a mind. He really pushed himself to understand these very, very tricky rook endings.
It's one thing to understand rook endgames in theory, but when it appears in your game, when you're low on time, somehow everything flies out of your mind.
All the rules, all the guidelines you've ever learned is suddenly forgotten. It's brilliant how that works.
Yeah.
Especially when you're in time trouble too.
Yes.
Right?
And just the pressure of the game, I guess, makes you lose objectivity.
By the way, Alireza burning another minute on this clock. I didn't like his move rook a3, by the way, just to be clear. He's going to have to take that back.
Rook e3. I'm guessing all the bad moves. It's not a bad move, but it's not the optimal move.
Right. Am I?
Peter, why was rook e3 not as good? Because it's played.
King g1, rook e8, king f2. You're probably getting a... I don't like it. We might be getting a... Because now we might not be able to trade d4c without trading rooks. Let's go with this. King g1, rook e8, king f2, c4. Rook e1 maybe?
What is rook e1? That's so strange.
Do you want to go rook e5?
I want to go rook e5 and the king over to c3.
Oh, nice.
Now it still makes a draw with every single move here, but it becomes a bit, here you probably do it this way though.
And by the way, we do have a move by Jan.
Yeah, king g1 obviously,
King G1,
obviously is going to be played. No, this still holds, I guess, because d6, c3, nothing really changed. We're still getting the position we were talking about. The danger is
c4 has been played.
C4, probably doesn't make a blind bit of difference, right? King of2, rook e8 is
a blind bit of difference. Is that Russian?
Pretty sure it's English.
A blind
British.
bit of difference? Okay.
Yes. We're being told interesting things in our here.
That's an inside joke.
King f2. King f2.
Once again,
rook
rook e8 is strictly the only move, but you'd never make any other move in this position.
Doesn't rook e5 flash through your mind as a move you want to provoke d6 or not?
But and rook e8 now?
No, rook e8 now.
No,
It's lost.
Yeah, you've lost the game.
So he played rook e8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was always.
I'm on a different tempo.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
This was always going to happen.
Yeah, king f2, rook e8 on the board.
Yeah, I think the way to try something would be to play rook e1 here, but
so we want to play
c3,
c2,
and rook d8.
And rook d8. That's the drawing mechanism.
So, okay, one question would be what happens if we play king f3 here?
King f3.
King
that
f3,
gets us
c3.
a little bit closer to the pawn.
King of 3, c3, and let's say there's always rook e5. So what if I play king f4?
Oh, I
guess you go c2, rook c1, and rook e2. Everything else actually loses, but rook e2 does make a draw. But that's very logical. You want it on d2.
d6?
Just play rook d2.
Rook d2, king e5.
Rook e6 is a draw. King g8 is a draw.
Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting for you to play d7,
Right.
and then I will play rook d2. This actually is
Yes,
lost.
right.
This you do not want to do,
Yeah.
but king g8 is fine, and also I can immediately trade it by playing rook e6 here.
That's the one I really
Yeah, so we're still within the margin. And rook e1, the idea would be that after rook e5 check, we make this very smart move king e2, because after rook e8, we do not want to blunder a rook.
Mm-hmm.
We do, however, want to play king d1, and this actually is winning now.
Now we
because
get to
we
play
successfully
rook e5.
swung the king over. We will play rook e5. We'll bring the king up to c3. With the king on h7, these positions are very often completely lost, as is this one. But after king e2, black is still in time. Only move, by the way. Rook f5.
Nepo did not play rook e1.
He went king.
He went king of 3.
King
and now
c3 we're expecting.
Yeah, c3 is not the only move. King g8 is still fine. G5 is still fine. So this gives black slightly more leeway, seemingly.
Yeah, I'm playing c3 because I just want to make sure absolutely stone cold certain that I get to trade the C pawn for the D pawn. Nepo does. I mean,
they both know it's a draw.
Yeah, but
still
you still have to
yeah,
make it. Yeah, this will continue for a bit.
C3. But is that a usual pose for Nepo? I'm not used to seeing him
He
having
doesn't look
his
very
whole-
happy now.
having his hand for his forehead. C3. Any trickies that you can see, Nasi? I mean, the one tricky thing I have in mind is that if I attack the pawn right away, you can't play rook to d8 because now we
play rook e5. Right?
But we do have that rook e5 move. But what tricks could? I guess it's king f4.
Yeah, it's only really king f4. Otherwise, you just immediately allow the trade of d4c.
Exactly. So king f4, c2, rook.
Immediate rook e2 is also a draw, unsurprisingly, because we have c3, c2 as a backup pretty much everywhere. So it doesn't really make much of a difference. And king g8 still holds. Black is still in time to make pretty much any move he wants, as long as it's not rook g8, I guess, or rook c8. Allowing the king to e5 would be a mistake. Obviously, that's not something you do not want to do, but pretty much everything else is fine if he plays king f4.
No tricks.
Yeah, no tricks. I
When
can't
is
think
no
of any.
tricks? No.
And 8.5 minutes on the clock, which I assume we count as a comfortable situation.
C2, rook e5.
Yeah, that's the threat here.
That's it. That's the draw. And again, for those of joining us late, a draw clinches the GCT Tour in favor of Alireza. So, I mean, at the finish line, you don't want to throw it all away with one bad move.
Yeah, clinches the GCT, clinches at least playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup. He's white against Prague tomorrow. Fabi is playing Anish. White against Anish, so they both have the white pieces. Fabi will definitely try tomorrow because Anish is having a very, very meh tournament, and Fabi will be very interested for rating, GCT points potentially, absolutely making sure that he finishes second in this one. Circuit points might be improved also if he wins, but yeah, Alireza with white just will go extremely solid tomorrow against Prague, I'm sure.
And tomorrow's going to be a huge fight for that third place.
Yes. Yes.
And apparently we might have playoffs on Thursday for the GCD third place.
And because, crazily enough, it could be MVL and Wesley.
I think only those two, really, because they are... Because there was a four-way tie for first in Bucharest, and then I believe a massive tie for second in the first Rapid and Blitz in Croatia. People have really, really weird decimal points.
Right.
And the only two players with the same decimal points, I think, are MVL and Wesley.
Right.
So they can actually tie in the GCT standings. Everybody else would need a miracle of nature to end up on the same.
And I remember the wild cards players, Wehi and Magnus, taking a lot of the GC because that
was very much part of the story there.
Yeah, incredibly well when they took part in the tour.
D6 chosen by Nepo. Now we can just go rook d8, c2 next move.
Exactly.
Take on d6, put the rook on kind of wherever we want, really. a6, but it's not really necessary. The way you lose here is you somehow allow white to get the king over to b5 very, very quickly. Let's say in this position after rook d6, rook c2, which probably we'll have on the board. You play, I don't know, you play rook a6, rook c4, and then you pass for 5 moves and white gets the king over to b5.
And that's lost?
No, but that's how you lose. Okay. That's sort of the beginning of how you lose.
There are phases to the loss. I mean,
it's a position which I think is level enough to begin with, that you have to go through phases.
Yeah.
Even here, I'm pretty sure it's a very solid draw if you play correctly. But let's say we go king b5, you go rook b6 check, I go king a5. Now you have to worry about me playing rook c7. So eventually you will start, like you go rook b2 here, I go, I go a5, then I go g2, g4. So
Yeah.
the one I will lose on the kings, I will be on h3, not on g2, which is very important.
Right.
This might be lost now. Honestly,
Right.
the one Yasser has on the screen now might be lost.
Right.
I can very easily imagine this being lost. But we've done a lot of bad things to our position to get from here to there.
Yeah, those are the phases that are necessary. And we do have king e4 on the board, c2 instantly, naturally. The one thing we have is not slightly, but the more active king. So we're going to try to use it. At first, I wasn't even convinced that we necessarily
Rook a6
had
isn't
to
necessary,
go
I don't think, yeah.
across the board. King h6, bring the king to g5. We can worm our way up the board as well, right?
I mean, besides the better king, we also have better pawns, right?
Yay.
Double
Yeah.
pawns.
Yay.
No, this is actually relevant because in those scenarios I was just describing, if we lose the h3 pawn and not the g2 pawn, black still does not have an easy way to create a passer. You will in those scenarios you will have to lose both, and you very often don't actually lose both.
I have in my recall a game that Anatoly Karpov won as white against Vlastimil Hort. I'm going to put the outlines on the board. So something like this. It was equal number of pawns on the king side. It was just the fact that this rook was really, really, really passive. And there was a combination at one moment of a6, a5, a6, and the rook getting to b7, as well as something was going on over on the king side where you were kind of stuck. And Anatoly won against Vlastimil Hort.
This exact position is maybe a reason not to have gone into this.
Exactly. But in this particular case, there's no reason to seize the defensive with rook a7. We can actually, on a good
that passive.
Yeah, exactly. We can wait for, I don't know, a move like rook here before we can go.
Even rook d2, rook a2 maybe, and
yeah, and we still ask this question, like, okay, king h6 as expected, just improving the king.
Down to 7 minutes, but still perfectly manageable in terms of clock times.
Yeah.
Do we play rook c5 just to not let the king out?
Agreed. Rook to c5.
G5 or?
I would want to take away the square a5. Yeah, you go ahead and play a5, and I'll go rook here, and then, well...
King d3?
King d3.
Oh, I would like to play king d5. In all of these positions, I would like to play king d5.
Allowing rook d here?
Yeah, let's go g4.
King g5?
I missed king g5, yeah, okay. Even though maybe it's not the end of the world, king...
You're going to play g5 at some point.
Yeah, king b7 here.
Rook e7, rook c7?
Rook e7, rook c7, yeah.
And
we have to calculate. Maybe it doesn't actually win, but I'm too lazy to. I will let Yasser demonstrate on the board. I think this wins, right? Because the king is on a very poor square.
Totally.
It's a G pawn,
this actually
not an F
wins
pawn.
with maybe a tempo to spare.
Right, yeah, easily.
Wins with a tempo to... No tempos to spare. But,
no tempos to spare.
But does win, though.
Yeah, wrong pawn.
True that.
Wait, how do you win? Because your king is awkwardly placed.
Queen f3, queen h5.
Okay, easy.
Yeah, we'll
Very
find a way.
easy.
Or queen f2, yeah.
Yeah. Has to be an F pawn.
Naturally.
But you have to try rook c5.
Yes.
Allow king g5 seems pretty easy.
Exactly.
Well, I'm hearing now that apparently there is no possibility for GCT playoffs for the third place. Don't know why.
You mean we get a free day?
Yes.
Wow.
I think I can explain why.
Okay.
Wesley is now a full point ahead of MVL.
Right.
So MVL needs to finish above Wesley. They cannot tie. So in the last round, if MVL wins and Wesley doesn't, MVL will probably be in clear third, and Wesley will be in a massive tie. Wesley will not get fourth. Wesley will get fourth to seventh or something. That is not a point below third. That is a bunch of points below a third.
Gotcha.
In that case, MVL just easily overtakes Wesley's score.
Clear. By the way, no defensive rook a6 type of moves, cleverly getting white to play a4, a5, but just the very direct rook to d2.
King f3.
Oh,
Do we go back?
well, that's...
We can give a check for now.
Now we can give a check, and that's easy. Easy.
Bring the king all the way back to e2 and then choose square for rook d7, what have you.
Yeah.
No, white can still put a rook on a5 and then start climbing up the board with the king. You don't actually stop it. It's just it doesn't do very much.
Okay.
An interesting question to you, Yasser.
Yes, please.
If we can switch to this so that it will be...
Yeah.
Rook d3, let's say king e2.
Yeah.
Do you, as black, actually just do this? Rook a3, rook a5, you go, I don't know, g5, rook a7, and just, like, I don't know, go g4.
It's crazy that you were about to ask me this question, because I was going to ask myself the very same question. Don't I make a draw?
That seems actually
easily?
kind of comfortable. HG,
Yeah.
let's say rook g3.
Precisely.
King f2, rook takes g4. Once you play a5, I will re-establish myself on the other side.
But
and I've gotten rid of a double pawn.
Precisely.
Which makes my draw easier.
Much easier. I mean, it's not even...
Don't we just do this?
Yeah, there's nothing to discuss anymore.
Yeah, I think we actually do this.
Yeah. Rook, in the current position, what Peter is saying is, don't we just go rook a3, attacking the pawn? You have to play rook a. And here you're so happy with yourself, you've won a pawn, but now you've won 2 pawns. So
I wonder if even king g5 in this position is a draw, but probably we don't want to. We don't want to.
All our pawns?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in this case, I get to win 1 pawn back, but you're tethered. There's no possibility of a side ranking. Anytime you play a5, I'm just going to play rook behind.
Also, somewhat relevantly, if that pawn gets to a7, I can even give up the g7 pawn for nothing. That is still a draw.
And then it's still a draw.
That is still a draw.
So we're thinking that the position is now such that even perversely, giving up 2 pawns is enough to make a draw.
Yeah, if you play king f2, in the same line, after rook takes a7, now g4 doesn't work as well because we don't have rook g3, but we can play king h5 and then king h4. This also holds. This you have to be a little bit more worried about because you are kind of driving your own king into a mating net. And this holds.
Be careful.
Yeah, this holds for the reason that if you take on g7, we just give checks forever until the g3 square gets. Yeah, okay, not this, yeah.
Yeah, available.
Check, and here we once again cannot take, but we can continue giving check. And after king e4, we finally, and very, very safely take on a5, because now we're not being mated on the h file.
Exactly.
And the threat is, once again, we just want to give those checks forever and then go king g3.
Right.
Or we can also do this, g4, h, g4, g5, take on g4, and once again, this is very, very safe.
Alireza might just go for this rook a3 line.
Yeah, that looks...
Honestly, defending it actively is just kind of more pleasant and easier. You no longer have to worry about like what kind of an improvement Jan can think of if I park my rook on the 7th and give him all the improvement time in the world. Maybe he finds some way to force my king to h7, plays g5, it gets locked out on h7, and then somehow something bad happens to my queen side. Just go rook a3.
Exactly. Rook a3, rook a5, and again, we are looking at...
He went rook g3?
Yeah. Similar, I guess.
Well, no,
depending on what he chooses. Yeah.
Right.
No, I understand what he wants to do.
You can't do the same g5, g4.
Oh, no, he
wants to go rook g5.
Does he?
You want to calculate the
Yeah,
pawn
yeah.
again?
Is it anything at all?
I don't know, double
Did
pawns?
Did I blunder?
Probably not, but I would be scared.
It says 0, 0, 0. It's just that for me, and I often say I don't mind looking like an idiot, but this is maybe the one scenario where I would actually mind looking like an idiot. Because simplifying into a king and pawn ending which is lost, from a rook ending I know is drawn. That is sort of the one scenario where the shame would be so intense that
you couldn't show up.
I think it would. It will probably stop me. It will probably stop me from doing this. Yeah. Honestly, like the feeling of intense shame if this ends up happening would be a bit too difficult to handle.
But we
Whoops.
do know
I just
that it's
had
a draw.
a web server
Chess.com.
error. I think
It's having an issue.
we're going to go back to you,
Sure,
Peter, because I've just had something that popped up on his engine. I didn't touch.
You just had a famous Shakespearean quote, error 404, page not found. Yeah, obviously. And we're back.
And we're back. There is shame associated with the move, but on the other hand, I'm looking at it and I'm saying, why am I...
You also get bragging rights when you play it knowing that it's a draw.
Right. Thank you. It has to be an upside. It can't just
High
be...
risk, high reward.
Right.
Rook G5.
Would you play Rook G5?
No, not a chance.
Not a chance. You would be...
I hate pawn end games.
you would be all about Rook A3, G5, G4.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly,
Something
even
I'm
Rook B3,
more
Rook
familiar
B7, like you...
I'd rather passively defend this for 100
we
moves.
suspect it's also a draw. Like, I do not think white wins this one either.
No.
Is my point.
Right.
But, yeah.
I once lost a pawn end game with an extra pawn, so...
I've done that.
And to my surprise, it was lost going into that endgame. I just didn't realize that with an extra pawn, I could possibly lose.
No, I overplayed my hand. I had to accept a draw. I was a pawn up in a pawn end game against Gelfand. I forced a queen ending where actually he was better. Pawn down, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, okay, so you could go defensive-minded, rook to b3 to b7.
He's burning all his time. He's down to 3 minutes.
You could
Clearly,
keep-
he's considering rook g5.
Yeah,
You could-
otherwise you play move quickly. Yeah,
you could keep the active method of rook to a3, rook to a5, play g5, g4 as we've discussed, and finally rook g5 going into a drawn king and pawn game. And does the engine say anything? There's any possibility of losing this?
Well, I only have the top 3 lines, all of which are draws, but I suspect pretty much any move along the third still doesn't lose. So it's. And here I think the mechanism is quite instructive because what the engine does is it doesn't play king f5. It plays king h5. Let's say king g3.
Okay.
It goes king h5. And
Okay.
then it says if you play king f4, we'll play king h4. And you do not want to allow king g3.
Right.
So you instantly, and now we could just go g5, g4, and that I know I will not lose. In fact, it's slightly better for black. It's probably still a draw because it's an a pawn, but
right.
If anybody is better here, it's suddenly black.
G4 taking g5 is the idea? Or?
No, just take on, like we win their position because our king is more active against, like if we continue down that line. Yeah, he's gone rook b3, which is the in-between choice, kind of indicating he wants to go rook b7.
Mm-hmm.
With 2 minutes on the clock, that's maybe the one I like the least, simply because it allows white an absolutely risk-free way to continue for another 25 moves, maybe asking small questions.
Right.
It's not even just the pure torture of it, it's just that like, you might at some point have to make decisions, and you left yourself very little time to make them. You will accumulate some, though.
Right.
It's a position where you will actually accumulate quite a bit.
I like this king and pawn endgame. The more I look at it, I just think that black just makes it draw incredibly comfortable. But okay, that's water on the bridge.
We can also actually
fine.
just give checks until the king gets to h2 and then play rook b7, which I like.
A couple of checks.
Yeah.
It's always good. Check.
Because with the king still on
Check.
this side of the board, we are very happily trading a7 for the g-pawn.
And then drop back.
Yeah.
First drive the...
Yeah, he goes rook b7 immediately. It doesn't really, like, that still is very safe.
Okay, rook b7.
So black is playing g5 next move, right?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
G5.
Interestingly, even after h4, the engine is playing g5, which is a bit comical.
That is nice.
It just badly wants to get to that endgame. Rook g5, rook b4, rook a5, rook h4, rook takes a7, rook b4. It just knows it's a draw, so it's actively aiming to give away some material to get here.
But this is the nice ending where you get rid of the double pawn, you get to play g6, you get an active king. There's nothing.
No, it's very, very easily drawable. You know?
Right.
You don't really think about any of your decisions for the rest of the game there.
Rook b7.
How would you try to keep pressure on here with white?
Exactly. I'm thinking that I would probably play h4. again,
Give me the pawn.
well, because h4, g5. I'm
Yeah,
assuming, like my opponent won't play g5. So, I mean,
H4, we'll see if Alireza will play G5.
I would, like Peter says, there's some small tests that Alireza still has to correctly answer, and I think G5 is a very good indication that he's
honestly, I do not believe it's required.
comfortable.
I think if we do something else, we still don't. If we just keep play rook e7 here.
Okay, rook
honestly,
e7.
I don't think we lose.
Yeah,
but
King F3.
Yeah, but I would prefer not to.
Yeah, no, I kind of like my pawn on G4 and H4. I don't know why. Just feels good to have. Maybe.
Okay, I'll take King H7. I'll just go the other way, come to
No,
F7.
Let's see if we can spoil it enough to actually be worse.
This is one of the ways I was seeking to play with my pawn on G4 was, but Alireza is tossing in some checks. He put. He did not play G5, Peter.
Yep, H4 rook b2 check, and now in particular we can attack these pawns even further. I think we drive the king over to H3, and then we still have the same decision to make. The engine does say, please play G5 now.
Right.
And honestly, in this setup, maybe you will.
Because the pawn's hanging on A4.
Yeah. Although G5, HG, it goes King H5, and after rook takes A7, it goes G7, G6. I don't know if that's so obvious, but yeah.
That's
like
optically
all of these
scary.
positions are just a draw, frankly.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Okay, Alireza did get G2, G3, and then he just dropped back.
And then he goes rook
B7.
b7. I think it's pretty clear that he's not really intending to give up anything unless he's absolutely forced. And yeah, this appears to still be perfectly good enough because I guess he just wants to play rook f7 and say, how are you crossing over anywhere?
Nazi was just saying, well, aren't you
Rook
playing
A6.
H7 as well? Just maybe you could even bring the king to F7. I like the king on F7. It's just that the king on H6 feels cramped a little
awkward,
bit.
yeah.
You know, I don't know.
Up to 4 minutes, which is not irrelevant because perhaps he gets asked one relevant question somewhere in this game. So far, we can't really establish what that question will be, but maybe there's a question to be had somewhere.
No. G4, rook B3, right? And rook B4 and just give you checks.
Well, the problem with G4 is I'm really afraid that these checks are just going to drive our king away from the king side. And I will happily take them.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I will give up the rook for the A-pawn, and I will draw it comfortably with the G-pawns.
Rook A6, I was just looking at that. Idea is it will never work, but G4 H5 is the idea.
Right. But I think you preempted me. It will never work, you know.
Yeah.
Rook C7.
G4, rook C3 check.
Yeah.
King G2.
We can drop the king back to H7, but just starting to give immediate sideways checks and then playing rook C4 once we've chased the king far enough away is just very, very solid.
Was Nepo reaching for his G-pawn there a moment
No,
ago?
he
just
wiped something off the board. Yeah.
Dust off the board.
Nepo has still so much time on the clock. 22 minutes.
Oh, by his standards, he's in
Time trouble.
Severe time trouble.
Severe.
Yeah.
Nice word.
Severe time trouble.
But he won't just accept the draw. He will probably play until the end rook against pawn or something, right? He will take the A7 pawn, give up the kingside pawns. And
Exactly. That's exactly what...
Honestly, today, he has given us very little indication that he's still on tilt. He played a very solid game of chess today.
Exactly.
You could maybe criticize the decision to go bishop takes d5 instead of queen e1, and he probably will be a bit unhappy about that. Even if queen e1 is still a draw, I think in practical terms it would have been a harder draw to make for Alireza. But apart from that, timings were all conservative and correct. He thought where he needed to think. He did not rush a single decision. It's just, like, where were you?
Yeah.
Where were you? Why did you have to lose 2 games with 2 hours on the clock? Yeah.
Well, Peter, this was an event that you were very much a part of. The London candidates, where Vasil Ivanchuk lost 5 games on time. 5 games on time. And Garry Kasparov, in a famous tweet, said, will the real Vasily Ivanchuk show up? He showed up for the final round, and Vladimir Kramnik got destroyed, actually. That was...
Vladdy took excessive risks,
of course,
because of the tournament situation. But still, even Vladdy taking excessive risks still needs to be beaten. Yes. It's not a trivial thing to do. And that game, Vasil played very, very well. I had a front row seat to it, and it was
exactly.
Watch,
So when Jan is playing as well as we know he's capable of, he's a force to be reckoned with. Today, he didn't look like he was on tilt.
No, I mean, he missed one opportunity. He kind of squeezed the most he could have squeezed out of that very, very small advantage he got. I think both of them knew the position up to bishop takes e1, rook takes e1. And then queen e5 is not really the most precise way to play. He found queen b3, he found queen c3. Maybe it's still a draw. So yeah, I mean, I think he will be slightly unhappy about missing queen e1. And he clearly considered it for quite some time, because there was a long pause after rook f1 95 there by Jan.
Just for our audience who may be joining us late, we do feel that out of the opening, Jan had an advantage, and it was this move, knight d5, bishop takes d5, that we just... Queen e1 is
queen
the
e1,
moment
black
that,
has to play queen takes e3. And those endgames are definitely better for white. They might still be draw with perfect play, but I would have preferred this over what he got in the game.
Precisely so.
That's the most we can claim, but it's still something.
Exactly. And when the bishop captured the knight, we got into the...
I think we might be heading towards towards the end. Yeah, this is a second repetition, and he no longer looks like he believes he has anything. Because honestly, because he doesn't. If we're fair to him here, it's because he doesn't.
Yeah.
When Alireza won in 2022, do you remember what his score was? Plus?
I don't remember.
Plus 3?
I think 3. Give me a
We'll
second.
have to look that one up. We'll go into the archives. The archives. It was really nice when Shannon Bailey, the curator of the World Chess Hall of Fame, joined us, and she was saying that they're going to bring out the crown jewels of chess sets. I'm a chess set collector. I just think that a lot of the chess sets are, in my estimation, works of art. So I happily collect them. Are you a chess set collector, Nancy?
I'm not.
Never got into these really beautiful
but
luxury
I do admire
sets.
beautiful sets that I always see at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
He scored
Very
plus
unique.
2.
Did Alireza.
He actually lost to Jan in that tournament, but he won 3. And
interesting history, isn't it? Wow.
How many chess sets do you have, if you know?
Oh, Bauer, I don't know. I'm going to say I have like 30 luxury sets, but all kinds of travel sets, even ones that Bobby Fischer collected too.
Wow.
We have a love of the Argentine chess sets.
No repetition.
Argentine leather.
It's going to torture him for a little bit longer.
Peter, any collections of chess sets on your side?
I think I never had very many. I don't think I ever went above single figures, but I gave some of them away. I think one of my kids is now married, and they asked for a chess set because, somewhat weirdly, my kids were not really interested in chess at all when they were little.
Right.
And then round about the time they got to university, they both developed a sudden interest in the game of chess, which was
what irony that is.
Unexpected, frankly. And yeah, the married one asked me for a set, and I didn't really have an easy set to give him, so I gave him something very ornate and, in my opinion, kind of unusable for everyday life, but they don't mind.
Nice. Okay, we have a development. I don't think it makes that much difference,
About
but
rook
I
b5?
think you're going to play rook b5 here.
B5
right?
or rook b3 or whatever.
Yeah,
put the rook on
Probably
the
like
a5.
a6.
A6. We can put the rook on the On the A file.
How are we losing this position?
I have no idea. G4 menacing H5 ha.
Many checks.
King H7 is also.
King H7 is fine, but many checks. I like the check rook A4
routine.
setup. Yeah.
Okay.
King of3 check.
Well, what if I did
King
this with
E2,
rook on
A4.
E6? That doesn't help me.
Yeah, well, you can't play rook E4
Yeah.
ever because I can take on A6. Rook A4 here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook A4 here. Yeah, rook B5 played.
Yep. Nothing.
Yeah. I mean, yes, you can give up the entire king side to play rook C7 takes A7, but it still doesn't win.
No, not at all.
Yes, it is already on A6, but we're not really all that bothered.
No, that's the whole point in what Nazi was saying too. Once you win these kingside pawns, you just put your rook, you give up your rook when you have to,
and you won't have to for quite some time.
Exactly.
With the king on G5, yeah, the king actually needs to run all the way to B7 there. So
that's a long.
That is a
route.
long way. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
3 minutes and 40 seconds for Alireza.
There are a lot of people around the world. They even have a collectors, if you will, chess collectors, groups that get together, chess set groups. Who in Russia, I mean, okay, we think Anatoly has a pretty nice stamp collection. Who has a nice chess set collection that you're aware?
I don't actually know. I'm kind of not in
those circles,
in those group chats. Yeah.
Yeah. We do, by the way, have A6. We are expecting rook A6, and that is such an active rook. That makes white's.
We went from B7 to A5.
So much easier.
That is an improvement.
Wow, it's a massive improvement. But okay, not that he really had any other ways of testing the position. But I'm thinking that in Russia you have a great history of chess, and therefore somebody has great Russian chess sets.
Yeah, I just don't know.
No,
I just don't know. I'm sure. Like, there's a very nice collection in the Central Chess Club in Moscow. There's which is now part museum. There's a very nice museum sort of next door to the half where the tournaments are still being held is still active, but there's also a dedicated space there which has very nice a very nice museum collection of chess adjacent things. But as for personal collections, I just don't know.
The Hermitage, as far as you know, would it have?
They would have some, but I don't know if they have like a notable collection, because I don't think this was ever a particular area of interest for them.
Okay. Intriguing. Rook A5 on the board, and the times, Nasi, nothing really.
No, 18 minutes against 4 minutes.
Against 4 minutes. So again, we're not thinking that Alireza has any scares.
Trouble? No.
And no jeopardies, as we might say. King to G4. I'm not exactly sure where that king is going.
Well, I mean, it has to go somewhere. It can't stay on H3 if we want to.
That is a good point.
Check.
Rook
check.
G3.
Yeah, do we actually drive the king to E5 or do we not?
I would reluctant. Why? I would maybe just play rook to A3, but he's done it anyway. Rook A4 check. I'm assuming king F3. The king H5.
The ritual of actually king H5 G5. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, no, that makes it simple.
Let's just
right?
do that.
Yeah, that makes it extremely simple. You don't have to do anything.
Let's immediately start improving our king here.
Exactly. Undouble our pawns, and I think after king H5, actually, king F3, king H5.
You probably go rook C5, rook C6, right?
Exactly.
just to
stop. Stop you from ever untangling.
We've seen enough there.
Yeah.
With white. Yeah, I think we've seen enough.
So we're thinking that with this move king H5, we're just threatening to play G5, untangle our double pawns, and comfortably cruise to a GCT Tour victory.
I think they might repeat this way.
Yeah, king H3, but now we can go rook A3, I guess.
It's funny.
There really is no way to make any kind
in the beginning, when we saw the opening, I think Christian said that this might be a 20-minute draw.
Oh, because it was the 4 knights opening ending.
He got half of it correct.
He got the result right.
Which half did he get?
That will forever remain a mystery, which half.
I like how Alireza is thinking here instead of immediately repeating.
Right.
Yeah. Just rook a3. We don't need to, like, king h5, rook c8. You have to play g5. White goes, I don't know, something. I don't know. I can't imagine a scenario here where anything happens.
No.
Ooh. Improving the rook position, very important.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Much culture. So, wow. King h5 now.
Yes.
Now I really feel king h5 being a... Now that g4 is never a move even.
Yeah, the king is not going to g4 anymore. King h5. Once again, I would expect a repetition with rook e5.
h5, rook e8?
g5?
g5.
Yeah.
King e5.
You can chase my king to f7 and lose the a pawn and then kind of wonder if you still have a draw, but why would you?
This is how we lose the game. We don't take on a6, but after rook e8, we do play the move g5. And suddenly we are threatening to take the pawn on a6 after
and
all.
the tables can now turn. If you go h takes g5 and rook takes a6, it is white who is going to be making the exact same draw, frankly.
I would be very, very unhappy as white right about this moment. Yeah. So we do expect king h5, rook e5 check, king h6, and a draw by repetition in that case.
Rook e7, I guess, is the way to try something.
Rook e7?
Checking h5?
Yeah. Oops. King h5, rook e7. Yeah,
he's
I think he's going to play it,
I would be excited.
Yeah, rook takes g7. I don't know what I'm trying. I don't know what I'm trying to sell you here, Yasser. I'm not going to sell you anything in this position, I don't think.
No.
I wanted to say this is a very poor king and I'm threatening mate, but we can play g6, g5 after rook c7. Yeah.
Didn't last very long.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think we're nearing the conclusion to this. And I wanted to continue being incredibly ironic, but it was a well-played game.
It was. It really was.
If rook e5 check here, Alireza could also play g5. Rook g5,
that is a good point.
King a6.
That is a good point, and claim the moral high ground of agreeing a draw with an outside passer.
Right.
Somewhere.
Sir, you will have to prove your
defensive skills. Yes.
Exactly.
Defensive skills.
So if rook e8, g5 check on h8, king g6, h5 check,
king f7,
king g4.
Hold on, sorry.
I'm still losing a6.
Let me share with the audience your analysis, please. Rook e5 check. What would you wanted to do?
No. Nazi was playing rook e8, but we are now finally going to get to a handshake. I think.
So you were trying rook e8,
g5,
g5
check.
Yes.
King g6.
Check.
Good. Exclamation mark. Yes.
Another check. King f7, king g4.
Yes.
I have two
rook takes a6.
connectors, but yeah.
King takes g5. And you're saying 2 versus 1. It's getting late.
2 versus 1 on one side, and then 1 versus none on the other. Yeah.
I'm playing, sir. Yes. Okay. None of this happened because guess what? I think they're finally ready to throw in the towel and make a repetition. At least that's.
Well, they repeated only once.
Only once.
Rook e6. Jan thinking about rook e8, thinking about rook e7, going for those moments. I did like g5, by the way.
Yeah.
Rook e5, g5. That was cute.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is this moment where you do say to white, congratulations, you won my g-pawn, but I've traded off my weak g6 pawn for your strong a6 pawn.
Creates a threat of mate in 1, very important. Only move.
Exclamation.
Double exclam,
yeah. Because it not only addresses the threat, it doesn't threaten mate to white's king. It's like if the rook were on a2.
We got one exclam on my board.
Not a double. Yeah. Because if the rook was on
How
e2.
is that not a double exclam move? We've avoided mate in 1 in the only way possible. Well, I mean, there's also rook takes g3, but it doesn't count.
No, but right. But if the rook was on a2, then I suspect it is a double exclamation.
I think we're being short-charged here by the server.
Exactly. Look at Nazi. You're
on
Nostradamus.
point, very much on point.
our broadcasting
H6
team.
here, maybe?
Rook takes a6. This you probably shouldn't do, actually.
This
Still a
is
draw
how we
after
get into
HG,
trouble.
but like
Because
H7, H7, King G6, you know.
I was even, yeah, exactly.
King 6 is even stronger. Like,
Right?
Maybe still a draw, but like, why would you do this to yourself?
How to blunder 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Let's not go there.
No. Let us not.
But Jan, okay, I understand you would like to play
Okay,
for
this
a win,
this is
but-
honestly the first time in this entire game where I say some tilt is showing.
Right?
He hasn't stopped yet, right?
Yeah, because
he hasn't pulled the brake.
Yeah, he knows this is a draw in about 20 to 25 different ways. After the a6 pawn is gone, it's probably a draw. Oh, yeah, actually, can we make this argument? This line that Nazi was showing, h5, okay, 6, h5, king f7.
Yeah.
Yeah, king g4, okay, 6, king g5. I want to do something really, really stupid.
Okay.
Rook c6.
Which one?
Rook c6.
Rook to c6, yes.
Rook a8.
Yes.
Rook b6.
What?
Rook takes a7, king g8. This is still an incredibly easy draw, right?
Yes.
With the g pawn.
Yes.
Also, and even further, I think king f5. I think I can go rook b8 even, right?
Rook b8.
No.
Rook b8 and keep my rook on the back rank. I think even this is a very easy draw.
So you let
Because
me
it's the
do
G-pawn.
everything I want?
Yeah, I want to allow you absolutely everything, never give you a single check until I'm absolutely forced to. Even this is a draw, right?
Yep. I think so.
Because, yeah, king g6 will force me to find the move rook b6 check, but I will
Maybe
find it.
followed up by g6 check.
Yeah, but I don't
by
even
the way.
need to. My point is I can go back to b8.
Yeah, I think you've got, you made the point. But the crazy part is, let's say suddenly I want to play for a win. Okay. After h5 check, let's say after h5 check, I don't want to play king f7. I want to play king f6.
Do you have king f7 on the board? How are you playing for a win?
Well-
h6 here? Oh, you still take on a6.
Yeah, we still
right?
have the same.
I take on a6.
Still
So
have king g6. Well, king f7's on the board.
Okay.
King g4 and rook a6. And then king g5.
H. Oh, that's strange. My
it's not updated?
updating. I can do it. King f7, king g4. Yes.
Yes, rook a6,
Rook
takes
A6.
g5, and check on a5.
Yeah, I think what Alireza might do is just play g7, g6 here.
King h4.
Yeah, king h4 and just play g6 here, honestly. Yeah, why even think about other positions?
h6.
Rook h5 check and a5.
Easy.
I like rook h5 check. You're right here playing g4, g5 is quite the dream. No.
King f4, it's still maybe a touch annoying.
I thought I was going to be able to play g5, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. I shouldn't be playing
Yeah,
too
g5
many
king
games.
it's a bit iffy, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't do that. But
Well, everything here is still a draw, right? I mean, you can just move your king, move your rook, play g5 and king g6. It
yeah,
should be
that is very fair.
pretty
Yeah.
straightforward.
Yeah, we're still very much
way within the drawing
drawing
zone.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually h6 we go, the simplest way on your board is simple without switching the...
So g6.
Yeah, h6 we go g5, g4, king g6. Yeah, that's
G5?
just the cleanest. King h5, otherwise king g6, we go g4 check, king takes g4, king g6.
That is very nice.
And here we can offer a draw.
Yes. And
Yeah,
he's reaching
there
for
it is,
g6.
yeah. G6.
Jan.
Yeah, Jan made a face there, but it's a good move, Jan. There's nothing wrong with this move.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no need for that face.
Rook h7 check.
King f6. Have rook takes
Rook
h5.
h6.
Yeah, rook, you lost maybe to rook
Yes,
takes
there
h5.
you go, king g7, and I resign.
Yeah.
But I do think also this
King
would
g8
be
is also a draw,
easy,
but why?
Comfy draw. But that would be that would be
This sets a trap, yeah.
the cold shower. I was introduced to the concept of a howler at the American Chess Service Chess Club in Seattle. A howler is a move that's so bad, it forces your resignation, and upon resignation, you shake your opponent's hand, congratulate them for a good win. You sign the score sheets, you go outside the club, and you howl so loud your cries can be heard in the next county.
He has not
the howler.
He has not played G5, G4, but it does not actually matter a great deal. Yeah.
He did play Rook H5.
Yeah, he played Rook H5. It's still fine.
That's a bit of a surprise.
Just Rook H1, maybe?
Yeah. The question is, after A5, King F4. Yeah, Rook F5 is a draw, but A4 is also a draw. A4, G4. Oh, we lost. Oh, trap.
Trap.
White lost?
No. Yes.
How did we manage that?
Cleverly.
Because G5 is not actually a threat, and A3, A2, A1 absolutely is.
That's a scary threat.
Whoa.
Wow.
Alireza played King F6.
King what? Okay, now it's suddenly getting hard.
Okay, I understand what he wants to do. I know what he wants to do. King F4, Rook F5 check, and King G5. He wants the king on G5.
Does black.
H7, King H6.
H7, King H6. And he wants that, yeah.
Hunt down that pawn and
although
that pawn.
This would have been more fun. Because I think Jan actually might play G4 here because he thinks, like, what's the risk? I can go Rook A8 next move.
Yeah.
And no, you cannot go Rook A8 next move.
That's
and just
terrifying.
once again, for our audience who did not see how we get there, I don't think, yeah. So A5, King F4, A4. Of course, this is still a very easy draw after Rook A8 here, or even King G4 for now. For some reason. This doesn't lose.
Wow.
G4 loses, this doesn't. Why does this not lose? Because we're in time with Rook C8, C1. And this is somehow... H7 is a threat. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It requires...
Yeah, I think finally we might be... Jan has found a way to...
So after check, King F6.
Yeah, he gave a check and went Rook A8. King F6 is cleaner than Rook takes H6. I don't think it matters a great deal, but it's a bit cleaner. Yeah.
H6,
King G5.
King G5.
Rook H3, G4.
Yeah.
Rook.
King F6 was played.
Yeah, King F6 was played, yeah.
After Rook H6.
Yeah, I don't think we really need to analyze it very much anymore.
No. Now it's...
I think
we overanalyzed this endgame. Exhausted every option.
For quite some time already, this has been mildly overanalyzed.
But these endings, that's where I felt I learned chess mastery.
Although, just as I say those words, let's go back one move. Rook H6. No. Rook A8. Rook H6.
Yes.
King G5.
King G5. Let's say Rook H5. King takes G6. Rook A5. G4.
Yeah.
What's the correct way of drawing this with black?
With black?
Yeah.
I would move my king towards the A pawn and give up my rook and play A5, A4.
Yeah, you probably have enough.
Our
you probably have
board
enough.
to give audience the current position. They've made a lot of moves.
They have made a lot of moves. I apologize.
I think we're going to see handshake finally.
Yeah. 1 against 1 on one side is not going to get played out, I don't think.
1 against 1. Did you really say that? I don't think it's going to get played out.
That's a draw, and Alireza wins the GCT tour.
Our congratulations to Alireza.
Well deserved.
Truly, and what can you say? Undefeated in this field, where everybody is fighting so hard for a single victory, he's gotten 3. Maybe he should have had 2 donuts to go with the 3 wins, but he deserves.
Yeah, he could have played an incredibly exciting event if all of the games he could have won and or lost were actually decisive.
This is our day. Wow.
All draws.
All draws. No 20% for today, but we're on our 20%.
Standings haven't changed. Alireza 5.5 points and Fabi full point behind him.
Yes.
But one major decision has been made today, and that's Alireza Firouzja winning the 2024 GCT and $100,000 bonus prize.
Absolutely. Our congratulations to Alireza. What were the predictions, by the way?
Congrats, Yasser.
Well, I don't want to take all the credit. I mean, we got to give Alireza some credit. Christian, jump in on your pick.
There's the prediction, Yasser, so congratulations. Yes, you've done it, at least for the Grand Chess Tour. But
hey, that's all
the battle for the Sinquefield Cup. Look, for the Sinquefield Cup is still not over yet.
Yeah.
There is still one more round to go. Of course, Alireza is a huge,
last minute steal by Darius there, possible.
Absolutely. Fabiano still can potentially win this one. And in fact, tomorrow we have a lot of very exciting games because Fabiano, I'm not going to say he's in a must-win situation, but there's a huge difference between Grand Chess Tour points, but also FIDE Grand Prix points, whether he splits the second position with anybody else or he takes it by himself. So definitely he will be looking to win tomorrow against Anish Giri, who is in fact a struggling player, and he is a player that beat him in the first tournament in Bucharest. And as you can see, these two players are still chatting with each other. Alireza surely is enjoying the fact that he came, he saw, he conquered here in St. Louis, and he's very close to do the trio and win the Sinquefield Cup as well. A big battle that I'm seeing in tomorrow's games is the battle for third position as well. Wesley and MVL are fighting hard for that one, and that one is such a crucial battle because whoever doesn't qualify for that, especially if it's MVL, who is right now about 27-20, it's very unlikely that he will make it to the Grand Chess Tour next year. So I'm not going to try to put too much pressure on MVL, but I feel this is a must-win situation for him. He's playing Ding with the white pieces. And of course, Wesley is fighting against Gukesh with the black pieces. I think he's going to be very happy with a draw and try to put pressure on MVL to win his game. A lot of scenarios at stake, and I cannot wait to call the action with you guys.
Thank you, Christian. And of course, we want to mention once again, please set your alarm clocks. Join us 2 hours early for tomorrow as the 9th and final round of the Sinquefield Cup will be underway. And in case of the playoff, well, we will play.
Yes. Thank you very much for watching, and join us tomorrow for the last round.
See you all. Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.